Knock, knock. Who's there? Your ex, freezing and in need of your warmth. Seriously? Yes. Open the door and let me show you something. Okay, Hyona, I'm opening it. Smooch. Grab me here. Damn. Hyona, you're going wild the second I open the door. Yes, babe, I realized how much I love you. Why don't we turn up the heat inside? Okay. I love you so much, Hanfeng, so let me do something for you. I'll get on my knees, so close your eyes. Okay. Whoosh, smash. Blood. And he's dead. With that, his ex and her new guy barge into his apartment to steal all his resources. Pretty cliche at this point, I know, but after a betrayal like that, who wouldn't want to see that bitch suffer as much as humanly possible? You see, the world is freezing. Temperatures dropped drastically to the point where planes froze in the sky and crashed. Earth had entered a new ice age. Food and heat became more valuable than any amount of money. This guy tried his hardest to survive, only to be brutally betrayed in the end. But that's fine because he reincarnated. And in this life, he'll build the perfect survival base. One so good that he'll enjoy the sauna with girls every day, while everyone outside freezes to death. But that's still ahead. Right now, he's excited for the apocalypse to arrive, because when he woke up, confused by strange red and green lights surrounding his hand, for a moment he thought it was some kind of super strength, but really he was just super hungry. So he grabbed some soybeans, but the moment he tossed them up to eat, they suddenly turned into full-grown sprouts. It was as if he had some kind of food creation power, and he instantly understood the advantage it gave him in the apocalypse. So before anything began, he had to prepare. He immediately left his home, walking along while thinking about how exhausted the power had made him, when suddenly warm lips greeted our bro as she tried to weaponize her natural charms. That damn Hyona again. But this time, he isn't simping. For now, though, he decides to stay low-key. First, he needs to secure his survival. Then he'll plan something diabolical for her. So when she gets all bubbly and asks him to go shopping, he simply ignores her, saying he has more important things to do. In this life, he isn't simping. He goes to the mall to buy food and starts writing an apocalypse survival guide. Of course, he needs money. And nothing beats taking out loans from every bank. Meanwhile, Hyona is fuming outside. How dare this broke loser without a car? Refuse her. But then a car pulls up beside her. And who's inside? It's RG who greets her. When she asks if the car is his, he says of course. His dad's business is booming, so he bought it. The moment she hears this, the drama begins. She says she's really sad that he ignored her invitation to go shopping. He knows exactly what she's doing. So he starts flirting with her, and she thinks he's falling for her. We're already playing three-dimensional chess here. Then Hyona asks him to Netflix and chill, but he replies that he has too much to handle today. He bought a lot of things, including a present for her. She thanks him and says she'll be waiting for it. With a smug look, she thinks he's far too easy. But she doesn't know that our guy's plans have only just begun. When the end of the world comes, she and that guy will suffer terribly. He's already looking forward to the apocalypse. The apocalypse is only 2 weeks away. On that day, massive snowfall will cover the planet, and temperatures will drop to nearly -20 degrees Celsius. Over the following month, temperatures will keep falling until they reach around -70 degrees, and the entire world will be buried in snow. Going outside will become physically impossible. That's why food is so important. He brings everything back to his apartment, carefully covering it so no one suspects he's hoarding supplies. As for the most conspicuous supplies, he'll move them at night when no one is around. Another issue during the apocalypse will be the unstable power supply, which makes fuel essential. Han Feng has already bought a year's worth of fuel to make sure nothing goes wrong. To deal with the next problem, he knows normal heating systems will fail, so he hires a construction crew to reinforce and modify his home for the coming apocalypse. Finally, He sets up a dedicated storage room for supplies and inventory, keeping them hidden while ensuring he can access anything whenever he wants. By the time he finishes all his preparations, July 14th has arrived. Only one day remains before the temperature plunges beyond control. With all his preparations complete, the final item on his checklist is studying his superpower. Even Hanfeng knows that supplies alone won't be enough for him. To survive the winter apocalypse, which is where his plant-based abilities may become his beacon of hope. In front of him are the same soybeans he managed to grow with his own power, and now it's time for a taste test. The problem is, he still hasn't figured out what triggers his ability. Even so, Hanfeng takes a spoonful, hoping despite his fears that the food is at least edible. After eating half the plate, he safely concludes that the beans have no harmful effects. This means he can produce and eat food with his power. But the difficult part is figuring out what makes his hand glow. So far, he has only tested his ability on soybeans. He checks the fridge, hoping to find other vegetables to try it on. Noon soon turns into evening. A drowsy, weakened Hanfeng opens his eyes and wonders if he just passed out. He's holding broccoli, and the kitchen is covered in vegetables. He can barely think because of how exhausting his power is. So far, that's its only drawback. While eating the same soybeans from earlier, he realizes he has successfully learned something new about his ability. Let's go over what happened before he lost consciousness. He ordered a variety of items to test his power on different plants. Here's the strange part. Some plants showed no reaction at all, while others, such as seeds, grew into mature plants just like the soybeans. There was also a third category. Some exploded right in his hand, though he had no idea why. Hanfeng also discovered that the explosions left behind charred substances resembling coal. But that's actually useful, because these substances can be stored and later burned for warmth. With that, he has found a way to keep himself warm during the harsh apocalypse ahead. Excited, he focuses on honing his power and testing a few more items. Although he fails at first, once Hanfeng concentrates his power, the magical effects become clear, producing the result he wants. Completely drained of energy, he collapses onto the floor. Back in the present, he is still confused by the logic of his power. Some plants work, while others do not. It's difficult to determine what works and what doesn't. Still, this experience helps him realize that the trigger is tied to his consciousness. So he meditates and imagines becoming one with nature, connecting his mind and body as one. His visualization proves successful, because the moment he opens his eyes, Hanfeng is pleased to see his hand glowing green. This confirms that his ability is linked to his consciousness. To test it further, he uses his ability on a pile of meat for good measure. The poor guy is disappointed when it doesn't work, because that would mean living on plants for the rest of his life. Even after concentrating and begging his power to activate, nothing happens. This makes him rethink everything. During meditation, he sees two distinct colors, red and green. So far, he has only experimented with green. This time he closes his eyes and tries to connect his mind to the second ability. To his shock, his hand glows red and affects the meat, turning it into a disgusting, spiky blob that is barely recognizable. Disgusted by the result, he throws the meat onto the floor, then slowly approaches it for another inspection. Hanfeng pinches it and picks it up again, wondering whether it reacted to the red glow. It also appears to be thoroughly cooked, raising the question of whether the red light simply heats things. Looking at his hand again, he realizes something. The meat wasn't cooked. No, the opposite happened. It was actually regressing through a process of disintegration. From this, he makes a discovery. The green light accelerates evolution, while the red light slows it drastically and reverses it toward disintegration. Trying to combine the two, he clasps both hands around the meat. A burst of yellow light appears, and the meat transforms into a larger slab than ever before. But then he wonders what happened to the soybeans he was also holding. They vanished, probably because they somehow merged with the meat. Han Feng is amazed by the result of his power. After inspecting it further, he concludes that the meat is the freshest he has ever seen. Excited, he wants to try again, but luck isn't on his side. Han Feng fails so badly that everything turns black, and he pounds the floor in frustration. Eventually, he calms down and decides to be patient. He has plenty of time to experiment with his power. He's pleased to have made so many discoveries in just one day. If only he could master the ability completely. Han Feng thinks he'll become Superman and stand at the top of the world. Then the idiot realizes that food isn't the only thing needed to stay alive. He also needs a weapon to protect himself from other people. Just as he considers going out to buy a weapon, it dawns on him that the apocalypse has begun. Just like last time, the world is experiencing an absurd amount of snow in July. He goes out anyway, believing he must find a gun before temperatures reach -45 degrees. The problem is that guns are illegal in the country. While lost in thought, he sees a punk with broccoli-colored hair bragging that he's the younger brother of Lao Wang, leader of the Shi Gang. It's the classic "my brother has more money than you" tactic for winning petty arguments. Han Feng recognizes the clown from somewhere, mostly because of his awful fashion sense. The funniest part is that people have even given him a nickname, Homeless Joe. Let's talk about Li Zi, also known as Homeless Joe, who lives in Han Feng's neighborhood. He's known as a contractor with connections everywhere. Whenever people ask what he's doing, he acts like the busiest guy on the block, claiming he's overwhelmed with projects for his big brother. The guy doesn't even have a job. He's always whining into his phone, pretending he has millions tied up in projects that demand all his time. Seeing him, Han Feng wonders if this idiot can help him obtain the weapon he needs. He greets Homeless Joe and pretends they've known each other for years. The truth is, this guy doesn't know Han Feng at all. Han Feng introduces himself as Xiao Han, exploiting the man's pride by acting like they're long-lost friends. The idiot takes the bait and apologizes for forgetting him, especially since he has so much work to do. Han Feng checks his surroundings and moves closer before explaining his situation. Once he finishes, Homeless Joe is stunned and asks why the hell he needs a gun. Han Feng is briefly speechless. Before he can come up with a proper excuse, the blonde punk warns him that guns are serious business because they're illegal. Even if he has connections, Homeless Joe isn't eager to get involved in something so dangerous. Han Feng clarifies his situation, saying he needs it for self-defense because some people hold a grudge against him. He invents a story about meeting a man on his way to work. They were both riding bikes when the other man carelessly spat in his face. Naturally, it pissed him off. So he confronted the clown and beat the crap out of him in front of everyone watching. After humiliating him, he let the man leave. But the guy held a grudge and threatened to return with his friends. Sure enough, the very next day, Han Feng was beaten by the entire gang. They mocked him and roughed him up from head to toe. Ever since that beating, he has wanted a weapon for self-defense. Luckily, Homeless Joe sympathizes with the story and agrees that spitting on someone crosses the line. He believes such behavior should be punished, though Han Feng starts wondering if this guy completely missed the point. Still, Homeless Joe wraps an arm around him like a guardian angel and promises to save the day. He'll call his big brother and sort everything out. Han Feng is pleased that things are going his way. Homeless Joe suggests taking the bus because his luxury car is currently being serviced. Han Feng has no problem with that, then shows him the vehicle they can use. As they drive, Homeless Joe stares in shock and asks how much the car cost. Han Feng says it was $700,000, which he considers a pretty good deal. Bro starts taking pictures like he's some Instagram heartthrob. Funniest part is that his captions make it seem as though the SUV is his own. Meanwhile, his big brother and the gang are gathered around a fire, commenting on the absurd weather. Han Feng's car pulls up and Homeless Joe jumps out, acting smug as hell. His boys can't believe he has his own SUV now and the slimeball even claims he bought it for 700 out of his own pocket. Han Feng can't believe Homeless Joe is bold enough to say that in front of the vehicle's actual owner. In the next scene, the punk brings Han Feng to his boss. As expected from a gang leader, the man is covered in tattoos. He's displeased to see his brother and immediately tells the blonde punk to leave. Homeless Joe shifts all the pressure onto Han Feng, saying his friend wants to buy a gun. The gang leader is surprised and gives Han Feng a vicious glare. Han Feng is terrified, while the boss is annoyed that they came all this way for one lousy gun instead of something more worthwhile. Even so, the boss tells a lackey to fetch a handgun, which is tossed to Han Feng with a price of 6,000. But our boy isn't interested in playing around with tiny pistols. No, he's planning to go full John Wick and asks for a longer weapon with a scope. The boss is stunned by the kid's audacity and confronts him for demanding a sniper rifle. He reminds Han Feng that this isn't a shopping mall where he can browse and negotiate. The boss is seriously getting angry for no reason. That's when Homeless Joe steps in with another story, this time claiming Han Feng's wife cheated on him 3 times. By the end of the story, the boss erupts in fury on Han Feng's behalf. These ridiculous stories are practically movie material. In any case, the boss agrees to get him a sniper rifle, though it will take a few days. Han Feng is grateful that his request is being handled. Chang Zi, the underling, is also told to arrange a semi-auto for him. The boss has taken pity on Han Feng and even throws in a handgun as a free gift. Han Feng is stunned that the man is offering the handgun at no cost and expresses his gratitude. Then he decides to share an important piece of information with the gang. He claims to have government connections and warns that the weather will only get worse. They should stock up quickly because supplies will soon run out. Han Feng speaks with complete seriousness, adding weight to his warning. The boss agrees to follow his advice, and with that, the meeting ends. On the way back, Homeless Joe brags about handling the meeting like a professional mediator. He also says they're lucky his brother was in a good mood today. Han Feng is grateful and offers to buy him cigarettes. Homeless Joe pretends to refuse at first, but quickly gives in. Hilariously, he requests 8 full cartons as though it were a modest favor. While Homeless Joe keeps talking, Han Feng focuses on his checklist. He now has everything he needs for the apocalypse, so the remaining time can be spent studying his powers. Once he solves his food problem, everything should go smoothly. Just as he confidently reviews his plans, our bro slips right in front of Homeless Joe and takes a terrible fall. Han Feng's leg is badly injured. As he trembles in pain, Homeless Joe has no idea what just happened. Han Feng strongly suspects he has broken his leg, so he hands Joe the keys and asks him to drive them to the hospital. After staring silently, the blonde punk shamefully admits he doesn't even have a driver's license. That leaves them with the old-fashioned approach. He tries to support Han Feng against his side, but the struggle is so miserable that Han Feng calls a taxi instead. In the next scene, we're at the hospital. At reception, Jian, the head nurse, is working the night shift and notices the snow growing heavier by the hour. Suddenly, she receives an emergency call asking her to come to the hall because they're short-staffed. By the way, our boy really did break his leg. At the hospital, he's devastated to hear that he has a fracture. He must remain under observation for an hour before leaving with his medicine. He prepared for everything, only for one random accident to ruin it all. Brother Lee says goodbye, claiming he has countless deals to handle because of his busy schedule. And just like that, Han Feng is back to square one. He's alone again, now with an injured leg to manage. The hospital is packed, with patient numbers surging because of the extreme weather and falling temperatures. It shows just how terrible things will become in the coming weeks. Han Feng waits for his medicine, but the line is unbearably long. In the distance, he spots the beautiful head nurse checking a patient's pulse. She's highly dependable, so the doctors and other nurses rely on her constantly. Watching her work leaves Han Feng stunned and completely smitten. He can hardly believe someone so young is already a head nurse. She's incredibly kind to every patient and adorable from head to toe. Yes, he's simping again, but this time for someone else. While he's admiring her, an old man asks for her help and she rushes over. He says his back suddenly hurts, but Jin Yan reminds him that they're short-staffed, so his request may take some time. The sleazy old man's real goal is to take advantage of the head nurse. He slips a camera beneath her to photograph her while she innocently tends to him. She promises to arrange an X-ray once the hospital is less overwhelmed. But the old creep doesn't stop there. He goes full predator mode and grabs her body. The naive head nurse still suspects nothing and assures him that a proper physician will examine him soon. But then the old creep goes even further and gropes her. Before he can do anything else, Han Feng hurls his crutch into the man's face, knocking him down. Alarmed, the head nurse asks whether the old man is okay. Han Feng apologizes, claiming he doesn't know how to use a crutch. Apparently, not knowing how something works means throwing it at someone at full speed. Han Feng pretends to inspect the old man's phone just as the creep shouts at him to stop. Then Han Feng spots the photo in his gallery and becomes furious. He can't believe the bastard not only photographed the nurse but also had the nerve to touch her. Han Feng confronts him immediately and threatens to call security and have him taken away. After all, that would mean one less troublesome patient in the hospital, especially one who preys on others. Han Feng also refuses to return the phone and threatens to expose everything online if he ever catches the creep doing this again. Unable to do anything, the old man runs away in frustration. Yes, the same man complaining about back pain a moment ago suddenly sprints out of the hospital at lightning speed. Even the head nurse is speechless at how fast he ran. Meanwhile, Han Feng concludes that some people are unbelievably naive. He shows her the photo and explains that the man's intentions were malicious from the start. Han Feng lets her handle the situation and gives her the phone so she can report it to the police. Jing Yun gratefully takes the device, but then asks an alarming question. Wasn't Han Feng's ankle injured? That reminds him that he just fractured his leg and acted entirely on adrenaline. The pain suddenly hits him and he cries out. A little later, she properly bandages him. Fortunately, Han Feng no longer feels much pain. The head nurse thanks him sincerely and promises not to let anyone take advantage of her again. But while she says this, our boy's foot is pressed right between her breasts. Han Feng gets the feeling that this girl won't learn anytime soon. Jin Yun is called back to duty, so she clumsily rushes away, reminding him to return in a week for a proper checkup. Han Feng realizes, sadly, that he'll never see her again because of what will happen in 1 week's time. He leaves with that depressing thought. The following day, the weather worsens. Reports of drastic temperature drops spread across the world. Even Dubai and Virgin Egypt are experiencing heavy snowfall, something unheard of. Experts from 46 countries rush into an emergency meeting to discuss what is happening. According to them, the severe cold is only temporary and will end after a few days. Still, people are warned to remain indoors and follow safety procedures. Meanwhile, Han Feng is completely calm inside his modified apartment. His heater provides endless warmth, and he has nothing to fear. The news keeps insisting the disaster will pass, but he knows it never will. It's only a lie meant to control the public. He feels like a fool for believing it in his previous life. This time, however, everything is different. He's truly prepared, fully stocked, and his heating system is running perfectly. For now, almost nothing can trouble him. The building's group chat is going insane as residents complain about the worsening cold and their inability to stay warm. Strangely, one anonymous person openly claims that an Ice Age apocalypse is beginning and that the snowstorm is being caused by something within Earth itself. The messages shock Han Feng because no one should know this yet. Han Feng immediately marks the mysterious stranger as someone to watch carefully. After all, as the protagonist, Han Feng is supposed to be the only person who knows about the coming apocalypse. The once happy residents have turned into an angry mob, tagging property management and demanding they fix the chaos caused by the snowstorm. Since endless text messages are boring, the group chat transforms into a metaphorical theme park where every resident appears as a chibi cat avatar. The furious residents are deeply unhappy. If snow keeps piling up at the exit, they won't even be able to buy groceries. They paid a fortune for terrible service and demand answers from management if they're not getting their money's worth. On the other side, the property management team is panicking and apologizing nonstop for the inconvenience. But a few half-hearted apologies cannot ease the residents' anger over the poor service. They want refunds because this situation is not worth it. Amid the chaos, Han Feng watches in annoyance as everyone wastes energy arguing over nonsense. It's not as though the building owner has magical powers to stop the snowstorm. Still, not everyone in the complex has given up hope. One resident, Jian, is mature enough to admit that no one can fight a blizzard. He suggests helping one another instead of making things worse. Natural disasters are beyond management's control, so venting at them is pointless. Not everyone agrees with Jian's calm attitude. Instead of cooperating, the short-sighted crowd attacks him for defending property management. Jian explains that he isn't taking sides, only being realistic and objective. Cornering management is pointless when arguing won't get them anywhere. But the crowd refuses to calm down unless the snow is cleared so they can buy groceries. They have no intention of starving. Jin tries to reason with the foolish mob. Even if the snow outside is cleared, that doesn't mean the roads will be passable. He suggests walking to the store, since clearing footpaths is far more realistic than clearing the roads. Meanwhile, Han Feng scowls after recognizing the man preaching to everyone like a bargain bin guru. From Han Feng's expression, it's obvious their history is not exactly pleasant. Then an annoyed, brutally direct man joins the chat. Without any formalities, he says that anyone who wants food should go outside and start clearing the roads. Otherwise, all their gossip won't melt the snow. Then he logs off. Another man steps forward, ready to go downstairs and help clear the mess. This blunt thug also seems familiar to Han Feng. Slowly but surely, more residents join the group clearing the roads. Even the delicate girls are willing to get their hands dirty for the cause. Then there's the unforgettable Hyona, who also volunteers to help. Han Feng wonders how someone as cowardly as her agreed to join. It turns out her offer is only a ploy to attract men who don't want a beauty like her exhausting herself. Once the men arrive, she takes full advantage and dumps her responsibilities on them. What else would you expect from an opportunist like her? As Han Feng leaves the chat, his frustration is obvious. This woman never fails to ruin his mood, and now she's texting him. Why? Because she thinks this desperate simp would do anything for her. She wants him to bring her food supplies. She even includes a bonus photo of her bare legs and thick thighs, wearing almost nothing and aiming straight at his soul. Han Feng gives her a solid 10 out of 10 for effort, seducing him in barely any clothing despite the cold. But with his broken leg, even if he wanted to chase her, he couldn't. So he sends back a teasing remark guaranteed to get under her skin. Sure enough, it works. She's so annoyed that she wants to stomp on him. Here's a quick recap. Today is the third day since the blizzard began, and temperatures have already fallen below -20 degrees. Since this is only the beginning of the coming destruction, the central heating is still working. The internet is also still running, providing everyone with their daily distraction. Like any bored teenager, Han Feng spends his time scrolling through TikTok and watching busty women make short videos. Honestly though, he isn't enjoying it. He's already bored. And it's only the second day of the so-called apocalypse. It makes him wonder what loneliness can do to a man. His broken leg only makes things worse, restricting him and ruining his freedom. It may take months to heal, so with nothing else to do, he returns to endless videos. Then he comes across an astonishing news report. A man apparently has the ability to heal himself. According to doctors, he fell from the 15th floor, destroying his organs and shattering nearly every bone in his body. But soon afterward, he began regenerating and actually healed himself. The mention of supernatural powers reminds Han Feng that he has abilities of his own. He activates the familiar green glow around his hand and tries to heal his broken bone. But the green energy fades without doing anything. He tries again, but no. It fails once more, accepting defeat. He collapses onto the couch, disappointed that his hopes were raised for only a moment after hours of endless scrolling. He finally drifts off to sleep. In his dream, he's dressed in primitive clothing and riding a massive goat. Not just one goat, but an entire flock follows him, their heads bobbing as they soar. From a distance, the enormous herd can be seen following closely behind. Suddenly, the joyride ends when the goat stops abruptly and throws him off its back. He injures his leg in the fall, and one of the goats begins licking it. He finds this strange act of compassion disgusting and pushes the goat away, which irritates it. The goat then extends an absurdly long tongue and wraps it around Han Feng's leg before yanking it into the air. The area wrapped by the tongue begins healing instantly. At that moment, Han Feng wakes in a cold sweat, completely shaken. That bizarre dream disturbed him so badly that he is sweating all the way down to his balls. Then he notices his leg glowing with green energy and repairing itself. Soon afterward, he carefully removes the bandages and gently places his foot on the floor. Surprisingly, there is no pain. It seems the green light did heal him, but only after he fell asleep. To test this theory, he grabs a sharp knife and deliberately tries to injure himself, hoping to trigger the healing again. His hand trembles as he reluctantly makes a small cut on his index finger. While he tests his new ability, let's return outside. The angry residents are finally putting their energy to use. By working together, they clear the path in front of the main gate, thanks largely to Zhang's speech about unity. Zhang praises an old man who worked the hardest of everyone. The old man, in turn, praises the twins who work just as hard. Then there's everyone's favorite clumsy nurse, Jin Jian, struggling across the slippery snow. The twins notice the damsel in distress and help her back up. Afterward, the twins return to clearing the path, telling her to call if she needs more help. Jian notices the snowfall getting heavier and urges everyone to make a quick grocery run and return as soon as possible. Speaking of supplies, the old man suddenly remembers something, though he doesn't think it's worth mentioning until Zhang presses him. He shares a rumor from several days earlier. Apparently, a resident was seen unloading supplies from a small truck while pretending he was simply moving in. Zhang doesn't think much of it. It's normal for a new resident to bring belongings into an apartment. But then the old man adds an interesting detail. The man had gas tanks and a fireplace with him, which hardly sounds like ordinary moving supplies. It seemed as though he had prepared extensively for winter. Before they can think about it further, the twins return with a progress report. Then a man appears out of nowhere, clearly having eavesdropped on the story, and eager to learn more about the resident who prepared for winter in advance. But the curious man is quickly hit by a snowball from Li Hu, Shan, who tells him to stop slacking and get back to work. Zhang steps in to end the argument and tells everyone to head out now that the main path is clear. Nurse Jin is also excited to go shopping. Meanwhile, the old man asks Zhang whether he thinks the new resident knew the blizzard was coming. Zhang pauses, then carefully avoids answering. He says the blizzard will pass soon, so there is no reason to worry. And if it doesn't stop, they're fortunate to have a well-stocked neighbor who can help everyone survive. So it's actually a good thing. As they continue toward the store, the snowstorm grows stronger, forcing everyone to move faster. Meanwhile, our lazy boy Han Feng is still asleep in his comfortable apartment. His nap is interrupted by a knock at the door and a familiar voice calling to him. When he opens it, the visitor turns out to be homeless Joe, carrying the goods Han Feng requested. This is the promised gift from Boss Liu. Brother Lee agreed to deliver it because he had stocked up beforehand and didn't need to rush around the city searching for supplies like everyone else. Even so, Han Feng is grateful that he came through such terrible weather. Brother Lee also brings interesting information about several rumors that have started circulating. The previous night, someone emptied an entire supermarket in the Eastern District. When Boss Lu's gang cleared a path through the snow and reached it, every shelf was bare. Han Feng finds it unbelievable that one person could empty a huge supermarket overnight. Who could do such a thing? But Brother Lee is clearly telling the truth. Han Feng begins to realize that something stranger than in his previous life is happening. Apparently, he isn't the only person who gained supernatural powers. Brother Lee interrupts his thoughts and advises Han Feng to dress warmly and stay careful. Then he says goodbye and leaves, finally giving Han Feng time to think. He searches for a logical explanation for what happened the night before. The only possibility he can imagine is someone with abilities from novels or comics, perhaps a person capable of storing unlimited supplies inside a personal subspace. The question is whether someone with such an ability could truly exist. The answer is simple. Since Han Feng has powers, someone else could as well. It's a disturbing realization. Han Feng can no longer waste time. He must examine his powers more thoroughly so that when he encounters other superpowered people, he will have a strategy to counter them. He needs to know his strengths, weaknesses, and limits. To begin, he opens his diary and reviews everything he has learned about his power. So far, he knows it reacts to both plant-based and animal-based food. It can rapidly grow food, increase its size, and even cook it, though the taste can be terrible. Unfortunately, he has discovered several limitations. Success rates are low and vary depending on the product. For soybeans, for example, the chance of successfully growing a plant is 10. For meat, it is even lower. Han Feng still cannot understand why. Suddenly, a soybean affected by his power explodes in his hand, releasing an unpleasant green cloud. Instead of a normal plant, he is left holding a foul-smelling black rock. This begins to annoy him. The failure rate is far too high. Han Feng must learn to use his power more effectively, so he commits himself to intense practice. After all, nothing teaches a skill faster than practice. He wastes no time and works late into the evening. Finally, he succeeds. In his hands is a fresh, living soybean plant covered in pods. The achievement did not come easily. He is drenched in sweat, practically becoming another heater for the apartment, but the effort helps him uncover several rules that increase his success rate. He discovers that the green energy is not constant. Different products require different exposure times based on their nutritional value. If he misjudges the duration, the process fails and produces a burnt, foul-smelling stone. In other words, every product has an ideal interval. This reminds Han Feng of something familiar. It resembles a popular online rhythm and dance game from a decade ago, where players had to press the correct buttons at precise intervals. The energy values could be compared to directions like up, down, right, and left, with the amount of energy applied to the object needing to be correct every second. Eventually, he must catch the critical moment and stop the process. If done correctly, the attempt succeeds and the seed becomes a plant. After succeeding with plants, Han Feng begins experimenting with meat. Naturally, meat behaves differently from vegetables. If he makes a mistake, the meat turns into a disgusting black sludge. Even so, the underlying principles should still be similar. The first step is determining how much energy the meat requires. Everything initially seems to go according to plan, but then comes the problem. The chicken leg explodes like the others, spraying foul black sludge. It seems it will take him even longer to master meat than plant-based food. Again and again, Han Feng tries and fails. Chicken legs explode one after another with no end in sight. Eventually, his patience runs out. He cries out in despair and curses the absurd difficulty of his ability. But Han Feng isn't someone who gives up, even as the snowfall outside intensifies and temperatures continue to fall. He keeps trying, leaving traces of failure all over the kitchen. Then comes the final test, the last chicken leg. Up and down, left and right, red and green energy. It feels like an overly complicated rhythm game. The sequence repeats again and again, and one mistake forces him to restart. The tension reaches its peak. This time, Hanfeng succeeds. He enlarges the chicken leg to an enormous size. With a snort of satisfaction, our hero declares that it was worth it, then collapses onto the floor, exhausted but happy. He has finally discovered how to synthesize meat. The weather outside worsens each day. The news reports that today, July 17th, is the third consecutive day of the snow disaster. The same crisis is unfolding across the country, and humanity appears to be facing a catastrophe seen only once every few thousand years. Authorities claim they are actively responding and taking measures to protect citizens' basic needs. Han Feng wakes the next day to this report. He has heard it all before. Empty warnings and promises that transportation, electricity, and internet service have been disrupted, but will be restored soon if everyone waits patiently. Humanitarian supplies are supposedly on their way to the disaster zones. The anchor finishes by advising everyone to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. None of this surprises Han Feng, because he heard the same statements in his previous life. Suddenly, one notification appears on his phone, followed by several more. Han Feng immediately realizes that the residents' group chat is becoming noisy again, and he cannot resist joining the discussion. Everyone is talking about the morning news. Some believe rescue teams will come, while others dismiss the promises and begin planning to save themselves. One avatar stands out, asking whether the gullible residents truly believe what they heard on the news. It is old Uncle Lu, who completely distrusts the broadcast. If the government truly had everything under control, rescue teams would have arrived already. Instead, he has heard from old friends that the government is gathering armored vehicles, tanks, and other heavy weapons in City A, the capital. They may be preparing for an approaching war. The possibility of an all-out war against an unknown enemy sends a chilling silence through the paranoid group chat. Then everyone erupts with questions, asking Uncle Liu whether the rumor is true and whether they are already doomed. Meanwhile, Han Feng is fascinated by the mention of war. He remembers hearing something similar in his previous life. Mr. Zhang steps in to quiet everyone. He says that if Uncle Lu is correct, they must begin taking survival measures to protect everyone. Some residents have already run out of supplies, while government aid remains uncertain. He proposes organizing assistance for those in need. He passionately urges residents with extra supplies to donate some as an example. Mr. Zhang himself promises to give away half of his own supplies. The other owners quietly discuss his proposal. One man fully supports Mr. Zhang, saying everyone is only trying to survive. He promises to donate what he can and even calls out Li Hyona. She knows this crazy man Wu Kuan Yu is trying to embarrass her in front of everyone because she rejected him before. So Li Hyona adopts her innocent persona and apologizes, claiming she has no spare supplies. Most of her simps immediately rush to defend her. The argument nearly derails the entire relief plan because the residents cannot even unite around a selfless cause. Still, donations eventually begin pouring in. Many people are moved by Mr. Zhang's speech, contributing food, clothing, medicine, and other necessities. Mr. Zhang thanks everyone willing to help. Since so many people are involved, he suggests appointing several residents to manage the operation. Naturally, he will lead the group. It will be an interim emergency committee responsible for planning and distributing donations. Han Feng smirks as soon as he reads the announcement. The same committee existed in his previous life, and it was later exposed as a scheme to seize other people's resources. Today is July 19th, the 5th day of the apocalypse. Outside temperatures have already fallen to -40 degrees. This is also the day when the building's central heating finally stops working because of the extreme cold. Everyone desperately searches for ways to stay warm without heaters. Some manage to build small fires inside their homes. It is exactly like the previous timeline. Things are already terrible, but they will only get worse. Han Feng, of course, is the exception. His failed experiments have produced plenty of charcoal, perfect for fueling his fireplace. On his table sit a fizzy iced cola and a delicious slice of strawberry cake. Han Feng spends his time exactly as most people would in his position, playing single-player games without caring about the outside world. But his peace is interrupted by a sudden phone call. He pauses his game, answers while sipping cola, and hears from the person responsible for Block 8. They plan to clear the roads in 20 minutes and need volunteers in the basement car park. Han Feng suppresses the urge to curse. These people still do not understand that the snow will keep piling up regardless. Even so, he leaves his comfortable home and heads to the lobby, knowing that openly falling out with the neighbors could draw attention to his secret. One glance at the entrance shows everyone that the building is already buried in snow. The volunteers are furious that every path they previously cleared has vanished beneath the largest snowdrift they have ever seen. Deciding to at least open the door, they call Han Feng over to help. Everyone leans their full weight against it and pushes on the count of 3. To their surprise, opening the entrance sends a huge amount of snow rushing inside and exposes the lobby to the freezing storm. The weather is too extreme for anyone to endure. Even opening your eyes near the storm can cause injury. Han Feng immediately regrets leaving his couch for manual labor and frostbite. Going outside in these conditions would make death almost certain. Thankfully, the others reach the same conclusion. Only an idiot would venture out in this temperature. Speaking of idiots, one finally appears, and Han Feng recognizes the familiar voice. It is Homeless Joe, also known as Brother Lee. He mocks everyone for acting cowardly when they should be tough in a crisis. The volunteers shiver as they try to talk Brother Lee out of his stupidity. No one should enter such a violent snowstorm, but Brother Lee considers himself built differently. He finishes his cigarette in a single puff, then charges in like a madman. Brother Lee starts digging through the snow with his bare hands. The idiot even chants like an anime character while punching the snow and scattering it everywhere. He keeps going for a while. He manages to carve a Homeless Joe-sized hole into the human-height snowdrift, then everything goes silent. After a moment, the volunteers hear muffled cries for help coming from beneath the snow. They drag Homeless Joe out, his face purple from the cold and the weight of the snow. The volunteers finally accept that going outside is impossible and close the gate. Han Feng rushes over to check whether the foolish gangster is all right. He suggests that everyone return to the car park and find the attendance coordinator. They can decide what to do once the storm eases. With a blizzard this severe raging across the world, manpower alone can no longer solve the problem. In the building's car park, the atmosphere resembles an underground gathering. Mr. Zhang, the de facto leader, stands surrounded by residents. After hearing the report from the lobby, he agrees to suspend the clearing operation. He also declares the basement car park the official donation and distribution point. Han Feng remains quietly in the background. This is his first time meeting the man surnamed Zhang from the group chat. So this is the man who created the future scam committee using a kind, eloquent image. Mr. Zhang manipulates people through politeness and the illusion of unity. Mr. Zhang comments on the overwhelming number of donations from the residents. He says these generous contributions will support those in need and expresses his gratitude. The mood in the car park is optimistic. People feel proud of their selflessness, creating a false sense of unity as they work toward survival. But Han Feng knows what they do not. If the disaster continues indefinitely, everyone will soon regret giving away their resources. Brother Lee, still shivering from his earlier stunt, decides to head upstairs and says goodbye to Han Feng. Looking around the car park, Han Feng notices someone striking. It is the scatterbrained nurse he met after breaking his leg. She wears a cute winter onesie and struggles to carry a stack of boxes through the crowd surrounding the committee. Unsurprisingly, she bumps into several people. She would have fallen if Han Feng had not rushed in to catch her again. Holding both her and the box, he asks whether the blushing nurse is all right. When she opens her eyes, she thanks him and recognizes him from the hospital. Then she remembers that his leg was badly injured. He should not be capable of catching a falling woman. Realizing he acted without thinking, Han Feng struggles to invent an explanation. He stammers that he has always recovered unusually quickly since childhood. His nervous gestures make the explanation extremely unconvincing. Fortunately, the nurse is too innocent to detect the lie and simply marvels at his recovery speed. Han Feng offers to carry her boxes. She initially refuses because they are heavy, but he insists until she finally hands them over. The moment he lifts them, he is stunned by their weight. They are unnaturally heavy. Curious, he asks what is inside, and she explains that they mostly contain medical supplies for people in need. She admits the boxes may be too heavy and offers to carry them herself to the donation point. Captivated by her beauty and kindness, Han Feng would carry far more without complaining. Since she claims to be stronger than most men, the nurse repeatedly warns him not to strain himself. When he asks whether she has always been this strong, she becomes guarded and says there is a reason. Her cryptic answer naturally makes Han Feng curious, but she seems uncomfortable discussing it and apologizes. Something happened recently that she cannot explain. They have been walking and talking for a while, yet she still does not know his name. Han Feng politely introduces himself. The angelic nurse gives her own name, Jin Shu O. Her bright smile suggests she truly appreciates their unexpected reunion. Han Feng is left speechless whenever he sees that smile. He might have had a chance, but Nurse Jin asks about his job, and he honestly says he is unemployed. Our boy fumbles at the finish line. Luckily, Manhwa logic intervenes when an impatient passerby bumps into Nurse Jin and throws her off balance. Unable to steady herself, she falls against Han Feng and grabs him for support. Her soft breasts press against his arm. With zero charm, Han Feng simply stands there and enjoys the moment. Nurse Jin quickly pulls away and apologizes, while Han Feng awkwardly assures her it is fine. It would have been a perfect first meeting if Lee Hyona had not appeared like a sleepless zombie. Hunger and cold have clearly taken a toll on her. Like the parasite she is, the witch immediately clings to Han Feng, deliberately rubbing her chest against his arm. She asks who the pink-haired woman is and whether she is his friend. Nurse Jin feels awkward and takes the boxes back from Han Feng. She wants to log her donation without interrupting the two supposed friends. Han Feng asks why Hyona came downstairs while regretfully watching Nurse Jin leave. Hyona says she came for supplies and was worried because Han Feng had been inactive. He scratches his head and claims he was just about to message her. She calls him a liar because he was happily talking with another woman. Then she asks whether he has spare food at home. She claims she is nearly out and wonders whether she can have some of Han Feng's. Instead of getting angry, he smirks. Continuing his simp act, Han Feng claims he also has little food left but can share some. However, he only shares with people who respond to his messages. Acting boldly, he grabs her waist and asks whether she would stay at his apartment for a few days. Unused to this confident version of her supposed simp, Hyona loses her composure for a moment. She pushes him away with a smile and says they can simply talk online. Taking this as a direct rejection, Han Feng turns to leave. Desperate, Hyona grabs him before he gets far and asks him to wait. She says he has changed recently and insists that she has always taken her feelings seriously. With convincing puppy eyes, she claims she does not want people thinking she is only after his money, so she needs more time before committing. Han Feng watches her performance with a blush. Thankfully, he quickly regains control. If she had not murdered him before, he might have believed her. Now he only wants to tear off her false mask. The problem is that he still does not know the identity of the man helping her. Thinking carefully, why search for him when Han Feng can repeat the events of his previous life until Hyona brings the man herself? This time, he will be ready. They may have a steel bat, but Han Feng has a sniper rifle. Realizing this, he avoids pushing too hard and jokes that he was only teasing her. Hyona feels embarrassed for delivering such a dramatic performance over a joke. Even so, Han Feng says he will wait for her message and deliver food the next day. They finally say goodbye, and she tells him to message her if he wants to talk. As Hyona leaves the car park, a sinister smile spreads across her face. Unknown to her, Han Feng is not the one being manipulated this time. He is secretly enjoying tormenting her. 2 days pass without Han Feng contacting her. Lee Hyona begins flooding his phone with angry messages about the promised food delivery. Han Feng lets the bitter messages accumulate while enjoying a piping hot steak and a fizzy drink. What could be better than eating delicious food while tormenting the woman who murdered him in his previous life? Learning to create tasty meat has changed everything. The freezing weather outside makes the warm meal even better. While everyone else suffers in the cold, Han Feng is sweating in a bathrobe. Absolute Chad. He has not spent the past few days merely relaxing. His experiments confirm 2 important facts. First, meat cannot be enlarged indefinitely. Second, like soybeans, it can be reproduced without limit. He has already created pounds and pounds of it. From each full soybean plant, he uses half the beans to grow more and eats the rest. He can apply the same principle to meat. Under red and green light, half a steak and a handful of soybeans can become a full steak. Repeating the process produces unlimited steak. After many tests, he concludes that he will never need to worry about eating well again. Some television stations are still sending reporters to cover the unprecedented snowstorm on its 19th day. It is now August 2nd, and even the tropical Maldives near the equator has reached an average temperature of -42 degrees. The entire island is buried in ice and snow. Even the ocean is freezing visibly before people's eyes. According to experts, the ice layer has reached 55 centimeters. Similar conditions are appearing in other countries near the equator, supposedly the warmest regions. Watching on his massive entertainment system, Han Feng scoffs at the coverage. The true situation outside is far worse than the media admits. He calmly sips his daily red wine when a sudden noise outside startles him. Han Feng rushes to the window and opens the curtains. In the distance, a building is engulfed in flames. This is the 7th explosion in recent days. He does not know the cause, but it is clearly a bad sign. The number of military helicopters flying over the city has also increased. If Han Feng has no answers, neither do the other survivors. Conditions outside are causing panic among the residents. Most are camping in the basement car park to trade goods and food. Human greed has no limits. So many residents exploit one another, creating constant arguments and fights. At the center is Mr. Zhang Gang, still pretending to be a dependable leader who gives necessary supplies to the poor for free. Today, Han Feng decides to visit the basement car park with the others. He has only been outside for a few minutes, yet the cold is already getting to him. Every time he leaves his comfortable home, he regrets it. He only came to gather useful information. Otherwise, he would never show himself to these people again. Before his rebirth, he remembers a rebellion spreading through the neighborhood. If his memory is correct, it began with the people in this basement. For now, they are still pretending to distribute resources instead of openly stealing them. To learn what is happening, Han Feng begins quietly investigating the chaotic gathering. The long lines at the distribution area show that many households are already running short on supplies. At the front, a man complains about receiving so little after donating several large boxes. Mr. Zhang insists everyone receives an equal share. Holding only 1 can and 1 sausage, the man demands his donations back, but the committee refuses. Mr. Zhang urges him to consider the bigger picture and promises to repay him many times over in cash once the crisis ends. But money promised for an uncertain future is worthless now. Other people in line begin attacking the man verbally, calling him shameless and telling him to move. A mob quickly forms against someone who only wants more food for his family. The committee has thoroughly manipulated them. Han Feng knows the leaders will never return the donated resources now, but claiming moral superiority over people who contributed more is equally shameless. Speaking of shameless people, the man, the myth, the legend appears in the basement again. It is homeless Joe, also known as Brother Lee. He looks far worse than a few days earlier, frail, sick, and thin. It has been a while since the Gun brothers met. Brother Lee claims he is doing fine, though clearly he is not. He says he is only trembling from frustration, helplessness, and the cold. Eventually, Brother Lee admits he has survived by drinking water to suppress his hunger because he has no food left. During the donation drive, he gave most of his supplies to the committee. His personal stash ran out before the promised end of the storm. Worse, the committee's rations are far too small. If Brother Lee had known the weather would become this bad, he would have kept more supplies. Realizing he can solve Brother Lee's problem, Han Feng pulls him closer and whispers a request. Brother Lee recoils in disbelief. Han Feng has offered 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages for a simple task, while emphasizing that this is a large sacrifice from his limited supplies. The gangster assumes his little brother is merely finding an excuse to feed him. Moved to tears, he promises never to forget Han Feng's kindness. Brother Lee grips Han Feng's shoulders and swears the task will be handled easily. He can collect the food from Han Feng's apartment later. First, however, Brother Lee desperately needs to eat, so he joins the ration line. Han Feng is pleased with the deal. For only a few noodles and sausages, he will no longer need to come downstairs personally for information. He feels slightly guilty, but helping Brother Lee is less important than relaxing on his sofa, eating well, and playing games. Han Feng's trip to the basement would have been perfect if another familiar face had not noticed him. After hearing his name, the next thing he sees is a palm flying toward him. Lee Hyona greets him with a sharp slap across the face. Not expecting to be attacked so early, Han Feng has no idea how to react. With fury in her eyes, Hyona says he has disappointed her. The broke woman then screams at him for ignoring her requests for food. She deliberately raises her voice so everyone in the car park can hear. Han Feng is stunned and stands frozen, trying to process the situation. The woman he has been toying with just slapped him in front of everyone. He has not even settled the debts from his previous life, and now she invades his space and hits him without reason. This is unforgivable. As his anger rises, Han Feng realizes Lee Hyona still sees him as a pathetic weakling she can bully. He remains silent while she berates him, calls him deaf and mute, and demands an answer. Han Feng takes a deep breath, his breath fogging in the cold. Then he begins another performance, sincerely apologizing to Hyona. He explains that the supplies he prepared were stolen. He says he left the food outside his door for a moment while getting his keys, but the boxes vanished before he returned. He claims he searched for the thief and found no clues. She now resembles an addict desperate for another fix, as she asks whether he has any supplies hidden away. Han Feng says he has very little left, only enough for a few days if he eats 1 meal daily. Hearing that some food remains, Hyona's crazed expression instantly transforms into a sweet smile. Her innocent act returns flawlessly. She asks him to give her half and survive on 1 meal every 2 days so they can endure the disaster together. She looks completely unhinged. Han Feng can barely tolerate her shamelessness. Her ability to say something so selfish without hesitation is frightening. In her eyes, he remains nothing more than a useful tool. Letting her believe that, Han Feng smiles and lovingly agrees. He pretends to be a man who always keeps his promises and will divide his supplies equally. She demands the food immediately, but he schedules the delivery for that night, claiming he needs time to pack everything. She teasingly says she will wait for his message and wishes him well, hoping he does not catch the flu. Han Feng says goodbye, already forming a petty and sinister plan. By 8 that evening, Lee Hyona is already pestering Han Feng about the food. By around 9:30, her impatience drives her to the lobby near his floor. She stands there shivering, cold, and miserable, while Han Feng returns to his favorite hobby of baiting her and then ignoring every message and call. The elevator has stopped working after weeks of cold and no maintenance. So if she truly wants to confront him, she must climb the stairs to his apartment. With no other choice, Lee Hyona swallows her pride and enters the dark stairwell. Halfway up, she is already exhausted and shaking from the cold. It is a hellish climb, one she would never attempt without the promise of food. Hunger makes the exhaustion even worse, as she has barely eaten for days. Every step drains what little strength remains. You have to admire the determination. Few people would climb more than 16 floors just to leech off someone else's supplies. Coincidentally, the emergency lights on the upper floors are broken too. This makes the climb even darker and more frightening. Hearing an eerie sound, Lee Hyona nervously asks who is there. In response, a black plastic bag drops from above, heading straight toward her. Frozen in shock, Hyona can only stand there and wait for it to hit. The bag lands with a loud crash just as the emergency lights return, filling the stairwell with white powder. The usually cheerful Lee Hyona is covered in flour, and Han Feng stands before her. He claims he fell asleep and rushed downstairs after seeing her messages. When the lights went out, he accidentally dropped the flour. As she wipes powder and plastic from her hair and coat, Hyona feels disgusting, and flashes of her true personality begin to show. Through the mask, Han Feng is delighted. He prepared this cruel prank especially for her, and it is not finished yet. He raises another plastic bag and says it contains his remaining supplies. When she looks inside, she finds mostly moldy food and produce. It resembles garbage more than anything edible. Pretending to be clueless, Han Feng scratches his head and claims he worked hard to preserve these leftovers. There is even rotting meat inside. Then he suddenly acts offended, grabs the bag, and tells her to return it if she does not want it. Terrified of going another day without food, Hyona quickly snatches it back and says she wants everything. Han Feng studies her from head to toe. He scoffs at himself. This is the supposed goddess he once pursued so desperately. Now she looks like a homeless addict trapped outside on a winter night, digging through a trash bag in search of something edible. She even greedily grabs the remaining flour from Han Feng's hand. Lee Hyona celebrates getting half a bag, ignoring the fact that the same flour covered her moments earlier. She leaves without thanks or goodbye, but Han Feng does not care. Feeding her literal garbage should cause several days of stomach trouble. Bathing is also impossible in this weather, so the flour will remain stuck to her body for a while. As Han Feng cheerfully returns home, he senses something strange. He pretends not to notice, but something is moving behind him. Staying alert, Han Feng walks naturally toward his apartment. He exits the stairwell and continues as though nothing is wrong. A shadowy figure follows him. Seconds later, the snow boots confirm that it is definitely a person. Using surprise to his advantage, Han Feng hides behind the door and lunges at whoever is following him. He grabs the mysterious figure firmly and forces them to the floor. Just as he prepares to punch the spy, something makes him pause. The stalker is a girl with messy hair, sleepy eyes, and extremely thick glasses. Han Feng can think of only one reason for her presence at this hour. She must be spying on him, and he demands to know why. But she only gives him silence and a blank stare through her glasses. Clearly, she is not talkative. She says nothing, so Han Feng decides to use a stronger threat to make her speak. He warns that he will remove her coat in the freezing hallway if she stays silent. Even that fails to make her talk. Tired of the situation, Han Feng decides to let her go this time. But he warns that she may not receive the same mercy if she spies on him again. He tells her to stop playing games and return home before she freezes. Just as he turns to leave, someone grabs his sleeve. The silent girl refuses to let him go, though Han Feng has no idea what she wants. She continues staring without speaking. Han Feng tells her to stop and threatens to leave unless she explains herself. Instead of answering, she points somewhere and pulls him along. Even someone as slow as Han Feng realizes she wants to show him something. They arrive at her apartment. It is surprisingly warm and brightly lit, leaving Han Feng speechless. Looking around, he sees stacks of supply boxes. Some are empty and the room is messy, but the fact that she still has so much food weeks into the apocalypse is incredible. Did she also prepare in advance? Han Feng directly asks whether she knew the ice apocalypse was coming. Surprisingly, she finally speaks. Her explanation is strange, but apparently she performed her own calculations and predicted a future ice age. She is the mysterious person who warned the community chat about the coming apocalypse before it began. Han Feng, of course, does not understand her explanation. Someone as foolish as him struggles to grasp that research and calculations can predict the future without reincarnation. Still, he knows she did not bring him here merely to discuss science. And he is right. She clearly reveals the real reason. The girl has numerous screens displaying CCTV footage. Every screen shows Han Feng. In one clip, he picks his nose while carrying boxes in the elevator. In another, delivery workers bring a dozen gas cans to his apartment. In a third, Brother Lee delivers a gun case, and so on. Han Feng's first suspicion was correct. She has been watching him for a long time. Now completely comfortable, she begins changing clothes in front of him because the room is too warm for winter clothing. Han Feng misunderstands and asks why she is undressing in front of him. She simply says the room is hot, but that was not what he meant. He demands that she stop and put her pants back on. Eventually, despite his objections, he removes his coat as well. She possesses dangerous information, so he cannot leave until the matter is resolved. Summarizing what he understands, Han Feng realizes she became suspicious when he stocked supplies before the snowfall. Fortunately, she was not spying to blackmail him, but to determine whether he was capable enough to cooperate with. Now he only needs to understand what she means by cooperation. Since speaking is difficult for her, she decides it will be easier to show him, though Han Feng misinterprets every movement. Han Feng cannot imagine what she intends as she bends down, only for her to pull a generator from behind the bed instead of doing what he expected. She wants Han Feng to teach her how to use it. She is brilliant with computers and books, but completely lacks practical survival skills. Before long, the generator is running steadily. We'll ignore how dangerous it is to operate one indoors and assume it uses hydrogen and makes little noise. Han Feng hopes this is the end of her requests, but it is not. Her blue eyes silently ask for help again, this time with the water heater. He quickly sets it up, giving her constant hot water through the generator. Still, Han Feng advises her to conserve water and always close the tap. Next, she asks for help with the refrigerator. It is a disaster, and Han Feng must teach her that raw meat belongs in the freezer, not the fridge, or it will spoil. She also needs to clean everything herself because he refuses to do it for her. Han Feng cannot understand how she survived without basic knowledge. He even teaches her how to replace and connect gas cans to the stove, carefully explaining safety procedures and making her repeat each step. Things only become more complicated. Han Feng also has to teach her how to cook food over a flame. Finally, after exhausting work, a delicious dinner is ready. He tells her to eat before it gets cold. Han Feng cannot believe his life has come to this. He spent an entire day babysitting a grown child whose ability to care for herself is nearly non-existent. She does not seem embarrassed at all, especially because the dinner tastes so good. Realizing she misunderstands him, Han Feng awkwardly says he was only joking. He is completely exhausted and wants nothing except his warm bed. Apparently, she is tired too. When Han Feng looks over, she has already fallen asleep at the dining table. It is the first time he has ever seen someone fall asleep while eating, but he decides to carry her to bed. Who would have thought he would spend the entire day teaching an adult child? Overnight, the snowfall intensifies and the temperature falls even further. Han Feng has barely woken up before another guest demands his attention. It is the same girl bringing gifts to thank him. Even Han Feng is surprised by how much she gives him. But after he takes the boxes, she remains at the door, He recognizes that look. She wants another favor. She has brought a generator and asks him to teach her again. Apparently, she forgot everything from the previous day. Han Feng must start over. After several days with her, he realizes she is a complete idiot when it comes to survival. She also has a critical lack of common sense and no understanding of what is appropriate. Still, she refuses to give up and drags Han Feng to her room each day for more survival lessons. Eventually, she manages to cook something vaguely edible and meal-like, which Han Feng considers major progress. Previously, even dogs would refuse it, but during an ice apocalypse, humans would line up for food like this. After so much time together, Han Feng finally asks her name. She introduces herself as Zhao Xing. Han Feng still does not understand why she speaks so strangely, but he has no intention of abandoning her. Meanwhile, downstairs in the basement, the distribution area is anything but peaceful. Hungry residents fight over the few supplies remaining. Chaos spreads as residents steal from one another, claiming no one can prove ownership. The weak collapse from exhaustion, while the strong seize more. The community's peaceful days are clearly over. People fight over resources they believe belong to them. They guard every stolen item with their lives, and any theft attempt quickly turns violent. People punch and kick one another mercilessly until their hands and shoes are covered in blood. As civilization collapses, Mr. Zhang remains calm. He turns up the volume on his megaphone and stops the fight with painful feedback. The man is practically using a sonic attack like a supervillain. After several seconds of the piercing noise, Mr. Zhang finally addresses everyone and asks whether they have had enough. He lifts one of the badly beaten men and asks whether risking death over a few supplies is not completely ridiculous. The crowd remains angry. Mr. Zhang created the donation system, yet now they receive only one pack of noodles every few days. If fighting does not kill them, starvation will. Mr. Zhang pretends to listen to their complaints about unfair distribution and the lack of resources. Then, he turns to his people with authority. If they are fighting over such foolish reasons, perhaps they deserve to starve. He asks who truly created this crisis and urges them to think carefully. The irritated crowd blames him. Picking up a piece of bread, Mr. Zhang begins manipulating them into remembering what is really happening. Bread once sold for a few dollars is now being resold by well-stocked residents for tens or hundreds. The wealthy exploit the desperate, even dividing one loaf into 5 or 10 pieces for auction. They are using the disaster to become rich. Meanwhile, the people in the basement have already run out of money and supplies. Yet they are fighting among themselves because the system that once worked has collapsed. They kill one another while rich residents hoard their stockpiles without donating anything. Those people deliberately raised prices while the poor starve and fight to the death. Mr. Zhang asks whether that is fair. Once he senses the crowd accepting his words, Mr. Zhang urges them to unite and reclaim the resources that supposedly belong to everyone. The hungry residents begin rationalizing his argument, convinced they have been treated unfairly. Why should the wealthy thrive while everyone else struggles to avoid starvation? Mr. Zhang watches the pieces fall into place after planting hatred in their minds. The crowd's anger turns toward the residents on the upper floors. They convince themselves they are only reclaiming their rightful share. Seeing the rising violence, chaos, and desperation, Mr. Zhang smiles silently. In the growing disorder, homeless Joe, also known as Brother Li, is the only one who sees through the speech. The people have gone mad, and something terrible is about to happen. He must warn Han Feng as soon as possible. In his apartment, Han Feng lounges with a book, pretending to read while snoring, until his phone wakes him. Brother Li has sent messages warning about trouble in the basement car park. Encouraged by Mr. Zhang, the residents plan to seize supplies from everyone else. They are moving door to door and forcing locks. The raiders are armed and prepared to hurt people. Brother Li warns Han Feng to hide rather than confront them. Han Feng can only hope Brother Li stays safe. Han Feng did not expect the situation to deteriorate this way. Although he bought 2 guns for emergencies, the idea of shooting another person still unsettles him. Worse, if this organized group discovers his stockpile, they will target him relentlessly, devour everything he owns, and leave only bones. He must prepare for every possible scenario. For now, he retrieves wires, tools, and several fire extinguishers from storage. Using them, he crudely rigs live wires to the doorknob as a security trap. Once the improvised setup is complete, Han Feng slowly uncoils the wire across the floor. His experiment is interrupted when the power suddenly goes out. Looking outside, it is clear that every building nearby lost electricity simultaneously. Some residents try contacting property management, but communication was lost long ago. Han Feng reasons that the worsening storm and overloaded electricity use from people trying to stay warm made a blackout inevitable. On top of that, snow has buried most areas, while the extreme temperatures make maintenance impossible. Considering everything, the power failure and signal loss may be permanent. This time, once people realize the electricity will not return, conditions will deteriorate rapidly. Panic will fuel an even larger rebellion, and that is when true hell will begin. 30 minutes before the outage, Lee Hyona greedily stuffs noodles into her mouth. Her current benefactor boasts that he bought supplies 50 times the market price some time ago. Desperate people had no choice but to sell everything they owned. He spent only $500,000 and began auctioning supplies, making the poor fight over scraps. Using this method, the blonde man earned a fortune. He strokes Lee Hyona's face and asks whether she made the right choice by following him. Hyona smiles and nods enthusiastically. The wealthy creep already believes he can do anything he wants with her as long as his resources buy her obedience. Their moment is interrupted by hurried footsteps filling the hallway. The basement residents have arrived with tools to break doors open in the middle of the night. The blonde man overhears that he is being specifically targeted for driving up prices in the group chat. The raiders begin pounding and kicking his door. He may be rich, but can money save him now? He stands frozen, unsure what to do as the crowd keeps trying to break in. Mr. Zhang's starving followers have finally gone completely out of control. Outside, the snowstorm continues raging without any sign of stopping. Inside Han Feng's stronghold, wires and supplies are scattered everywhere. He is still working on his Home Alone-style door trap, creating a huge mess. Han Feng has done everything required, but the device shows no electricity flowing through the wires. Just as he wonders what is wrong, the hurriedly tied wires suddenly explode and catch fire. The current must have returned at that exact moment. Caught in the blast, Han Feng coughs and struggles to recover. He extinguishes the burning wire but still cannot understand what went wrong. If the internet worked, this would be easy to solve. Unfortunately, someone begins knocking on his door before he can finish the trap. Han Feng rises and carefully peers through the peephole to identify the visitor. He cannot see a face, only someone short with messy hair. It is the outcast girl again, wearing her usual blank expression and asking for help. This is a terrible time for Han Feng because he is busy improvising a trap inside. Then he remembers how he died before, seduced by a woman and beaten by a madman. Fearing what might be waiting outside, he releases the door handle. Han Feng warns the girl that people are breaking into apartments and stealing supplies. Instead of letting her in, he tells her to return home because he will not open the door. The outcast girl stands silently in the dark, freezing hallway. Then she begins pounding the door even harder and louder. When Han Feng still refuses, she sits down and shivers beside the entrance. The cold is overwhelming her, and the raiders' voices grow louder as they approach Han Feng's floor. They do not care how many people live on the 18th floor. They intend to break open every door. 2 rough-looking men inspect the 18th floor hallway and celebrate being the first to arrive. They immediately divide the apartments between them. By coincidence, Han Feng's door is the closest. One raider begins prying at it with a crowbar. They call themselves supply distributors, pretending to check whether anyone is home. Inside, Han Feng has pulled the girl in and covered her mouth to keep her silent. When the raiders heard no response from inside, they tried forcing their way into the room with a single crowbar. Han Feng quietly assured the outcast girl that those bastards could not even dent his reinforced door. His reassuring words visibly calmed her. The door handle jerked up and down several times, but the raiders could not find a way inside. Unable to get through the sturdy door, the raiders marked Han Feng's apartment and moved on to the next one. First, it helped that the reinforced door and handle had been fitted with 5-centimeter thick iron plates around them. Even the contractor who installed them was shocked. Han Feng was so busy feeling proud of his decision that he forgot to uncover the girl's mouth. He was still afraid of making noise and drawing attention. Even so, the outcast girl thanked him for letting her in before the raiders found her outside. They waited a few more minutes just to be safe, but it sounded as though the raiders had left. Han Feng immediately returned to fixing his trap. If he succeeded, anyone who touched his door again would be electrocuted. The girl curiously asked what he was doing, and he introduced it as his electrocution defense system. He even condescendingly told her she would not understand even if he explained it. The problem was, he did not understand it himself, and installing the device was proving impossible. Little did he know that she was an expert in anti-theft systems and voltage differences. These concepts were extremely simple for her, so the outcast girl coached Han Feng from the side, telling him to cut the power before carefully wrapping the exposed wire around the door handle. Then they connected another wire from the circuit box to the handle and finally switched the power back on. When he tested the current running through the handle, the meter showed a dangerously high voltage. When he asked how she knew such complicated things, she replied that the true eye of the evil king could see the truth of everything in the world. Since she had helped finish his trap, Han Feng asked what she needed from him. She did not bother explaining. She simply emptied her backpack onto the couch and ignored Han Feng. Then she boldly declared that the true eye of the evil king would be living here from now on. Han Feng needed a moment to process what he had heard. He strongly opposed the idea of her living in his private space and urgently told her to return home. Han Feng became so flustered that he tripped over the wires coiled across the floor and pitched forward. After stumbling for several seconds, he crashed onto the solid floor and made an even bigger mess. A bright purple light surrounded his hands, radiating strange energy. Falling like that should have hurt quite a lot, but it did not. Then he noticed what he had landed on. His coffee table, which had been solid moments earlier, had become soft and moldable like clay. Could he have unconsciously softened the coffee table? Han Feng finally noticed the purple light swirling around his hands and immediately connected it to the table's strange softness. The nearby toolbox and tools had also warped after being touched. The light. He picked up a hammer, and its metal head folded in on itself. Han Feng waved the hammer around, and it began losing its shape. In simple terms, the purple light could somehow soften objects. The outcast girl witnessed the bizarre event with her own eyes but did not say a word. She was so quiet that Han Feng forgot someone else was in the room and became completely absorbed in studying his new ability. The outcast girl simply watched him with the same blank expression. Then her eyes lit up and she called him an emissary chosen by the true eye of the evil king. Whatever that meant, Han Feng decided to play along. He accepted the role of a subordinate chosen by the evil king rather than revealing his power. The girl's thinking was so strange that he might actually get away with it. As fellow emissaries, she proposed helping each other, which apparently meant sharing Han Feng's apartment. Just as he was about to reject her outright again, the outcast girl headed toward one of the rooms as though she owned. He had not even agreed to her proposal, yet she already believed they were building a lair for the evil king. It was not a major problem, so he decided to let her stay. More importantly, he needed to understand exactly what the purple light could do. At first glance, it seemed capable of softening objects, which meant he possessed more than two kinds of light. There might be many others he had not discovered yet. The triggering event had been tripping over the cables and nearly crashing into the coffee table, which suddenly became soft. Logically, recreating the emotions from that moment might reproduce the power. After concentrating on the memory, Han Feng summoned the purple light again. He was beginning to understand how to activate his abilities at will. The first thing he tested was the cable that had triggered the discovery. Then he moved on to other objects, including a sharp kitchen knife. Curious, he activated the purple light, and its murky energy quickly covered the entire blade. He was shocked that the softening effect worked on steel too. The once sharp knife became so soft that it felt like jelly wrapping around his skin. Afterward, he went on a testing spree and tried the softening effect on many other materials. Every household object he tested was affected. The longer he applied the purple light, the softer the object became. Aside from changing softness, nothing else happened. By itself, the purple light seemed fairly useless and impractical. Then another idea occurred to Han Feng, based on something he already understood. What if he combined two different lights? What if he mixed purple and green and applied them simultaneously to a softened object? It did not take him long to learn how to merge the two lights. He grabbed the softened, melted-looking kitchen knife, covered it in purple and green light, and shouted Bankai as though he were in bleach. To his surprise, it worked. The melted, softened knife returned to a solid state, as tough and sharp as ever. It was polished enough to use as a mirror after receiving the combined light. Han Feng looked around and spotted a box of tissues. Curious, he repeated the process on a sheet of tissue paper and tried to bend it. He could barely move it, proving that combining two lights could alter an object's toughness. Moreover, the toughness created by the green and purple lights was extremely high. Speaking of toughness, did he not have an important and practical use for this ability? Meanwhile, the residents who had raided other apartments were becoming selfish. They refused to surrender the resources they had stolen and chose to keep them for fear of running out. They argued that they had no desire to share their hard-earned loot with women or the elderly, but they needed to keep it secret or face consequences. While the raiders plotted their shameless crime, one noticed something strange happening to the wall. To their disbelief, the wall on the 18th floor appeared to writhe, with light spreading across its surface. A face began emerging from the supposedly solid concrete. It twisted and grimaced as though struggling to escape the wall. The raiders might be hardened criminals when looting supplies, but this was unexplainable and terrifying. When the figure's arms also emerged, making it resemble a ghost breaking into the mortal world, the raiders lost their nerve. Anyone would have believed they were witnessing genuine paranormal activity. The raiders quickly fled to the floor below, terrified of whatever haunted the 18th floor. Meanwhile, Han Feng struggled to breathe while pushing his face through the softened wall. He needed to escape the clay-like mass before running out of oxygen during his experiment. He had chosen one wall as a testing ground for the combined purple and green lights, but applying them across the entire surface was exhausting. After some time, he managed to produce enough light for the two energies to merge. The process was extremely draining, but it created an even tougher and sturdier wall than before. To test it, he brought out a sledgehammer. Standing before the enhanced wall, he raised the hammer, determined to verify the result. With anticipation on his face, Han Feng swung the sledgehammer with all his strength, striking the wall directly. He repeated the attack several times until he could barely hold the heavy hammer. Still, the exhaustion was worthwhile. The enhanced wall proved incredibly durable, and he could not even scratch it with his full strength. Back in the basement car park, most raiders had returned to surrender a portion of their loot. One man nervously apologized for bringing back only a small amount of food when his haul was inspected. He seemed tense, and when someone tapped his shoulder, he panicked. The man behind him immediately forced him onto the floor and pinned his arms behind his back. It was one of the Jin brothers. He pressed down and demanded to know where the rest of the stolen food was hidden. The raider denied concealing anything, but Jin had clearly seen him carrying 3 large bags before returning only one small one. Even as his arms were twisted, the raider continued denying everything. Since a simple arm lock was not enough to make him talk, perhaps a proper beating would force out the truth. Just as Jin prepared to strike him, someone calmly stopped him with a hand on the shoulder. To everyone's surprise, it was the people's leader, Mr. Zhang. He asked the young man to release the raider so they could discuss the matter properly. He had heard that food meant for everyone had been secretly hidden and wanted to handle the issue himself. Jin finally relented and threw the man onto the ground for Mr. Zhang's sake. When the raider looked up, he saw a hand extended to help him. It belonged to the basement car park's representative, the benevolent Mr. Zhang. His warm smile reassured everyone, though something sinister always lurked behind that kind expression. After several minutes of calm persuasion, the man finally revealed the rest of the food he had stolen. As expected, 2 large bags were still missing. He shamefully apologized for his greed, explaining that 5 people depended on him and the distributed food was nowhere near enough. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang gave the man his own ration for the day. He respected the rules, requiring everyone to surrender collected goods and receive rations based on household size, but he could sympathize with people struggling to survive. The gesture nearly brought the dishonest raider to tears, and he thanked Mr. Zhang sincerely. The lying thief, Lao Wang, swore that he would serve Mr. Zhang whenever needed. Turning toward the orderly line, Mr. Zhang urged everyone to collect their rations quickly and return home. The Jin brothers wondered how Mr. Zhang convinced the thief to surrender everything and why he gave him extra food from his own ration. Mr. Zhang insisted he had done little more than help the man understand a principle. Naturally, the Jin brothers wanted to know what it was. Mr. Zhang explained that the country's history contained many riots and rebellions caused by conflicts between social classes. However, such riots were considered collective behavior. Unless someone was caught in the act, they could not easily be convicted later. All Mr. Zhang did was explain that if the man broke the rules, the collective would reject him, reducing him to an ordinary criminal. Beyond possible legal punishment after the disaster, he would also face revenge from the residents he robbed. Those combined fears made the decision simple. Uncle Liu watched from a distance as a passive observer. He knew Mr. Zhang had deliberately omitted the fact that every riot or rebellion had a leader directing the collective. Heroes and villains always emerged in chaotic times, and Uncle Liu saw that potential in this young Zhang. Meanwhile, our main character was still swinging his sledgehammer against different parts of his apartment to ensure they were virtually indestructible. The work drained him heavily, but at least his windows were now invincible. With the entire home reinforced and the durability tests complete, he could finally relax. At that exact moment, someone knocked on his door again. This was becoming increasingly common. He quietly crossed the floor, wondering whether the resource-stealing neighbors had returned. Reaching the entrance, he looked through the peephole. To his surprise, Lee Hyona stood outside, calling his name with tears in her eyes and trembling from the cold. The scene was painfully familiar. She said she could no longer betray the feelings he had. For her, hard times revealed a person's heart, and only someone who truly loved her would support her unconditionally. If he opened the door, she would gladly open her heart to him. Han Feng's mind replayed the night he died after being ambushed in his own home. He remembered how Hyona and her partner had made a fool of him before killing him. Now she was repeating the exact words she had used before his death. That meant a man was waiting outside to smash his head if he fell for the act. Han Feng's first thought was that his revenge had finally arrived. He wanted to grab the gun and kill the treacherous pair immediately, but he stopped himself halfway. With the electricity out, the enemy hiding in darkness would have the advantage while Han Feng stood exposed. If he failed to kill him with one shot, Han Feng could lose his life instead. An electrical trap would not work either, since getting both enemies to touch it simultaneously would be nearly impossible. He forced himself to calm down and shut off the generators. He had only one chance, which made maintaining focus even more important. He needed to analyze the situation carefully. The greater threat was not the woman at the door, but the man concealed in the darkness. Han Feng needed to locate him and deliver a fatal strike the moment he emerged. Finding him might be difficult, but Han Feng remembered how the event unfolded in his previous life. As far as he recalled, the man should be hiding in the blind spot behind the door. Han Feng estimated his killer's approximate position through the wall while gripping the sledgehammer tightly. Then an idea came to him, though it would take some time to carry out. It might be his best option. He touched the wall, and purple light gathered around his hand as he prayed the plan would work. Lee Hyona continued acting like a helpless victim and desperately called Han Feng's name. The man she brought to kill and rob Han Feng was already reconsidering, but Hyona insisted that Han Feng had enormous stockpiles delivered by truck before the disaster. Anyone would be tempted by enough supplies to survive for days. But they had chosen the wrong superpowered target. Behind the killer, the wall softened and moved like clay. A sledgehammer-shaped bulge pushed through the softened wall. The killer began hearing strange noises nearby, while Hyona remained focused on her performance. By the time he realized the sound was behind him, it was too late to turn. A sledgehammer coated in softened cement smashed into his jaw with enough force to shatter it. Hyona stepped back, in shock as her accomplice flew through the air like a rag doll. She asked what happened, but he was in no condition to answer. His body shook from pain and cold. Then the seemingly impenetrable door slowly creaked open. Han Feng charged out holding a fire extinguisher. Wearing a sly smile, the exhausted witch stared fearfully at the man she considered a loser. Before she could speak, Han Feng discharged the extinguisher, covering her in white powder as she screamed. Hyona was an excellent actress. She maintained her gentle tone while begging Han Feng to stop spraying her. She even swallowed some of the powder, which was not meant to be ingested. The witch coughed violently as the freezing extinguishing agent weakened her body. When she opened her eyes, she saw the wealthy blonde man she had brought to rob Han Feng lying on the floor, convulsing uncontrollably and desperately calling for help. Unfortunately, Hyona was hardly in a position to assist him. Han Feng's hand emerged from the cloud as he reached for her. She reacted quickly, but he caught her hair and scarf at the same time. Adrenaline must have surged through her because Hyona managed to break free, though she lost a handful of hair in the process. She proved incredibly slippery, scrambling upright and running away while screaming for help. Han Feng clicked his tongue as she escaped much faster than expected. Same could not be said for the man struck by the sledgehammer. He was still struggling to stand. Fueled by anger, Han Feng kicked the wealthy man in the stomach. Just as he prepared to stomp on the man who killed him in his previous life, the blonde man begged him to wait. The fool started mentioning his father and making threats, promising that Han Feng would suffer if he touched him again. Han Feng answered with another hard punch to the face and mocked him about what would happen next. He did not care who the man's father was. He intended to cause as much pain as possible and beat him to his heart's content. Realizing threats would not work, the blonde man tried speaking respectfully. He called Han Feng brother and claimed they had no personal grudge, so the beating was unjustified. Enraged by memories of his previous life, Han Feng smashed the man's head against the floor again. He climbed onto the man's chest and continued punching while pouring out everything in his heart. This man had treated Han Feng's life as worthless, murdering him while he was minding his own business. With his gloves covered in blood and eyes full of hatred, Han Feng demanded that the man speak. The blond man may have wanted to answer, but his jaw and mouth were too badly damaged to form another sentence. Han Feng stood, picked up the modified baseball bat, and held the same weapon that had ended his previous life. He stared at the helpless culprit on the floor. The wealthy man cried and coughed blood, demanding to know why Han Feng was doing this. Han Feng's anger exploded. The man who killed him without reason now dared to ask for one. He raised the nail-studded steel bat and swung it down onto the man's face with all his strength. The crack of bone and splatter of blood echoed through the 18th floor hallway. Han Feng had finally taken revenge. He had killed the man who once killed him. With his adrenaline fading, Han Feng stared at the gruesome scene before him. Realizing the gravity of what he had done, he nearly vomited. He managed to turn his head aside and throw up on the floor. Han Feng tried regaining his composure when a familiar voice cleared her throat. He turned around and saw the outcast girl sitting by the door, quietly playing with the dead man's blood. She had witnessed everything and calmly offered to help clean the mess. Together, they dealt with the crime scene quickly. She was completely unfazed by the gore. Han Feng decided there was something deeply wrong with her, and it might not be a good idea to let her remain in his apartment. He warned that more criminals seeking revenge might attack at any moment, and tried to persuade her to return home before being caught in the crossfire. Sipping orange juice, she appeared completely unconcerned about the threat of more intruders. Han Feng simply wanted her gone for her own safety, but she stubbornly insisted on staying, and nothing seemed capable of changing her mind. He stressed that the coming days would be dangerous and that both of them could die. She firmly set her glass on the table as though taking a stand. The outcast girl assured him that the true eye of the evil king would protect them no matter what. Now, however, the evil king's power was exhausted, and she needed sleep. Han Feng was tired of the act, so he grabbed her arm before she could shut herself inside the room. He demanded that she stop dismissing him with edgy nonsense and listen because they faced a serious threat. She glanced calmly at his hand gripping her shoulder, then looked up. She told him to open the door to the room. Confused, Han Feng followed her instruction and looked inside. Whatever he saw shocked him completely, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, the basement car park remained busy. Some people loitered around, blocking those still waiting for rations. Even so, the system was functioning again. Supplies were still insufficient, but the scene was mostly peaceful. Lee Hyona, having escaped Han Feng, joined the line of ordinary residents for her share. She had nowhere else to go, and no one left to exploit. She gave her name and apartment number and received a piece of bread. She remained bitter about what had happened the night before. Her wealthy benefactor had not returned after mysteriously collapsing. The only logical explanation was that Han Feng had prepared a trap. That only made her more curious about what he was hiding behind his door. Before the attack, she had seen light flickering and felt warm air from inside. That meant he had a power source. Perhaps he had not merely stockpiled supplies, but had prepared for the entire snowstorm. She felt nothing but resentment. The sneaky bastard had never warned her about the disaster, enjoying luxury while giving her garbage. She began thinking of a way to inspect his apartment. While daydreaming and seething, she bumped into another man waiting for rations. He recognized her, and a bright flashlight suddenly shone in her face. The man cheerfully invited Hyona to the Block 5 lobby, where survivors had lit a brazier for warmth. Uninterested, she insisted on staying warm at home, but the man refused to take no for an answer. He bragged that he had enough food at home to last 2 people for several days. The creep had always liked women like her and saw this as his chance. Hyona might be unbearable, but even she found his behavior disgusting. When his attempt to lure her with food failed, he caused a scene and accused her of claiming rations for other households, which was true. The commotion began attracting attention from the other survivors. Hyona shoved him aside and slapped him with the food she had just obtained. Humiliated in front of everyone, the creep raised his flashlight as though preparing to strike her. Before he could attack, Nurse Jin intervened. She slapped him with such force that he flew into a nearby wall. Seeing the conflict escalate, the survivors decided to call Mr. Zhang to handle it. Hyona was stunned by the nurse's strength. Concerned that Hyona might be injured or unwell, the kind nurse handed her a card and offered a full checkup. Wanting to avoid further attention, Hyona thanked her and tried to leave quickly, but the creep persisted. He stood, charged Nurse Jin, and pinned her down while insulting one of the kindest people in the building. Just as he prepared to hit her, someone violently pulled him away. With one swift motion, Brother Lee neutralized the enraged creep. His lips were cracked, and he was severely malnourished, but Brother Lee could not tolerate men who attacked women. Finally, Mr. Zhang arrived to defuse the situation. The creep pointed at Hyona and exposed her for falsely claiming resources and associating with the wealthy man who raised prices. Since he still had not learned his lesson, Brother Lee charged him again. But before he could reach him, Mr. Zhang grabbed the creep by the collar and lectured him about the committee's purpose. They were meant to protect the weak and ensure everyone had food. In the end, the creep received only a stern warning. Mr. Zhang approached Nurse Jin and Brother Lee apologized and invited them to join the committee. Brother Lee refused. He had no interest in robbing others under the committee's name and would rather starve than abandon his principles. Nurse Jin also declined, though more politely. She could not accept the committee's coercive methods, but she would gladly help people in need. As the two began leaving the car park, Hyona interrupted and asked Mr. Zhang whether she could join. The witch clung to his arm and tried using what remained of her feminine charm to attach herself to someone powerful. Remaining unmoved, Mr. Zhang explained that they only accepted people with useful skills. Brother Lee could fight, and Nurse Jin could treat patients. Someone like Hyona was useless in the apocalypse and had no value worth bringing into the committee. Desperate, she searched her mind and claimed she knew a place with plenty of supplies. Meanwhile, inside Han Feng's apartment, he appeared to be playing a guessing game with his new roommate. Between the outcast girls, hands floated some kind of black hole. As she pulled object after object from it, Han Feng shouted in frustration. He had been describing what he needed, but she produced a mannequin instead. The outcast girl explained that she possessed a dimensional storage ability. She could create a black hole that absorbed nearby objects. Putting things inside was easy, but retrieving specific items was difficult because her accuracy was poor. Han Feng became curious about the interior and mechanics of the black hole. The girl herself had never explored it. Since she could safely reach inside with her hands, Han Feng decided he could probably look inside, so he pushed his head into the black hole. Do not call the police. It is not what it sounds like. With half his body inside the subspace, he opened his eyes and saw a vast dimension filled with endless supplies. The scale was unbelievable, with goods and random objects floating chaotically everywhere, exactly what one would expect from the person who emptied Eastern supermarkets overnight. Suddenly, Han Feng began tearing up after realizing that the space inside contained no oxygen. He violently pulled his head out of the airless subspace and gasped like a madman. Only a few seconds inside had been traumatic. He complained that she had never warned him there was no air. It felt as though every drop of moisture had been sucked from his body. Ignoring him, she continued, searching through her limitless storage, and finally found what they needed. Han Feng had been looking for remote-controlled toys and boxes of drones and RC cars poured out of the black hole. Han Feng became so excited that he immediately forgot his near-death experience. On the icy staircase of the 18th floor, several raiders were attempting to rob residents again. By now, the floor had become infamous because of rumors about a monster in the hallways. The raider with glasses dismissed the supernatural stories. Besides, Mr. Zhang had personally ordered them to scout the floor, so they could not disappoint him. Some doubted the information provided by Lee Hyona, but workers still had to earn their keep. Unknown to the raiders, Han Feng and his new devices were watching them. Fortunately, the surveillance system had been installed just in time to detect the unwanted visitors. They had created a plan for situations like this. Han Feng would light the fuse, and Phase 2 would begin. He set a 2-minute timer on his stopwatch and left the room. On the stairs, the raiders stopped after hearing a faint, eerie sound ahead. A chaotic burst of lights followed. The source was none other than the remote-controlled cars Han Feng had prepared. The raiders relaxed when they saw they were only toys. What they failed to notice were the explosives attached to them. When the fuses burned down, small explosions erupted across the staircase and engulfed the raiders. They were not lethal. The devices merely scattered lime powder to blind the intruders. While they were incapacitated, a drone flew overhead. Attached to its tail was another explosive, forcing the raiders to scatter and retreat. They tried outrunning the drone, but the outcast girl was an expert pilot. Han Feng insisted they teach the bastards a proper lesson. However, in his eagerness to torment the raiders, the drone flew too low and too close, leaving it vulnerable. While desperately avoiding the raider with glasses, one propeller was struck by a crowbar. With the left side damaged, stabilization became impossible. They could not afford to lose their only aerial device. The outcast girl attempted to recover control, but the spiraling drone flew through a window. Han Feng's timer reached 0, and the firework attached to their only drone exploded outside like an Arctic New Year celebration. The blast damaged the right propeller as well, causing total loss of control. The outcast girl tried making an emergency landing. Outside a window on another floor, Han Feng prepared to retrieve the drone because it was too valuable to abandon. Then the aerial camera captured something strange on the stairs resembling a corpse. After zooming in, they realized the supposed corpse looked exactly like Brother Lee. Han Feng wondered why the gangster was lying on the freezing staircase. Perhaps he had been robbed too. Now, Han Feng had 2 reasons to go outside. He warned his roommate not to open the door for anyone. He packed a few essential supplies in case something went wrong. The outcast girl gave him a radio so they could stay in contact. Finally, Han Feng grabbed his pistol, loaded it, and hoped he would not need to use it. Flashlight in hand, he cautiously descended the staircase. The 17th, 16th, and 15th floors were clear now that the scouting raiders had retreated. According to the drone, the outside temperature had already reached -49.8 Celsius. Without protection, a person could freeze to death within minutes or even seconds. Brother Lee was in serious danger, so Han Feng needed to move quickly. Meanwhile, the scouting team reported what had happened on the upper floors. Mr. Zhang listened calmly and thanked them for their efforts. Each received 3 pieces of warm clothing and 1 pack of noodles. With supplies so scarce, instant noodles had become priceless and were rewarded only to those who contributed to the cause. Looking miserable, Lee Hyona again asked Mr. Zhang to let her join, but he coldly refused. They could not even confirm whether Han Feng had caused the attack. If Uncle Lu had not personally witnessed supplies being moved before the disaster, Mr. Zhang would not have entertained her claim. For now, they needed to gather more people and inspect the floor with superior numbers. The next operation would prove whether Hyona's information was true and give her a chance to demonstrate her value. Gripping a steel pipe with both hands, she became determined to do whatever it took to get inside. Before heading up, Mr. Zhang reminded everyone that every person mattered to the collective and must protect themselves. With the leader in front, a large raiding party gathered and began climbing the stairs. Halfway up, they discovered Brother Lee unconscious and freezing. Taking a flask of hot water, Mr. Zhang forced Li Zi to drink, waking him with a burning tongue. When he opened his eyes, he looked contemptuously at the raiders surrounding him. He clicked his tongue, annoyed that these bastards had been the ones to save him. Mr. Zhang's follower immediately demanded that he express gratitude for being rescued. Brother Li laughed sarcastically. He still refused to submit to the collective and accused them of pretending to be heroes while acting like thieves. The follower tried to curse and attack him, but Mr. Zhang held him back. Smiling as always, Mr. Zhang once again invited Li Zi to join them, and Brother Li harshly refused. The raiders grew irritated by his stubbornness and lack of gratitude after they had saved him. Brother Li hated being forced to obey. Before he could turn and continue upstairs, Mr. Zhang firmly grabbed his shoulders. Smiling broadly, he asked whether there had been a misunderstanding and claimed they only wanted stronger people to help protect the weak. But Brother Li saw through the false smile. The committee supposedly protected the weak, yet gave elderly people only one meal every 3 days, practically sentencing them to death. Besides, Brother Li had no relatives nearby, so guilt could not force him to join. Them. One floor above, Han Feng silently listened to the conversation. What he heard confirmed that Zhang Shuyu did not truly care about everyone. It explained why the committee recruited the young and capable while allowing the old, weak, sick, and disabled to die. Eventually, this policy would tear the committee apart. Tired of Brother Li's defiance, the follower stepped into his face and berated him for rejecting their kindness. He made the mistake of entering Brother Li's striking range. Without hesitation, the gangster with a heart of gold headbutted him with all his strength. Brother Li's entire body shook with pain afterward, but he stood his ground. One glare from a man with nothing to lose made the armed raiders instinctively step back. The men looked silently to Mr. Zhang, awaiting his command. Mr. Zhang considered the situation. Gradually, the raiders overcame their fear and began closing in on Li. Trembling and barely upright, Brother Li challenged the thieves to attack him. Watching from above, Han Feng saw that his friend was about to collapse and needed help. As much as he wanted to intervene, there were far too many raiders below. If he entered the fight, their numbers could overwhelm him. But Brother Li had helped him many times. Han Feng could not stand by and watch his benefactor die in a hopeless last stand. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He drew his pistol and aimed down the stairs, calmly watching the conflict with his finger on the trigger. No one had even struck Brother Li yet, but he was already swaying and about to fall. Han Feng finally lost patience with the raiders surrounding his friend and fired a warning shot. The bullet nearly struck Mr. Zhang's follower in the groin, terrifying everyone. The gunshot shattered their confidence. They could not believe someone in the building had a firearm. Han Feng slowly descended with his weapon raised and ordered everyone not to move. The command effectively drove the raiders back. Brother Li saw the familiar gun and immediately recognized his little brother. While the raiders trembled in fear, Mr. Zhang remained unnaturally calm. Among them, Hyona's eyes widened when she saw Han Feng carrying a gun. Han Feng carefully gave Brother Li his apartment key, and the two retreated while watching the intruders. The underlings looked to their leader. Some wanted to attack while the pair struggled away. That idea vanished when Han Feng fired another warning shot. He had already told them not to move, and they were testing his patience. He ordered them to drop their weapons and kneel. Slowly, the raiders obeyed while watching him fearfully. This should give Han Feng and Brother Li enough time to return safely. After kneeling silently for several seconds, as the pair's footsteps grew distant, Mr. Zhang stood first and asked whether anyone knew the gunman's identity. Hyona immediately revealed that it was Han Feng, the owner of the apartment they intended to raid. Mr. Zhang's follower angrily blamed her for failing to warn them that their target was armed. Mr. Zhang calmed the situation, believing Hyona had no reason to lie. He explained what this meant. If Han Feng possessed a weapon like that, it was reasonable to assume he also had supplies. The possibility of stealing more resources reignited the manipulated crowd's enthusiasm. Mr. Zhang now believed Uncle Lu's report about pre-disaster deliveries was genuine. Although they had renewed hope of finding supplies, continuing the original plan would be difficult when any of them could be shot. But Mr. Zhang believed Han Feng was too cowardly to kill. Otherwise, he would have already shot someone. Besides, no one could remain hidden indoors forever. Even so, he changed the plan. They would retreat for now, prepare safety measures, and return. They needed to take room 1804 as soon as possible. Speaking of room 1804, Han Feng and Brother Li had reached the door. Brother Li's hands still trembled too badly to unlock it easily, while Han Feng remained alert for retaliation. When Brother Li finally opened the door, warm air flowed out, giving him the comfort he had desperately craved. Once inside, he was stunned to see a working radiator and an active generator. Behind a glass door sat enough supplies to make anyone's mouth water. Brother Li turned to Han Feng and repeatedly asked how this apartment could be so heavenly. He was completely overwhelmed by the luxurious setup and could barely form coherent words. The outcast girl emerged from her room and asked whether Han Feng had recovered the drone. He had become so focused on rescuing Brother Li that he forgot his original reason for going downstairs. 2 hours and several large meals later, Brother Li had heard part of the truth. Han Feng simply claimed that he predicted the disaster and prepared as thoroughly as possible. He also apologized for keeping Brother Li uninformed, explaining that he feared his stockpile would be exposed and therefore limited who knew. After finishing his meal, Brother Li stood and bowed deeply. Without Han Feng, he would have starved or frozen. Receiving a warm meal again was already tremendous kindness. When he raised his head, tears streamed down his face. Han Feng insisted that he was merely repaying all the help Brother Li had given him. Deeply moved, Brother Li praised Han Feng as a wonderful person and brother. Since he was there, Brother Li also explained the current situation in the apartment complex. Things had changed drastically since his last report, which came before the electricity failed. Since then, that bastard Zhang had stolen supplies from residents in the name of collectivism. He gained many followers but also created powerful enemies who opposed his methods. Some members left because they could not survive on the tiny rations, though Zhang seemed unconcerned about losing people. Behind everyone's back, however, he regularly sent Jin Xin Wu, his loyal enforcer, to eliminate deserters under the pretense of protecting the collective. Han Feng was shocked. Jin Xin Wu and Jin Xin Wen had once been kind, intelligent, and caring twins. In short, the collective committee expanded its power quickly through underhanded methods. But Brother Li believed evil would eventually be punished. Zhang and his followers made their greatest mistake when they tried robbing a man named Li Zhenghao. That man was a boxer and former national middleweight champion. Naturally, the committee's thugs were beaten badly, but Zhang refused to accept defeat, lose face, or weaken his standing among his followers. Under his orders, raiders repeatedly went to Li Zhenghao to fight, and each group was beaten to a bloody pulp. As a result, the boxer gained followers of his own. 2 in particular were becoming well known. One was Zheng Yongyu, a boxing enthusiast who had fought in underground matches for several years and was famous for his speed. The other was Jin Zhongzai, another devoted admirer of Zheng Hao, gifted with extraordinary strength and a monstrous build. With those 2 supporting the boxer, a new faction was clearly forming, and they passionately hated Zhang Shuyu's hypocrisy. Brother Li added that Zhang was desperate to resolve the conflict and had finally turned toward Han Feng's supplies. Brother Li tried to warn him but collapsed on the stairs. This showed that Zhang's empire was already breaking from within. While the 3 discussed their next move, scratching noises came from outside. The outcast girl opened the live camera feed and saw raiders gathering beyond the door. Han Feng stood to activate the electrified handle. The outcast girl stopped him from rushing and warned that she smelled sulfur in the hallway. Without warning, the room shook as something exploded outside. Zhang and his raiders were actually insane enough to use explosives. Judging from the sound, they were localized demolition charges and probably not extremely powerful. The live feed also explained why the raiders carried heavy riot shields. It was also obvious that Lee Hyona was involved. While the raiders prepared another charge, Han Feng quickly connected the electrical trap. A second later, a scream of agony came from outside. The trap had worked and taken down one unfortunate raider. The others stepped back in fear, but Zhang ordered them to keep placing explosives. This time, they would target the door frame and double the charges. Blindly obeying him, the raiders wired the wall and detonated another blast. The explosion cracked the walls, but failed to open the entrance. Zhang believed the explosives were not the problem. The door simply had extensive defenses. Refusing to stop, he increased the charges to 3 packets. If that failed, they would continue adding more. He was determined to break into the apartment that day. Inside, Han Feng and Brother Li barricaded the entrance as well as they could. The third explosion displaced the barricade and nearly ruptured their eardrums. After the enormous blast, they heard an unusual cracking sound. The demolition charges were apparently weakening the walls. If it continued, the cracks would grow until the structure gave way. Barricading the entrance was useless, but Han Feng had another idea. First, they needed to remove everything piled against the door. The outcast girl stepped forward to help. Brother Li doubted the tiny girl could do much until she raised her hands and created the black hole. Brother Li backed away in shock and confusion. When she absorbed the heavy barricade, he nearly fainted at the unbelievable sight. Work that should have taken several minutes ended in a second. Brother Li developed a new fear of the girl's ability. With no time to explain, Han Feng covered his hands in purple light and rushed to the walls. He spread it across the surface, softening the concrete so he could reshape the cracks. He needed complete focus, or hardening everything afterward would take too long. After sealing every crack, he activated the green light. Thankfully, the idea worked. Combining purple and green energy repaired and reinforced the damaged area. Brother Li had just watched both roommates perform impossible feats. He was completely overwhelmed. The outcast girl suddenly appeared and calmly warned them to get down. Another explosion struck immediately afterward. The 3 crouched and covered their ears. Han Feng had just reinforced the walls, yet fresh cracks appeared at once. This time, the raiders had shifted their attention and were bombing the floor. If so, repairing only the affected sections would accomplish nothing. Han Feng needed another plan, though it would be dangerous and require absolute trust among the 3 of them. The outcast girl agreed without hesitation, and Brother Li was willing to follow Han Feng anywhere. They only needed to obey Han Feng's instructions exactly. After several more rounds of explosions, the structure finally gave way. The demolition charges blew the entrance wide open. The raiders advanced cautiously, with shields raised, determined to seize every supply they found. Zhang warned them to watch every possible ambush angle. They flooded into Han Feng's home, searching the kitchen and living room for supplies. Strangely, they found nothing except rubbish and a box of seeds. Furious that they had wasted so many explosives on garbage, they demanded answers from Hyona. She insisted she had told the truth and directed them toward the bedroom. The moment they tried opening the final unchecked room, Brother Li burst out and kicked a shield into the raiders' faces. Han Feng followed with his pistol raised. He aimed at Mr. Zhang and, without hesitation, pulled trigger. Though the heavy riot shield stopped the bullet, Han Feng warned them to leave or face worse consequences. From behind the shields, Mr. Zhang accused him of hoarding supplies while members of the collective suffered and starved. He claimed they had come to demand justice for such a serious crime. Shamelessly, he told Han Feng to surrender his resources and clear his conscience, preaching that cooperation was the only path through the apocalypse. Han Feng could not stand the man's self-righteous, inspiring, and utterly insane words. It was nothing more than moral coercion. Yet the raiders had completely accepted it. They clung to every word while glaring like starving wolves, eager to vent their rage. Instead of panicking, Han Feng saw an opportunity to control the story. Wearing an offended expression, He demanded to know what supplies they were talking about and where they supposedly were. Hyona interrupted and insisted that he had hidden everything. She repeated that she had seen light and felt warmth inside during her previous visit. Tired of hearing her, Han Feng fired another shot that made her collapse in fear. Unfortunately, the shield prevented a clean hit. He accused her of being shameless and lying. He added that if she had not tricked him into trading food and necessities for worthless seeds, he would not be suffering now. Slowly, the raiders began turning against Hyona. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhang remained calm enough to prevent infighting and suggested a simple way to identify the liar. They only needed to search the bedroom and see whether the apartment was truly empty. Han Feng maintained a tough appearance but allowed a thorough inspection, keeping his finger on the trigger. After several minutes of tearing through the room, the raiders found only more rubbish and a little girl. The outcast girl played her role, calling Han Feng her brother, hugging him, and crying that she was hungry and frightened. The raiders became furious that they had spent half the day breaking in and found nothing. Enraged, Mr. Zhang demanded an explanation from Hyona. After wasting so much time and so many resources, she needed a believable answer or the raiders would tear her apart. Losing control, she could only insist that she was not lying. That might have been true, but no one believed her anymore. The only explanation she could imagine was that Han Feng had somehow deceived everyone. As always, she blamed him for putting her in trouble. Hyona finally snapped and charged at Han Feng from outside the shield's protection. She blinded him with her flashlight and stole his gun. In an unexpected twist, she aimed the pistol at his chest and demanded to know where the supplies were hidden. The raiders stared at her as though she had lost her mind while she threatened to shoot him. They urged her to fire, while Han Feng kept insisting that she had already stolen all his resources. Just as she prepared to pull the trigger, one raider unexpectedly intervened and knocked the weapon from her hand. Mr. Zhang's followers restrained the crazed woman while she continued screaming that she was not a liar. Before Han Feng could recover the gun, Mr. Zhang reached down and picked it up. He slowly raised the pistol while staring directly into Han Feng's eyes. His followers continued insulting Hyona for leading them on a pointless raid and prepared to beat her with metal pipes. Mr. Zhang intervened, stopping further unnecessary violence. Realizing his plan had failed, he shifted into damage control. Hypocritically, he reminded everyone that the committee was not a violent organization, and Han Feng's home was not an execution ground. He frightened Hyona with the gun, but claimed he would give her a chance to reform. He even apologized to Han Feng for the distress and everything that had happened. To everyone's surprise, he returned the gun and promised a proper explanation and apology soon. Han Feng cautiously took his weapon back, and Mr. Zhang invited him to join the committee. He told Han Feng to consider the offer and provide an answer later. As the group withdrew, Zhang instructed him to respond at the supply collection point the next day. The three roommates were left alone in the strangely empty and miserable apartment. Han Feng lowered his head, appearing worried about Brother Li. Then, with a relieved sigh, he raised his head, glad the performance was finally over. Now they could return to enjoying electricity, warmth, and comfort. Since Han Feng's apartment was compromised, they moved into the outcast girl's surprisingly spacious and cozy home directly above his. Her ability had allowed them to stage such a convincing scene so quickly. Before the raiders entered, Han Feng had coordinated everything. First, they stored all valuables and supplies inside her subspace, leaving rubbish and empty wrappers scattered around to strengthen the illusion. They even opened the windows to lower the temperature quickly. The apartment needed to look as though its supplies had run out long ago. The committee could waste its strength breaking into an empty room, while the trio enjoyed a luxurious meal. They celebrated because Zhang Shuyu's failed operation would surely create anger within his group. In that situation, the greedy raiders would blame their weakest members. Since Han Feng had a gun, the unarmed and hated Hyona would suffer most. The plan succeeded beautifully, though not without complications. Han Feng's gun had been taken, but he had already considered that possibility. He was fairly certain Zhang Shuyu would choose a peaceful resolution after obtaining the gun to preserve his righteous image. If Zhang had instead decided to fire, Han Feng had already emptied the magazine with his 2 warning shots. Allowing the raiders to take the weapon only made the performance more convincing. Brother Li finally relaxed, believing they only needed to pretend they were suffering while secretly living in luxury. Han Feng corrected him. Their main objective from now on was destroying the committee. Back in the car park, the distribution of limited supplies continued, though the portions were shrinking. The residents still felt grateful to Mr. Zhang. While everyone focused on distribution, 2 shadowy figures moved in the background. They quickly entered a restricted area accessible only to select people. The committee guards responsible for the supplies were only now returning to the car park. Han Feng and Brother Li tried blending into the background to avoid detection. Surprisingly, it worked. According to Brother Li's earlier investigation, the first 4 floors had been cleared. The 5th and 6th floors housed logistics workers and their families. Mr. Zhang and his inner circle occupied floors 9 through 12, while the warehouse was probably on the 7th or 8th. Guards should be stationed from the 5th floor upward. The pair needed to remain quiet, avoid gunfire, and rely on metal rods whenever possible. As they climbed, the lack of security felt strange. They reached the 7th floor without using their weapons or encountering resistance. Brother Li began wondering whether they were even in the correct area. Being understaffed was understandable, but having no guards at all seemed suspicious. Han Feng and Brother Li split up to search the entire floor for the warehouse. Han Feng had expected action, but was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the infiltration was progressing. Since the committee still had superior numbers, the trio needed to use intelligence and weaken it from within. As Han Feng saw it, the organization survived only because it promised supplies. If they found the stash, the outcast girl, or evil king as she called herself, could empty it completely. Still, locating the exact storage room across an entire floor would take time, and they needed to watch every step carefully. Eventually, Han Feng heard Brother Li signaling him. When he saw what Brother Li was excited about, he was stunned. One door had the word warehouse openly posted on it. It was such an obvious trap that even the key had been left in the lock. If Brother Li were alone, he would already have fallen for it. The blonde fool might be loyal, but he was not clever. Thin wires wrapped around the key and handle revealed a basic trap. If the raiders could use explosives against Han Feng's door, who knew what they had prepared? Here, Han Feng warned Brother Li not to touch things carelessly. For now, they only needed to scout and identify key locations for a later attack. While the two quietly discussed searching the upper floors, the neighboring door opened. 2 guards stepped out just as the pair discussed stealing the supplies. Inside, everyone froze for a second, trying to understand what was happening. Han Feng recovered first and sprinted away with Brother Li following. They reached the staircase, but the guards quickly caught up. Han Feng stepped in to protect Brother Li from a serious head injury and blocked a metal rod with his own. Brother Li retaliated with a painful kick to the guard's groin, giving them enough time to enter the stairwell and lock the door. Unfortunately, the noise attracted more guards from below. With no alternative, they hurried upward, hoping to avoid further enemies. When they reached the 8th floor, Brother Li noticed Han Feng clutching his right arm. It was probably fractured from blocking the earlier strike. They urgently needed somewhere to hide. Just as they searched for cover, Brother Li saw something that stopped him. Before he could warn Han Feng, a figure looming behind the young man dragged him into a dark room as though he weighed nothing. The moment Han Feng was pulled into the isolated room, the door slammed shut. When he opened his eyes, a tall hooded man towered over him, terrifying him. Outside, Brother Li pounded on the locked door. The hooded stranger sternly asked what they were doing on these floors. Trying to save himself, Han Feng lied that they had only come to collect supplies. But the lie did not work. The man stomped on his injured arm, making Han Feng scream in pain. Beneath the hood was an old man with gray hair and an untidy beard. He told Han Feng to stop lying because he had seen them avoid the 5th and 6th floors, clearly acting against the committee. When Han Feng asked whether he had followed them, the old man asked why Han Feng thought no guards were present on these floors. In one corner, guards assigned to patrol the warehouse lay unconscious in a pile. Before they could discuss matters further, more committee guards rushed onto the floor outside. That probably meant Brother Li had been captured. The old man clicked his tongue and walked toward the nearest window. He turned the frozen handle, allowing icy air into the room. Han Feng asked why he was opening an 8th floor window. The old man argued the fall was equivalent to only 4 stories. Snow had piled up between the 3rd and 4th floors, creating a cushion, so jumping from this height should not be too dangerous. With raiders approaching, they could either jump or wait to be beaten to death. The guards were already breaking down the locked door. Han Feng began considering the idea, but the mad old man had already jumped without hesitation. The moment the door broke open, Han Feng risked everything and followed him. Terrified, he leapt from the 8th floor and prayed the snow would soften the fall. For extra protection, Han Feng aimed to land hands first so he could use purple light to soften the landing area. As he fell, the old man climbed from the snow completely unharmed. Han Feng landed awkwardly, but survived, though he was winded. The raiders at the window stared at them as though they were insane. Moving quickly, the old man ran to the nearest window and shattered the brittle glass with his elbow. Even Han Feng admired the man's extraordinary survival skills. He followed him into the room, escaping the angry committee raiders. Mr. Zhang's men did not dare jump after them. They had to use the stairs like ordinary people. Eventually, the old man led Han Feng into a room and started a small fire for warmth. Han Feng admitted that the bearded stranger had saved him from capture. The man had dragged him back up to the 5th floor rather than hiding on the 3rd. Their pursuers would naturally assume they had stayed on the lower levels and were now searching and setting traps there. Seeing Han Feng's unease, the bearded man asked whether he was frightened. That was understandable, considering they were warming themselves beside a corpse. When asked why he had saved Han Feng, the old man immediately corrected him. Given the chance, he would rather kill Han Feng himself. Still, he praised Han Feng for being intelligent enough to avoid the obvious fake warehouse trap. For now, he wanted everything Han Feng knew about the committee. If Han Feng lied or refused, the old man would gladly beat the truth out of him. Since he had defeated all those guards, Han Feng guessed the man was either stealing supplies or seeking revenge against the committee. Either way, Han Feng and Brother Li had disrupted his plan. When asked whether he held a grudge against Mr. Zhang and his followers, the old man admitted that he did. He also knew a secret Zhang Shuyu was hiding. Han Feng immediately asked what the secret was. The old man stood, deciding that Han Feng must somehow be connected to Zhang Shuyu. Pressing harder, he demanded everything Han Feng knew about the committee, unless he wanted to become the second corpse in the room. The choice belonged to him. Afraid of being beaten to death, Han Feng unloaded every unpleasant encounter he had experienced with that Eisen-looking bastard. In summary, Zhang had destroyed his home, stolen his woman, and looted his supplies. Han Feng claimed he had done everything possible, and even threatened them with a gun for revenge. But a simple pistol was not enough. Han Feng mixed truth with lies and included the gun story, hoping the old man would believe him. Apparently, he did. The old man sighed and said a cheap pistol was nothing for the committee's leaders to fear. The fact that Zhang released Han Feng without confiscating it proved something. When Han Feng asked what, the old man offered 2 theories. First, Zhang was maintaining his image as a righteous leader. Second, and more frighteningly, he might possess a stockpile of far more powerful weapons. Han Feng added that he had brought Brother Li to kill Zhang Shu, hoping the committee would collapse without its leader. Although the committee began with good intentions and had helped some people survive, Zhang Shuyu's increasingly ruthless philosophy convinced everyone that wrongdoing was the only path to comfort. Even if the apocalypse ended, people who abandoned their conscience would never return to normal society. That was exactly why the corrupt committee needed to be stopped. The old man agreed, but worried about what would happen afterward. The strong had always preyed on the weak. Killing Zhang Shuyu could plunge the neighborhood into uncontrolled looting and slaughter over the few remaining resources. In that case, perhaps they needed a third opinion. Someone else had been listening to their conversation from the other side of the door. The eavesdropper threw a water container at the old man's face and missed. When he retaliated, he was surprised that such a small person could stop his fist. Then he noticed the hands holding him were trembling with fear. He repositioned to strike the spy's head but froze after hearing a familiar voice. With pink hair and an adorable coat, it was Nurse Jin. Seeing Han Feng inside, she recognized him as Mr. Han from the hospital. After everyone calmed down, Nurse Jin treated Han Feng's fractured arm while repeatedly apologizing for overhearing their private conversation. She had come to re-examine Grandpa Li after delivering supplies, but found the poor old man dead. When she heard the door open, she panicked and hid in the adjoining room. The bearded man suspected she was involved in the death and dismissed her selfless dedication as a joke. Although he was partly correct, Nurse Jin did not regret her choices. People could call her cruel or heartless, but only by surviving could she save more people in desperate need. Zhang Shuyu had given her permission to move freely wherever she needed. She benefited from the committee even without officially working for it. But Mr. Zhang had recently expelled many sick and elderly residents, including Grandpa Li. With one fewer person to feed, the committee could hold power longer. However, according to Brother Li, another faction was rising. With the boxers opposing the committee, Zhang Shuyu must be desperate to eliminate competition. That explained why he was abandoning the old and sick faster while keeping the young and healthy fed and satisfied. Such desperate measures made a faction war likely sooner rather than later. If so, searching for Zhang's alleged arsenal would be wise. The bearded man asked what Han Feng could possibly accomplish alone if he found it. Han Feng said he would decide when he arrived, but refused to sit still and die with everyone else. The old man believed they were doomed either way, so he would not stop Han Feng from digging his own grave. He warned them that Zhang Shuyu and the committee were only small fish. Much greater bloodshed and slaughter awaited ahead. In a world where everyone preyed on everyone else, only the final survivor won. With that, the old man climbed out the window, apparently allergic to doors. With only Han Feng and Nurse Jin remaining in the room, the super-strong nurse eagerly asked whether she could help. Han Feng politely refused because he did not want to drag another person down with him. But Nurse Jin persisted. She had heard everything and could not stand by while the neighborhood was endangered. She was furious at Zhang for what he had done to Han Feng. Seeing the sincerity and determination in her eyes, Han Feng could not refuse her. Now that she had joined them, he actually did need her help. Back in the car park, guards were reporting their encounter with Han Feng and the old man. Then the very person they expected to hide like a rat appeared openly before them, allowing himself to be dragged into the lion's den. In a private room away from everyone else, Han Feng was beaten until he coughed and vomited. Mr. Zhang's enforcer tied him up, repeatedly kicked him, and warned him never to steal committee supplies. The brainwashed twin threatened to cripple Han Feng's other arm if he entered their territory again. He would have continued beating him if Mr. Zhang had not summoned everyone to handle an emergency that had suddenly appeared. After confirming that the guards had left, Han Feng's body emitted a green glow that healed his injuries. He had paid with bruises and wounds, but he had successfully entered the committee's territory. He intended to find the armory and could not waste time after recovering. Every second mattered. After covering himself with green light, he softened the rope using purple energy. He even repaired his fractured arm, though the healing drained so much strength that he nearly fainted. He needed to learn how to target specific injuries instead of coating his entire body. Immediately after freeing himself, Han Feng heard footsteps outside. The door opened, and the guards threw in a bound, Brother Li. Fortunately, Han Feng moved quickly enough to wrap the rope around himself again, appearing restrained. The guards left soon afterward, allowing Han Feng to check on his friend. Brother Li's face was barely recognizable. He was never handsome, but the bruising made him look even worse. Han Feng added insult to injury by slapping him awake, though it worked. Brother Li wished Han Feng had struck the less swollen side. He could no longer feel anything on the left side of his face. He then explained that he had been dragged through another room before capture and had reached the power distribution room where he hid. Inside, he discovered a large unusual hole leading down to an unnaturally deep space. Believing the guards would eventually search the room, Brother Li took the risk, grabbed some cables, and climbed downward. He expected to reach basement level 1, but the cable continued to basement 2. Strangely, no one was there. He saw only numerous tightly sealed boxes arranged neatly on the ground. Curiosity overcame him, and he opened several boxes. To his surprise, they were filled with sausages, each unusually thick. He was about to inspect them more closely when he heard someone approaching from behind. The next thing he remembered was Han Feng's slap. That explained the committee's arrogance. Zhang truly had enormous supplies stored below. Han Feng skeptically asked whether the boxes really contained sausages. If they had so much food, why would they use explosives and take such risks to steal more? The boxes had no labels, and the contents merely resembled sausages. Brother Li had simply assumed that was what they were. Something felt wrong, but at least they now knew Zhang Shuyu had a secret warehouse. Suddenly, they heard the guards returning. The men wondered why Mr. Zhang had ordered Lisa killed when they had tried recruiting him only the previous day. Hearing about the execution order terrified Brother Li. When the armed guards entered, the prisoners had vanished. Confused, they searched the room, unaware that Han Feng and Brother Li had prepared an ambush. The two turned the tables, attacked their captors, knocked them unconscious, and tied them up. Since Zhang had issued a kill order after his hidden stockpile was discovered, whatever was below had to be important. Still, there were dozens of boxes. Brother Li wondered what they could do after reaching the second basement. Han Feng assured him it would be easy once they reunited with the evil king. Reactivating his earpiece, he contacted her and asked whether the older woman he had sent had arrived. Strangely, the girl asked whether it was safe to let the woman who had stolen Han Feng's gun enter the apartments was bad. Instead of Nurse Jin, the visitor was Li Hyona. Han Feng urgently warned the evil king to keep the door shut and avoid the witch at all costs. But it might already have been too late. The transmission ended, leaving Han Feng unaware of what was happening upstairs. For the second time that day, the pair quietly moved through the freezing lower floors, careful not to be discovered again. While trying to remain silent, they heard loud crashes from ahead. Committee-dependent survivors were evacuating upward. The injured, elderly, and women who remained were forced onto the stairs, while able-bodied members were ordered to gather weapons. Panic spread as they tried preventing enemies from reaching their supply stockpile. Han Feng concluded that war with Li Zhonghao's faction had begun. Whatever the truth, the chaos benefited them. They only needed to cover their faces, blend into the crowd, and reach the evil king. The staircase was packed with frightened survivors, allowing the pair to fit in. Unfortunately, staying unnoticed was no longer possible. Mr. Zhang's enforcer, who was directing the evacuation, suddenly fell on his back. Li Zhenghao's two strongest fighters had intercepted the crowd and were eager for violence. Brother Li instinctively pulled Han Feng aside, protecting him from the chaos about to erupt. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, the evil king watched Haona through the door's peephole. Haona pressed her ear against the surface, trying to determine whether Han Feng was inside. She heard nothing. Her behavior looked suspicious in every possible way. At that moment, Nurse Jin arrived with her medical kit. When she asked what Haona was doing, outside Han Feng's door, Haona froze while searching for an excuse. The best she could invent was that she had come looking for food. Naturally, Nurse Jin did not believe such a weak excuse. Haona was not alone. Behind her stood a group of starving thugs armed with weapons. Haona and her followers confronted Nurse Jin, who held her ground and said she had been called to treat someone inside. Unfortunately, Haona was too suspicious to believe her. She had seen Nurse Jin speaking with Han Feng before, so she turned to her desperate followers and whispered poison into their ears. One by one, the men approached Nurse Jin as she backed away and threatened to report them to Zhang Shuyu. Haona believed taking her hostage would draw Han Feng out. The thugs were reluctant to seize the building's only medical worker. Nurse Jin warned that if they continued, she would stop being polite. When they ignored her and grabbed her arms, the delicate nurse lifted the men and slammed them together as though they weighed nothing. Haona and the others instinctively retreated in terror. Nurse Jin took a deep breath and warned them once more that interfering with her work had consequences. Haona had completely lost her mind. She drew a hidden knife from her pocket and slashed at the nurse. She had no concern for anyone's safety. If Nurse Jin's coat had been thinner, the blade could have cut her skin. Haona warned her followers to be careful of the woman's inhuman strength. While everyone was distracted, the apartment door slowly opened. The raiders looked confused as their weapons began trembling together. The shaking intensified into an unstoppable suction force. Standing in the doorway was the self-proclaimed Demon King, openly displaying her hidden ability. She even performed useless hand signs to make the entrance more dramatic. Knives, bats, pipes, and every improvised weapon were pulled into her domain. The suction became so strong that even Haona's ruined clothes began lifting away. The raiders tried to escape, but the force was overwhelming. They believed a ghost was tormenting them. On the lower floors, the faction war grew more violent by the second. Fists flew and skulls were smashed open. Amid the chaos, Han Feng and Brother Li fled from a massive man. Han Feng had punched the wrong person, creating a ridiculous chase. Anyone would be furious if one blow swelled their cheek to the size and color of an apple. In desperation, Han Feng combined green and purple light into a reinforced glove and achieved a powerful result. Worse, Mr. Zhang's followers recognized them in the riot. If captured again, the sadists would never allow another escape. Han Feng quickly formed a plan and separated from Brother Li. While Brother Li rescued their roommate, Han Feng would act as the distraction. It would be difficult alone, but he trusted his chances. Han Feng deliberately ran around the basement car park, drawing as much attention as possible. He jumped onto a car and shouted at the top of his lungs, turning heads from every direction. Raising his middle finger, he falsely claimed responsibility for increasing supply prices so all the poor residents would starve. The room fell silent. Every raider, regardless of faction, clenched their teeth in fury. For a moment, everyone forgot their differences. They united around a single goal, catching and killing Han Feng. The first part of his plan succeeded perfectly. Han Feng remembered that a metal gate sealed the basement entrance. Tons of snow pressed against it, waiting to burst through. He ran directly toward the gate and failed to notice one of the infamous twins close behind him. A punch knocked him off his feet, sending him tumbling toward his destination. With his back against the gate, the angry mob surrounded Han Feng. He touched the freezing metal and concentrated on activating his ability. With tremendous focus, he covered the entire gate in purple light. Frightened by the glow, the mob stopped advancing. When the light faded, Their anger surged again. Han Feng gave the final push by screaming at them to come at him. As the mob charged, the once solid gate had become soft and malleable. The weakened metal could no longer hold back the enormous weight of snow. Seeing the avalanche rushing indoors, the mob immediately forgot about Han Feng. Now they ran for their lives. The avalanche was powerful enough to sweep away parked cars, swallowing the warring factions beneath freezing white snow. Only those fast and lucky enough to reach the exit survived. When the avalanche settled, the basement had become unusable and uninhabitable. Han Feng had prepared and hidden in a suitable shelter. After confirming that the threats had been swept away, he dug himself out. Surprisingly, turning such a huge metal gate into jelly had caused no fatigue. Perhaps he was becoming much better at using his abilities. While thinking, the old man who previously saved him suddenly appeared nearby. Han Feng felt as though the strange boomer had been watching him the entire time. After the avalanche stopped, survivors began re-entering the basement. Hearing footsteps approaching, the old man grabbed Han Feng and dragged him away. They reached a remote corner of basement level 1 and caught their breath. Han Feng demanded to know who the boomer really was and why he kept interfering. Seeing no reason to hide, the man introduced himself as Li Zhenghao, leader of the war against Mr. Zhang. He offered his hand to Han Feng, who remained uncertain about his motives. Zhenghao wanted cooperation. He might previously have rejected working with Han Feng, but circumstances had changed. Han Feng remained understandably cautious. He did not want to be manipulated into something terrible. Zhenghao saw them as two sides pursuing the same goal. After considering it, Han Feng realized that partnering with someone as capable as Li Zhenghao would greatly improve their chances against Mr. Zhang. Although he did not fully trust the gray-haired man, he agreed to a temporary alliance. They shook hands, making the cooperation official. On a lower level, Mr. Zhang conducted final checks on the vehicles stored in the second basement car park. He had only just received news of the avalanche above. Temperatures were falling rapidly, and his people had scattered across the building. In addition, the prisoners were missing. Mr. Zhang remained calm, believing these smaller problems would not interfere with the larger plan. Nearby, Li Zhenghao and Han Feng moved quietly. Zhenghao had discovered the military vehicles earlier and overheard plans to relocate some residents. Where anyone could relocate in the frozen wasteland remained a mystery. Seeking answers, Zhenghao wasted no time and charged in using only his fists, completely unaware of the approaching attack. Mr. Zhang continued giving orders to his men. Their organized operation was interrupted by unmistakable gunfire from nearby. Before they could assess the situation, the enemy had already infiltrated behind their lines. Zhenghao used skill and strength to defeat Mr. Zhang's inner circle one by one. Terrified and unprepared, the guards fired wildly. Zhenghao remained unfazed by the gunshots and gunpowder. The only weapons he trusted were his battle-worn hands. Mr. Zhang's best guards remained close to him, but they had failed to account for multiple attackers. That was a serious mistake. Han Feng slipped past the weak defense. He now held a gun against the back of Zhang's head. Instead of panicking, Mr. Zhang smiled and thanked Han Feng for finally appearing. He claimed to have known this confrontation would happen sooner or later. One twin turned and saw his leader trapped, but Mr. Zhang ordered everyone to stand down. He knew Han Feng as the man who stockpiled huge quantities of supplies before the disaster. Zhang assumed he had connections to certain people, but that was not the main issue. When told to inspect the pistol's magazine, Han Feng discovered a recording device attached to it. Mr. Zhang had secretly planted it during the apartment incident. Otherwise, he would never have returned a useful weapon to an enemy. He had heard every part of Han Feng's plan. If he wanted the young man dead, he could have done it already. In truth, Mr. Zhang still wanted Han Feng to join his faction so they could continue sending people to a certain group and allow the majority to survive. Han Feng was no longer willing to be anyone's pawn, so he refused. At that moment, Mr. Zhang gave a secret signal, and heavily equipped soldiers entered the area. Their precise movements revealed that they were special forces. 3 gunmen aimed automatic weapons at Han Feng, ready to fill him with bullets. He would have run blindly, hoping somehow to dodge the shots, if Zheng Hao had not pulled him into cover. Terrified, Han Feng asked the old man for an escape plan. Zheng Hao told him to relax. They faced only 3 special operations soldiers, which was no problem. Zheng Hao would act as the decoy while Han Feng searched for and exploited an opening. The plan sounded absurd. How could anyone act as bait against automatic rifles? To prove it was possible, Zheng Hao left cover, lowered his center of gravity, and charged forward. He moved so quickly that he appeared to dodge the bullets without being grazed. Once he entered effective range, the weapons represented by his fists became equally deadly. His close combat skill and reaction speed seemed beyond human. While the old man danced, through gunfire, Mr. Zhang prepared to board one of the vehicles for his next delivery. Han Feng had no intention of letting him escape uninterrupted. Using purple light, he covered the ground and softened the surface into mush. As the concrete softened, the tires sank into the floor. That was enough to stop Mr. Zhang's vehicle from leaving the car park. Looking in the side mirror and seeing the soft ground swallow the tire, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. Meanwhile, Han Feng was glad he could interfere from a safe distance. Just as he was about to target the next tire, a fragmentation grenade flew in his direction. A hooded stranger caught him sabotaging the Jeep, skipped every other weapon, and immediately threw a grenade. As Han Feng's life flashed before his eyes, the hooded man smiled and saluted. The grenade bounced off the Jeep. The explosion was imminent. Han Feng took the blast at point-blank range. No ordinary human could survive. Within that radius, his body was torn apart. The grenade had done its job. The next thing Han Feng knew, he opened his eyes to the feeling of being tickled. The goats from his dreams had returned, crowding around and licking his entire body. He closed his eyes and fully enjoyed the ticklish sensation until an enormous tongue joined in. Naturally, it belonged to a giant goat. The huge, slimy tongue wrapped around his naked body as traces of green light flickered. The glow kept intensifying until his body melted and reformed within the green brilliance. In the real world, his body rapidly repaired itself as the green light targeted and healed every damaged area in the blink of an eye. Han Feng had died and resurrected when his power activated automatically. His body was restored, but his mind seemed absent. The Jin twin in the driver's seat managed to free the tire from the softened concrete and prepared to drive away. Before he could step on the accelerator, the entire side of the Jeep crumbled into nothing as red light erased everything in its path. The ominous glow flickered, devouring all matter it touched. With one sweep of his hand, the unconscious Han Feng erased half an armored Jeep. After destroying the vehicle with a touch, one of the twins aimed his gun at Han Feng. With bloodshot eyes, Han Feng saw the barrel pointed at him and seized it with his glowing hand. The pistol exploded into pieces and disintegrated completely. The destruction continued, consuming the fabric of Jin Shin Wu's clothes. Mr. Zhang's calmness vanished along with the Jeep's roof as he scrambled out of the vehicle. Exposed to the bone-chilling cold made worse by the avalanche above, the Jin twins shivered in agony. The cold raced through Jin Shinwu's body as the red light consumed the surface of his skin. Within seconds, the underling died from the cold. His twin witnessed everything, desperate to save him as a thirst for vengeance grew. Jin Shinwen charged at the berserk Han Feng with a metal pipe in hand. He wanted to smash the man's skull, but it would not be easy. The moment the pipe touched the red light, the metal shattered into pieces and vanished into the air. Mr. Zhang ordered one of his men to call for reinforcements. This was beyond anything he expected. Ignoring the surviving twin, the unconscious Han Feng sought another target. With pulsing purple light in both hands, he slowly approached a different armored Jeep. The The driver and passenger froze in confusion as the viscous glow consumed the vehicle. The Jeep's exterior began dripping as though it were made of melting wax. The entire vehicle turned nearly liquid. The people inside screamed and tried escaping, but it was too late. The misshapen material hardened again, trapping the driver and passenger like metal statues. Trying to stop the rampage, someone opened fire on Han Feng. A bullet barely grazed his cheek, and green light immediately healed the wound. The inexperienced guards trembled as their magazines ran dry. After seeing what Han Feng had done to their comrades, all they could do was run for their lives. Covering the retreat, the special operators shifted their attention to Han Feng. Their mission was to prioritize Mr. Zhang's group. Seeing his opponents change targets irritated Li Zhenghao. At least one special operator remained behind to fight him in hand-to-hand combat. Throughout the entire confrontation, Zheng Hao was trying to understand what was truly happening with Zhang Shuyu. As bullets chased him, Han Feng used purple light to climb vertically by sticking to the walls. He answered their lethal force by turning the floor into a gelatinous surface, making balance nearly impossible. Once their aim became unreliable, he closed the distance and erased their automatic rifles with a burst of red light. Changing tactics, he combined green and purple light to reshape the remaining gunmetal into a melee weapon. It became a crude, twisted blade suited to a man who had lost control of his body. With one clean swing, Han Feng cut the throats of the special operators pursuing him. After those final 2 kills, the exhaustion of pushing his power to its limit finally caught up with him. As his body began shutting down, the vengeful twin emerged from the shadows for a surprise attack. Before Jin Xin Wen's metal pipe could crack his skull, Han Feng collapsed onto the freezing, dark floor. Seeing the terrifying monster suddenly helpless, Xin Wen believed he could deliver the killing blow. Unfortunately for him, Li Zhenghao was still there to protect his business partner's unconscious body. In a one-on-one fight, a lone special operator had no chance against the champion's fists. That day, Zhenghao learned that Han Feng became a madman whenever he lost control. After lifting the young man's body, he heard movement outside and immediately fled. Mr. Zhang returned to the second basement car park with fresh troops carrying riot shields and blunt weapons. He commanded from the center while gripping a gun as his lifeline. During the perimeter sweep, they discovered 2 dead special operators. There should have been 3, but only 2 bodies were found. Jin Xin Wu had frozen to death, while his brother and several others who fled were the only survivors. With the soldiers dead, they no longer had guides who could lead them to the other base camp. Mr. Zhang admitted that the day's operation had failed completely. They needed to recover and rethink their strategy. Meanwhile, someone burned books for warmth in an abandoned room. Han Feng woke up, screaming about a grenade, apparently the last thing he remembered. If so, why was he still alive, and where was he? Those questions raced through his mind. Fortunately, the familiar man who had carried him to safety was nearby, Li Zhenghao. When Han Feng asked what happened, Zhenghao could not explain it without sounding insane. More importantly, he had a rough idea of what Zhang Shuyu was planning. For the details, he had a willing volunteer who had been persuaded with blood and torture. According to the soldier's confession, a so-called base had sent them to make a deal with Zhang Shuyu. They were bringing food and weapons in exchange for the residents. When asked why, the soldier awkwardly muttered that they needed workers for construction. Anyone with common sense knew that was nonsense. In these conditions, no one was trying to take on more mouths. The soldier insisted they were rebuilding civilization and saving as many people as possible. To stop the lies, Li Zhenghao resumed the torture by breaking one of the soldier's fingers. The pain made him confess that the failure of today's mission would only cause the base to send more people over. When asked whether any superhumans would be involved, the soldier looked away and pretended not to understand what Zhenghao was asking. That reaction practically confirmed that the base had mutated people. Making an enemy of them would be troublesome. Hanfeng had only just awakened, yet he was already witnessing Li Zhenghao's cold cruelty up close. Since they could not extract more information, Zhenghao killed the soldier brutally. To him, this new base was merely another faction with unknown and possibly sinister goals. They could either destroy it or leave and find somewhere else to settle, far from the chaos. For now, Hanfeng wanted to return to his companions and discuss their options. On the way back toward the apartment, he considered everything they had learned. Searching for another foothold outside might be the safest choice. Before heading upstairs, he stopped at the second basement level to inspect the armored jeeps and heavy machinery. He moved as quietly as possible until he heard light footsteps approaching from his direction. When he tried ambushing the person ahead, he quickly realized he had fallen for a carefully placed lure. A familiar figure attacked from his flank, her fist flying toward his head. Hanfeng raised his arm, reinforced by green and purple, light and blocked in one smooth motion, without thinking. To his surprise, he felt no pain at all. Apparently, the earlier incident had unlocked useful combinations he could access. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a flashlight revealed that his assailant was Nurse Jin. The allies had nearly started fighting. Once everyone calmed down, Hanfeng gave his group a rundown of what had happened and proposed finding a route out of the building. Brother Li was furious to hear that Zhang was trading people for supplies. The naive Nurse Jin, however, thought sending residents somewhere with better survival prospects might not be a bad thing. Realistically, if the promised utopia were genuine, Zhang Shuyu would have moved there himself and would not need armed escorts for the exchanges. The truth was that they still lacked the necessary information. They did not even know whether the so-called base truly existed. More troops could storm the building soon, so they needed to secure transportation in case they had to evacuate. Fortunately, they had many heavy-duty vehicles to choose from in the car park. Unfortunately, they lacked keys for most of the useful ones. Brother Li searched the remaining armored jeeps and discovered a crate of weapons. They should let the little demon king collect the valuable loot for later use. The crate came from the melted jeep. This was Hanfeng's first look at the aftermath of his unconscious rampage. Meanwhile, the women were focused on something else. In one corner, Nurse Jin insisted she could hear noises behind a covering. The demon king retrieved the largest flashlight in her storage and aimed its powerful beam forward while the other three pulled the covering away together. Once it fell, everyone stared in disbelief and awe. A huge, crudely dug tunnel beneath the frozen snow led somewhere unknown. Whoever created it had to possess extraordinary strength. Apparently, the soldier's confession was only the beginning of something much larger. The neighborhood was no longer safe. Brother Li looked around and noticed the neighborhood's frozen drainage pipes. Before they became carried away, Hanfeng called for a pause and led everyone away from the tunnel. Exploring it required better preparation. They should return and plan first. So they gathered practical survival equipment, food, and several explosives. Just in case, with weapons and extra provisions, they should last a while. Hanfeng made it clear that the initial expedition was for scouting only. If an emergency occurred, they would retreat immediately to camp. Naturally, this level of preparation was possible only because of the little demon king's storage dimension. Hanfeng and Brother Li would go, while the women stayed behind. Hanfeng reinforced the walls and doors around their room so intruders would not become a problem. The women saw them off, and Hanfeng gave them a reassuring look. The little demon king declared that her true eyes would bless her adventuring apostles. Based on what they knew, Zhang Shuyu was no longer the only threat. Something worse might emerge from the tunnel soon. The scouting mission's main objective was finding another survival location. Brother Li formally entered the tunnel and marched bravely forward. They expected the underground passage to be warmer, but they were badly mistaken. Everything was frozen, making it remarkable that anyone had managed to dig through it. After 15 minutes, they encountered difficult terrain. 30 minutes later, the tunnel split into multiple branches. They chose a random route and spent another hour walking, climbing, and descending. Whenever they found a manhole, Brother Lee climbed up and tried pushing it open. But each one was blocked by snow. They wandered so long that neither remembered where they started or which direction to take. Fortunately, they spotted more drainage pipes and a sign pointing toward a nearby residential area. They followed the pipes until brick and mortar structures appeared like a gift from heaven. There, they discovered a map of the underground sewer system. After half a day of traveling, they were still beside the same neighborhood they had left. Silencing Brother Lee's disappointment, Han Feng whispered for him to switch the headlamps off. He heard vehicles speeding. Nearby, a convoy of military trucks was heading toward Han City's neighborhood. Han Feng and Brother Lee concealed themselves just in time. The vehicles were probably connected to the special operators. They must have been using the sewer network and trucks to transport people toward the supposed utopian base. Brother Lee suggested following the convoy's trail. Conveniently, he knew a hidden entrance into Han City. A year earlier, an elderly woman from there had fallen into the sewers and he had rescued her. He claimed to remember the route perfectly and boasted that his memory had made him a straight-A student in high school. When they reached the spot, he described the manhole was frozen shut. Perhaps his memory was slightly wrong, so they tried another cover ahead. Brother Lee climbed up and attempted to force it open 3 times, but every attempt ended in humiliation. At the 4th and farthest cover, he nearly cried with joy when it moved. They emerged in the basement car park of Han City's neighborhood. Seriously, this series loves parking. Lots. Han Feng told Brother Lee to stop bragging and lower his voice because they were in unfamiliar territory. The two stayed low and slowly crawled through the car park, using vehicles as cover. Along the way, they found frozen bodies and clear evidence of fighting near the back wall. Several men were being forced to break through the concrete with sledgehammers. 2 special operators supervised them while complaining about being assigned to guard workers in a terrible neighborhood with awful food. The assault squad had no control over its deployment. It appeared that Han City was already completely controlled by the militarized faction. Suddenly, the ground began shaking violently. The soldiers shouted for the laborers to move, because the true workforce was about to break through from the other side. The wall they had been working on began crumbling and cracking. Before the workers escaped, a massive explosion hurled them away with boulder-sized debris. An enormous baby-faced man with a gleaming bald head and strange eyes emerged from the other side. He was so huge that he barely looked human. He had probably dug the tunnel connecting to their neighborhood without anyone noticing. No matter how they viewed it, Han City was a dangerous place. If the pair were discovered, they were finished. After digging the passage, the giant demanded snacks, but the supervising soldier promised them only after the tunnel was cleaned. Giant disliked that answer. Veins bulged along his neck as he punched the ground and shattered the floor. The destruction reached the pair's hiding place. That was the clearest possible signal to leave the cursed area. They crawled away carefully, trying not to attract attention. Brother Lee was escaping quietly until he inhaled dust from the tremor. Unable to hold it back, he sneezed loudly. Han Feng was horrified that his partner had ruined their clean escape. The soldiers spotted them crawling toward the manhole and ordered their forces to pursue Turu. With their position exposed, they could only run as fast as possible and forget the mistake. Giant was fast. Although they had a good head start, the pale superhuman stayed close behind them. Once in range, he slammed the ground and caused the sewer system to collapse around them. The terrain became jagged, making continued escape nearly impossible. With no choice, Han Feng ordered Brother Li to run while he bought time. It was a perfect chance to test his abilities against another superhuman. Using purple light, he covered the broken floor of the tunnel. The giant advanced and felt his boots sink into the jelly-like surface. He tried pulling himself free, but his weight made him sink faster. He now realized Han Feng was also a superhuman worth capturing alive. That would be difficult because Han Feng added green light to harden the floor he had softened. Restoring the ground's original properties was quick and easy. The giant became enraged and now wanted to kill the man trapping him with strange powers. Han Feng sweated heavily. Even with both powers combined, the giant was beginning to break free through raw strength and fury. Brother Li, who had made decent progress escaping, saw that his little brother was in danger. Noticing several loose metal pipes on the floor, he got an idea. If Han Feng kept applying his powers steadily, the giant would eventually weaken enough to be trapped completely. He might have won the battle of endurance if Brother Li had not been overly protective. The boastful gangster abandoned the escape, grabbed a pipe, and rushed back to help fight. With the giant stuck in place, Brother Li landed a clean blow on his bald head. Unfortunately, even a full swing caused no damage and only angered him further. This was the second time Brother Li's mistake had ruined Han Feng's plan. The weakening giant found a second wind, driven by the desire to bury both pests. Brother Li immediately turned and ran, forcing Han Feng to abandon the trap. They were back where they started. Brother Li meant well and refused to leave his friend, but his help had done more harm than good. After several more minutes of frantic running, they miraculously lost the oversized pursuer. Loose boulders blocked the passage behind them, so they were safe for the moment. Now they had another problem to solve, figuring out where they had ended up. Brother Li assured Han Feng that the map from earlier was perfectly engraved in his brilliant mind, so he would guide them to safety. He cheerfully selected a route and marched ahead with confidence. Han Feng was not remotely convinced. 10 minutes later, Brother Li shouted that he recognized the sewer layout on the left. 20 minutes after that, he was still following random pipes. By the 40-minute mark, he began doubting his navigational skill. Fortunately, Han Feng felt a faint current of air coming from nearby. He finally took control and followed the breeze. Eventually, they reached a passage sloping upward, a literal light at the end of the tunnel. Brother Li rushed ahead and acted as though he had discovered the exit. They climbed an icy wall, careful not to slip on the frozen grooves. At last they reached the end of the incline and saw the surface world. It was dark and bleak, but the snowfall had weakened slightly. The world they remembered no longer existed. Everything was frozen in time. Brother Li stepped out and confirmed that the former water surface had frozen solid. Han Feng studied their surroundings and recognized a structure resembling the Ding Feng building. It was supposed to be the tallest structure within 5 kilometers north of their neighborhood. That meant they had wasted considerable time traveling in the wrong direction after fleeing underground. Jingfu District lay within Hanshuan City's southern 3rd ring, while they were now in the northern 4th ring. Since the tunnels were compromised, they had to travel overland back toward their district. To do that, they first needed to cross Jingshuan District. Under current conditions, returning home within the day was practically impossible. Brother Li again bragged about having many contacts in Jingshuan who might provide food and shelter for the night. While prancing across the snowy roads, he slipped. Fortunately, the snow softened his fall. It was a warning to move slowly because the roads were dangerously slick. As night deepened, the snowfall intensified. They needed to find decent shelter before dark, so they covered as much distance as possible while searching for a suitable camping site. They were about 3 kilometers from Jingshuan District, but the blizzard was worsening. If they endured another hour, they might reach familiar territory. Several minutes later, it became obvious they either had to move faster or freeze to death. Making things worse, they found two men frozen in the road. Their packed bags suggested they had prepared for the journey, but the cold overwhelmed them. The bags contained no food, so they were probably searching for supplies. This was the new reality. With the blizzard growing stronger, resting and continuing the frozen journey, tomorrow might be wiser. Neither wanted to end up like the two dead travelers. The pair finally reached Jingshuan district as the snowstorm peaked. Strangely, several villas in the area were not buried beneath snow. While heading toward one as a possible shelter, they spotted silhouettes through the heavy snowfall. Brother Li volunteered to approach and speak with whoever stood ahead. Before Han Feng could warn him about dealing with strangers, Brother Li was already gone. Two men captured him and pressed a gun against his temple, using him as a hostage. Han Feng was immediately robbed. He tried discreetly reaching for the gun at his waist, but the attackers fired a warning shot and ordered him not to try anything. Foolish. The two muggers then argued about keeping their prisoners alive because they did not want to carry dead weight uphill. Han Feng was forced to surrender his firearm, a gun barrel pressed against his forehead. He might survive and heal from a shot to the head with his power, but resisting would almost certainly cause Brother Li's death, so he surrendered peacefully, and they were escorted uphill. The robbers congratulated themselves for capturing prisoners carrying guns. Han Feng acted submissively and pointed out that they had surrendered all their supplies and equipment, so they should be released. But the robbers had different plans for them. Han Feng suspected they were entering a cannibal den as emergency food reserves. Still, the location was strategically excellent. From the hilltop, they could see nearly all of Han Chuan City. At the destination, one robber opened the villa gate using an electronic fob. The property still had electricity. Since the inner city lost power long ago, the villa must have a generator. Despite the snow and ice, the villas were clearly built to a very high standard. To Han Feng's surprise, defensive structures surrounded the property. A sinister plan immediately formed in his mind. If they eliminated their incompetent captors, this place could become a fortress with help from the little demon king. One robber noticed his sly laugh and slapped the back of his head. Finally, the captors ordered them to continue digging beside the protective wall. They promised to release them and return their supplies if the job was completed. All the prisoners needed to do was keep their heads down and avoid any tricks. Cao Zi, the larger and less intelligent robber, took the first guard shift over the new laborers. Cao Zi was already irritated by how controlling his smaller companion acted. He threatened to shoot the captives if they did not work. When they asked him to remove their cuffs, Cao Zi snapped and ordered them to dig while still restrained, so Brother Li and Han Feng obeyed. The superhuman and gangster had been reduced to ordinary laborers. Whether the robbers would honor their promise after the work was uncertain. Han Feng scanned the huge yard and noticed a large snow pile near a truck. Looking closer, he saw frozen legs, arms, and other body parts protruding from the mound. That was a terrible sign for them. Han Feng quietly showed the frozen corpses to Brother Li. The hardened gangster nearly fainted once he realized they were dead. People, their captors might have created the pile. One thing was certain. They could not wait passively for death. Han Feng quickly devised a plan and explained it to Brother Li. Once they reviewed the details, they began shouting and insulting one another. They pretended to argue over shoveling technique, deliberately making the task harder than necessary. Cao Zi noticed the fight, aimed his gun, and ordered them back to work. They continued arguing convincingly. Eventually, Cao Zi's gave up trying to silence them, but insisted the digging be finished before sunset. As soon as he casually turned away, the argument stopped. Cao Zi walked back toward his post, unaware that the flat side of a shovel was about to strike the back of his head. The larger captor fell, and the pair recovered a firearm. Inside the villa, the smaller robber relaxed with a dirty magazine in hand. He drooled over the pages, believing no one would interrupt his private time. Before he could expose Himself, a bright light flashed across his face. He looked up and found a gun aimed at him. Han Feng and Brother Li waved their handcuffs mockingly and teased him for being such a creep. Within a few hours, the situation had completely reversed. The former captors became prisoners. They claimed to be debt collectors who had visited the villa before the apocalypse began. They swore the corpses outside had nothing to do with them. They might be hardened debt collectors, but they would never massacre dozens of people. Han Feng holstered the weapon because he believed their story. Since the two robbers were not entirely evil, they were free to leave. Brother Li did not believe them and argued that dangerous men should not be released. Han Feng had promised freedom, but naturally there was a condition. Cao Zi and his armed partner were thrown into the freezing district wearing only underwear. It was only a matter of time before they succumbed to the cold. With that problem handled, the group needed to prepare for the return journey. The day had begun as a simple scouting trip, but repeated mistakes had taken them far from both the mission and their base. Han Feng could only hope his allies back in the neighborhood were safe. Speaking of them, Li Junghao had joined Nurse Jin and the Little Demon King in room 1804. They waited anxiously for the pair's return. The old man argued that instead of worrying about them, they should focus on their own danger. Several hours after the scouting team left, an army emerged from the tunnel. Among them was a baby-faced giant who could manipulate Earth. Zhang Shuyu welcomed the delegation. With these powerful allies, the district officially fell under Mr. Zhang's control. Naturally, Zheng Hao's faction became the public's greatest enemy. Zhang Shuyu was probably searching every unit for him. The old man could only laugh at the residents' stupidity. The army had not come as saviors. The people would not realize they had been betrayed until the day they died. For once, the Little Demon King spoke normally. She believed residents obeyed because it increased their chances of surviving in such a chaotic world. Humans were simple creatures. After delivering that philosophical insight, she fell asleep, and Nurse Jin covered her with a blanket. The idea of choosing obedience reminded Li Junghao of his own life. He had once been a formidable boxer and celebrated champion. Even so, defeat was inevitable. Inside the four corners of the ring, he was a warrior, but also vulnerable. His trainer stood in his corner, hurling abuse while Zheng Hao was beaten black and blue. The trainer cared only about victory. He had shaped Li Junghao into the man he became and could take everything away just as quickly. Even as an old man, those memories still haunted him. Zheng Hao told the women to prepare to move. Zhang's followers would soon search unit by unit for opponents, so they could not remain in one location for long. Unfortunately, it was already too late to relocate. The reinforced door was violently smashed open. Zheng Hao, Nurse Jin, and the Little Demon King were completely exposed. How they had been discovered so quickly was a mystery. The answer was that the giant superhuman had sniffed them out and was drooling at the sight of his targets. In the basement, the military faction organized the boxes of mystery sausages and loaded them onto trucks. The faction leader received a head count. They would transport 97 refugees and 126 boxes of food supplies. Moving that many assets to their base should not be difficult. The scarred captain smoked a cigar and asked about the 3 special operators sent ahead. Mr. Zhang nervously claimed that a man named Han Feng had killed them, distancing himself from any blame. Naturally, hearing that his soldiers were dead enraged the scarred captain. Zhang Xiyu added that Han Feng was a superhuman. His men could confirm that he used a light-based power. Trying to prove himself a useful partner, Mr. Zhang mentioned doing the dirty work and producing the sausages from mystery meat. But before he revealed something that should remain secret, Captain Scar silenced him. Mr. Zhang was desperate to prove his value. For his own security, Captain Scar was pleased with his contribution. Zhang had done enough to be treated as one of his men, and Captain Scar did not harm his own people without reason. For now, he would send someone to locate Han Feng for a severe interrogation, because he hated liars. The tracker chosen to find the alleged superhuman was the giant. After smashing the door, the simple brute asked whether Han Feng was there. Li Junghao grabbed the little demon king and shielded Nurse Jin with his body. Anyone who could destroy a door reinforced by Han Feng was extremely dangerous. More alarmingly, Junghao's instincts warned him to escape. The giant radiated the presence of a wild beast. Years of combat experience told him he could not win a direct fight. They needed to leave immediately. The old man attempted to shatter the window with his elbow but nearly broke the bone. Unfortunately, Han Feng had reinforced the glass too. With no easy escape route, Junghao ordered the women to run while he held off the beast. Nurse Jin calmly approached the giant and claimed they did not know anyone named Han Feng, so there must be a misunderstanding. Surprisingly, the beast accepted her innocent act and apologized for causing trouble. Nurse Jin sighed in relief while Li Junghao stared speechlessly. On his way out, the giant checked the unit number and read 1804. He had reached the correct floor. After all, the woman had lied directly to him. Enraged, he slammed his palms into the floor, making the entire level tremble violently. Li Junghao grabbed the window and discovered it could slide open. He immediately seized the women and threw them outside into the snowy air before he fell. Nurse Jin saw the beast, only inches from crushing the old man. If there was one thing the giant hated, it was dishonest residents from the 18th floor. The women fell freely toward the snowy ground. While the neighborhood descended into chaos, Han Feng and Brother Li discovered an entertaining way to return home. They found snowboards. Every mistake Brother Li had made since leaving was forgiven because the idea was so effective. Of course, he could not resist bragging about negotiating billion-dollar deals with clients at ski and snowboarding resorts. The boards made the trip back to Xingfu District fast, enjoyable, and easy. They reached the neighborhood and began searching for a window to sneak through. At that exact moment, the 18th floor erupted, and the women fell. Remaining calm, the little demon king opened her storage in midair and released every soft mat and cushion she had beneath their landing point. Combined with the 4-story snow drift below, the materials softened their impact, though the women landed with a heavy crash near the pair beneath. Fortunately, the mats and snow absorbed enough force to save them. Han Feng jumped into the crater and helped them up, confused about what had happened. Nurse Jin explained that a monster had suddenly invaded the unit while muttering Han Feng's name. The monster apparently lacked the patience to use the stairs himself. Fueled purely by adrenaline, Nurse Jin pulled Han Feng and their small companion out of the crater. The beast disliked being called a monster. He considered himself a good baby. Just when Han Feng thought he was safe from the tunneling brute, he encountered the same giant on the surface, already pushing herself beyond her limit. Nurse Jin shouted for the deadweight to run on their own. As the group fled, everyone looked to Han Feng for a plan to escape the monstrous pursuer. They were seconds from a painful death. The giant was hungry and wanted to eat human flesh. Finally, Han Feng got an idea. He stopped, told the others to continue running, and searched inside his pocket. Finding a bag, he wound up and threw it like a baseball, enhancing the motion with green light. He tossed it toward the giant as food. The contents immediately reacted to the glow and expanded rapidly. The giant welcomed the bag with his mouth open, biting down like a starving animal and tasting soybeans. Han Feng apologized for what was about to happen as the green light fully activated. Hundreds of seeds inside the giant's mouth and throat expanded into mature plants. Vines and leaves burst violently from his openings. As expected, the giant began choking on the beanstalks and could barely breathe. He grabbed the leafy blockage and ripped it from his mouth. The violent pulling tore his throat and splashed blood across the snow at his feet. His hatred for Han Feng intensified. The giant shouted threats, but his enemy had already disappeared. Like a child, he threw a tantrum in the snow, resembling a spoiled brat denied snacks. At last, the special forces emerged from the basement to secure the perimeter. Captain Scar addressed them briefly. In a frozen world with nowhere to hide, they should be able to flush out the fugitives. Curious, he went directly to his injured star subordinate. The giant explained what happened and how beans had instantly grown inside his mouth. Captain Scar became interested in Han Feng's ability because it might solve the food shortage entirely. He radioed his men and had the old man from upstairs captured while forming a plan to lure the superhuman out. The group had escaped and created a reasonable distance from their pursuers. Nurse Jin explained everything that happened during Han Feng and Brother Li's scouting mission. She warned that the unusual giant had specifically targeted Han Feng and could easily destroy reinforced doors and walls, making him extremely dangerous. After all, Han Feng's reinforcement had even survived explosives. Nurse Jin nearly cried while remembering how Li Zhenghao had risked himself to save them. Han Feng coldly accepted that Zhenghao was probably dead. They could only continue so his sacrifice would not be wasted. Nurse Jin and the little demon king rejected that pessimism and insisted on rescuing the old man. Even Brother Li agreed they owed Li Zhenghao. It was not that Han Feng refused to return. He simply did not want to gamble everyone's lives when the chance of survival was so low. The women were correct, however. Li Zhenghao was alive, though beaten nearly to death. The soldiers dragged him through the snowy streets while Captain Scar spoke through a megaphone. Certain that Han Feng's group was hiding nearby, he claimed the previous conflict had been a misunderstanding. Seeing Zhenghao paraded through the snow, Nurse Jin nearly rushed from their hiding place. Captain Scar invited Han Feng to join them and promised that his wife, child, and brother would all receive proper treatment and official status. The announcement confused the group because the enemy clearly had inaccurate information. Receiving no response, Captain Scar asked whether Han Feng was heartless enough to ignore his brother's life. Li Zhenghao laughed and revealed that he had met Han Feng only a few days earlier. That earned him a brutal strike. Captain Scar could not believe he had risked himself for women he barely knew. Zhenghao added that Han Feng had also met them only days earlier. They were not his wife and daughter. Furious at the unreliable intelligence, Captain Scar changed tactics. He urged Han Feng not to endanger himself for strangers and offered him as many women as he wanted at the base. For a moment, Han Feng was tempted, and Brother Li and Nurse Jin had to restrain him since the adults were so unreliable. The little demon king stepped forward with a plan to rescue Uncle Zhenghao. In the street, Captain Scar pressed his boot against the old man's broken arm and tortured him for answers. Unfortunately for the soldiers, Zhenghao was extremely resilient. Rather than answering, he asked questions about the so-called base. Instead, Captain Scar repeated the vague claim that they were saving people, a noble purpose ordinary people could not understand. Zhenghao laughed because the generic answer was clearly rehearsed propaganda. Since the old man was about to die, Captain Scar leaned closer and whispered the real truth. In the frozen cities, one living creature still existed in enormous numbers, a population large enough to be hunted and eaten freely. Zhenghao had suspected the worst, but hearing confirmation was horrifying. The faction gathered residents like livestock for slaughter. The living consumed food, while the dead became food. Just as Captain Scar prepared to shoot Zhenghao in the head, countless objects of different sizes began falling from the sky. The soldiers stared at the rain of cigarettes, alcohol, and food. Fresh vegetables and meat were mixed among them. The giant led the charge as the soldiers rushed into the snow and grabbed whatever they could. Captain Scar tried stopping the frenzy by firing his pistol into the air, but failed. Recognizing an obvious distraction, he raised his guard, certain the enemy would launch an ambush. Crushing and cracking noises drew his attention from nearby. A bulldozer smashed through the wall of a building, leaving a massive hole. Han Feng sat in the driver's seat, ready to get his hands dirty. From the little Demon King's perspective, the plan was simple. First, she would scatter tempting supplies from above to attract the starving sheep. In other words, she would distract the soldiers. Then Han Feng would attack the flock with his metal beast while rescuing their wounded ally. That meant smashing through with a bulldozer to save Li Zhenghao. Unfortunately, only Han Feng could translate her grandiose language. Once the plan was established, all four followed the Evil Eye's instructions. The plan was simple and crude, and they were not even sure the soldiers would take the bait. As for the metal beast, she already had one stored in her dimension. Han Feng never imagined spending the evening driving enormous construction machinery. Still, operating something so powerful felt great. The bulldozer made a clean landing and plowed through the snow effortlessly. Han Feng turned toward the soldiers and swept them away using the front blade. They were too busy collecting supplies to notice they were being pushed aside. Captain Scar turned to the giant, their only hope of stopping the bulldozer. On command, the baby-faced superhuman jumped in front of the charging vehicle. Believing no one was stronger than him, the giant pushed against. Han Feng knew how powerful he was, but challenging heavy machinery directly was madness. Using the front blade, Han Feng caught him by surprise and flipped him into the air. After spinning repeatedly, the giant landed headfirst in the snow. Captain Scar threatened to shoot Li Zhenghao unless Han Feng stopped. Inside the bulldozer's cab, Han Feng could not hear anything from outside, so he continued driving without fear of the captain's threats. It became a game of nerve, and Captain Scar lost. He dove aside while admiring the young man's ruthlessness. All they needed now was to collect the injured old man and get away. The rescue was a complete success. Next came the escape plan. From the cab, Han Feng softened the ground beneath Zhenghao with purple light so he could ride comfortably. Once his comfort was secured, they accelerated toward another skyscraper nearby. Han Feng gave the signal, and they collected Brother Li, Nurse Jin, and the little mastermind. The group smashed through a window and climbed onto the bulldozer's roof. As they escaped, the soldiers recovered, raised their weapons, and fired at the metal beast. They boarded armored jeeps and trucks to pursue the group that had humiliated them. With such a simple strategy, they fired angrily, but their aim needed improvement. Captain Scar screamed at his driver to accelerate, but the deep snow had reduced traction so severely that greater speed was impossible. They were chasing a huge bulldozer capable of crushing every obstacle. The mismatch was enormous. Their camp possessed only a few such valuable machines. In fact, the bulldozer seemed to belong to them. It had been used by the advance party, which made Captain Scar even angrier. No matter how hard they tried, poor traction ruined the pursuit. One jeep spun out and obstructed the others, forcing everyone to abandon the chase. Captain Scar's vehicle nearly exploded when a loose gas canister struck the windshield. Ahead, appliances and junk covered the road, blocking the only route. The little Demon King had saved them again by throwing random objects behind as obstacles. She stood proudly on the bulldozer's roof, delighted that her power had driven the enemies to despair. She looked intimidating until the cold made her sneeze. Adorably, the group traveled for several more hours to ensure no one could follow them. Eventually, everyone squeezed into the cab with Han Feng. Brother Li wanted a turn driving while the injured old man froze. In the rear, their destination was the hillside villa Han Feng and Brother Li had found, a suitable place to camp. Everyone agreed, but the bulldozer began failing. A warning light flashed on the gauge, indicating they had run out of fuel. Fortunately, the evil king had dimensional storage, so Han Feng politely asked her to retrieve some oil. The delusional girl opened the dimension and produced bottles of cooking oil. At least it was not baby oil. Before anyone could feel safe, the engine finally died. Cooking oil bottles flooded the cab, giving Han Feng a severe headache. He clarified that he wanted the fuel prepared earlier. The Demon King searched her storage, growing more embarrassed every second. Apparently, she had accidentally left the fuel behind, along with the generators. Everyone was horrified. They had abandoned extremely valuable equipment. Hanfeng had prepared a full year's supply of fuel for use. The girl tried comforting him by producing natural gas for cooking and buckets of coal. None of that helped, and Hanfeng could not use it in the vehicle. While holding a piece of coal, a strange idea formed in his mind. During his experiments, plants that failed to sprout became a coal-like, flammable material. Meat, meanwhile, transformed into an unknown black liquid with similar qualities. Since they had no alternative, he decided to experiment and demanded a metal bucket and some meat. Once everything was ready, he applied green light to a piece of meat. Properly enhancing meat was difficult, but deliberately failing was much easier. One piece of meat produced enough mysterious black liquid to fill half the bucket. Everyone recoiled from the sticky substance's smell. Hanfeng had grown accustomed to it. He pulled a lighter from his coat and ignited the liquid as he expected. It was extremely flammable. Hanfeng felt pleased, but Li Zhenghao remained skeptical. Could this substance truly replace fuel? Unless they wanted to abandon the bulldozer and walk through the storm, they had no choice but to try. So Hanfeng produced several more buckets of liquefied, rotten meat. He turned the ignition, and the massive vehicle miraculously started. It was another revelation. Hanfeng was practically a one-man survival kit. Their journey continued through the freezing, dark night. Halfway through, the little Demon King began offering snacks to everyone. She produced an entire shelf of assorted treats for them to choose from. Zhenghao asked how many items she had inside that strange storage. Then he remembered the supermarket that had mysteriously emptied overnight and connected the dots. While everyone ate their chosen snacks, the hillside villa finally appeared ahead. With the bulldozer, they could probably climb the hill in one attempt. The moment Hanfeng pressed the accelerator, the engine finally failed and exploded. Their improvised fuel was probably responsible. Fortunately, the vehicle lasted until they were close to the destination. Only a short walk remained, so they climbed while the blizzard raged. Along the way, they passed the frozen robbers Hanfeng had expelled without winter clothing. Ignoring them, the group entered the fortified villa. By the time they were inside, everyone was shaking violently from the cold and approaching hypothermia. They found the fireplace and added coal before lighting it and gathering close. At last, they could breathe. They had survived Captain Scar and his elite troops. Nothing felt more comforting than sitting around a fireplace during a deadly blizzard. Even the serious old man smiled and admitted the villa district was an excellent place to hide. Wind pushed accumulated snow downhill, so the summit would not be buried. Anyone climbing the hill would also be easy to spot. The area was simple to defend and difficult to assault. They could use it as a long-term base. While Li Zhenghao asked practical questions, everyone else rearranged furniture. Hanfeng handled the generator, the Demon King produced a television, and Brother Li admired a Gen 9 XPS gaming console. Clearly, they intended to remain long-term. Since the generator they had prepared was lost, they were fortunate that the villa's previous residents had installed and fueled one. Hanfeng adjusted the control system and successfully activated it. Electricity was finally available. Again, he announced that they should celebrate with a feast, but the women were more interested in using the water heater for a bath. Nurse Jin was especially excited by the idea. She admitted she had not showered since the snowstorm began, so warm water would be greatly appreciated. The thought of Nurse Jin bathing made Hanfeng turn red with embarrassment. He promised to prioritize setting up the bath that night, but after checking the basement, he realized how much work awaited him. The pipes were frozen, and the built-in heater was broken. The bathroom was in terrible condition, buried in snow and ice. The plumbing was hopeless. but they might salvage the situation with a bathtub. First, they arranged several space heaters around the tub and filled it with snow. Then came their secret tool, several powerful heating rods. Combining multiple appliances eventually melted the snow into usable water. They watched the rods work, but the water warmed far too slowly. Every check revealed it was still nearly freezing, even after hours. Just as Han Feng withdrew his hand from another temperature test, electricity leaked from the rods and shocked him. He quickly pulled away and noticed something strange. The shock had automatically triggered his red light. Checking again, he found that the freezing water and stubborn ice had become warm. The red light was probably responsible for the rapid heating effect. Once the bath was ready, the women immediately rushed into the bathroom. Nurse Jin happily undressed, revealing everything. Naturally, that could not be shown because the little demon king was present, which would be disturbing. The girl opened her dimensional storage and produced bath bombs in every fragrance, along with countless brands of shampoo, conditioner, body wash, skincare products, essential oils, and moisturizer. It was paradise for them. Nurse Jin became so delighted that she buried the demon king against her chest. They remained in the bath for far too long, though no one could blame them. It was paradise in the frozen world. While they bathed alone, Nurse Jin commented on the demon king's petite body. The remark offended her because she was already 21 years old. No one had ever asked her age. Everyone had assumed she was a middle school student. She claimed the demon king's power preserved her eternal youth. Someone should study her in a laboratory. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom, Han Feng listened secretly to the women and focused on the sound of dripping water. Brother Li arrived and dragged him away to play games. Han Feng pretended innocence, but the gangster recognized another pervert immediately. No amount of acting could fool him. Brother Li declared that a true man would openly peek without fear and announced that he would do so immediately. Han Feng had to pull him away before he committed a crime. Instead, they played video games comfortably in the living room while Li Zhenghao watched in disbelief. He could not understand how the younger men still wanted entertainment in such grim circumstances. Their view was simple. They had everything they needed, so why would they not relax and play? They intended to remain in the villa for a long time. Without entertainment, boredom might kill them before the weather. Han Feng knew Li Zhenghao's background was unusual, but he only wanted a comfortable life. As long as the old man did not bring trouble, he could remain as long as he wished. Since they mentioned his past, Zhenghao felt obligated to reveal his real identity. He began explaining his mission to investigate superhumans, but Han Feng interrupted. He refused to become involved in anything complicated or dangerous and would not change his mind. They stared at each other, and the old man recognized the seriousness in Han Feng's expression. He sighed and respected the young man's decision. Zhenghao promised to leave once his arm healed. Brother Li and Han Feng resumed gaming and insulting each other. Then the women emerged from the bath wearing cute new coats. Brother Li put an arm around Han Feng and invited him to bathe together to conserve water. After struggling and arguing, Han Feng accepted that sharing the bath would happen regardless of his opinion. He was forced into the water, though it actually felt pleasant. Once everyone was clean, the long-awaited feast began. They prepared a huge variety of dishes and ate until completely full. Then everyone returned to their rooms and enjoyed the best sleep of their lives. During the following days, Han Feng reinforced the villa's walls, roof, and fences. Since he had enough time and resources, he also converted a top-floor room into a fully functional shared sauna. He spent time sweating there while using the large watchtower window to monitor the bottom of the hill simultaneously. That day, several silhouettes slowly approached their fortress. One figure limped briefly before collapsing on the snowy slope. The group went outside and carried the stranger in. Surprisingly, Brother Li recognized him as Brother Chang, one of Director Liu's men. Han Feng had also met him previously. Director Liu was the intimidating gangster who sold Han Feng a gun. Several hours later, Chang woke with a severe headache, unsure where he was. Seeing Brother Li only confused him more. He also recognized Han Feng despite meeting him only once. After calming him, they persuaded Chang to explain what happened. Several days earlier, soldiers had attacked their office, leaving many of his brothers wounded or dead. Brother Li became agitated and urgently asked what had happened. To Director Liu, the director had followed Han Feng's warning and stockpiled supplies before the disaster. They had enough to survive for a long time, and he generously supported hundreds of residents. Everything went well until soldiers attacked. They stole supplies and shot people indiscriminately. To protect civilians, Director Liu gathered his men and fought to the death. Most of them were wounded or killed. The director was shot in the leg and captured. Without their leader, the survivors scattered and agreed to reunite at another location holding most of their supplies. That location was one of the villas in this hillside area. The story explained why Chang had appeared limping below the hill. Brother Li worried about the director. Though the soldiers clearly wanted to keep him alive, Brother Li owed the man a tremendous debt. Without Director Liu, he might have died on the streets years earlier. Motivated, Brother Li pulled Chang from the sofa and demanded they rescue the director together. Chang scolded him for proposing suicide. Two people could never defeat an armed battalion. Brother Li believed they should gamble on the smallest hope, even if it cost their lives. Li Zhenghao overheard them and asked whether Director Liu belonged to the uprising volunteer group. During Zhenghao's years as an underground boxer, Liu had paid his ransom, rescued him from the criminal underworld, and given him another chance as a free man. If they intended to rescue such a honorable man, Li Zhenghao would willingly add his strength. He still had several contacts in the city, and reaching them could provide the manpower they needed. Chang finally recognized Zhenghao as the wild dog of the boxing arena, the legendary fighter with 30 consecutive victories. Han Feng laughed at the old man's embarrassing nickname, and even Zhenghao looked uncomfortable hearing, with 3 men volunteering to rescue Director Liu. Han Feng remained silent in the corner. He could hardly believe the gangster who sold him weapons was such an honorable man. Even so, Han Feng had no reason to risk his life for a stranger and immediately declared that he would remain safely inside the villa. He might not participate directly, but he would not send the 3 away empty-handed. He also reminded Zhenghao and Brother Li to conceal all superhuman abilities while Chang recovered. Han Feng cared for Chang without revealing too much. They avoided serving luxurious meals that might create suspicion and placed him in the plainest room possible so the villa would not appear extravagant. On departure day, every bag contained supplies, guns, and ammunition. Han Feng understood the need for weapons and ready-to-eat food, but wondered why Chang requested so many cigarettes. In the outside world, normal currency had become useless. Major factions now used cigarettes as reliable money. Equipped with skis, the 3 prepared to leave. Han Feng saw them off with a smile. Chang bowed gratefully to Brother Han and sister-in-law Jin, promising that the uprising volunteer group would repay their generosity. Nurse Jin needed a moment to realize he had mistaken her for Han Feng's wife. Once she understood, her face became so hot it could have melted nearby ice. With only Han Feng and the 2 women remaining, he felt even more determined to protect them. For better surveillance, he installed cameras throughout the hill. He covered the whole area with CCTV so they could monitor everything nearby. With security handled, he returned to a carefree life of snacks and video games. One day, Nurse Jin ran screaming from the kitchen while holding a knife. Trembling, she tried explaining the nightmare involving little Choo Choo. They had reached their final cabbage. Han Feng demanded to know how many fruits and vegetables remained, and Choo Choo claimed they had plenty. By plenty, she meant around 3 carts. She disliked vegetables and therefore had not taken much while emptying the supermarket. Cucumbers were the only vegetables she loved, so she had an enormous supply. This was a serious mistake. They had consumed resources without maintaining proper inventory. If they continued, they might soon lose all fresh food. At present, Hanfeng could successfully use his powers only on soybeans, wheat, broccoli, and meat. Every other product failed completely. With the last cabbage, he needed to discover how to reproduce it. Everyone's health and happiness depended on him. He carried the cabbage into the living room and searched desperately for a solution. His only option was to pray and hope the green light succeeded. The first attempt reduced the delicious leafy vegetable to coal. He removed another leaf and tried again. Using the same crude method merely produced more coal. He repeated the process until no cabbage remained, then moved on to carrots and potatoes. The women watched from a distance for entertainment. By day's end, he had destroyed every vegetable without a single lucky success. When Nurse Jin checked on him, Hanfeng felt terrible for turning their entire supply into inedible waste. Chu-Chu did not mind because she still had unlimited cucumbers. Besides, they could compensate for missing nutrients with vitamin supplements. Since superpowered growth had failed, Nurse Jin suggested creating a garden. She had grown vegetables on her apartment balcony throughout the year. With enough light and proper temperature, it should work. They first needed gardening racks, soil, nutrient solution, and LED lighting to replace sunlight. As the plan developed, Chu-Chu, despite robbing an entire supermarket, admitted she had none of the necessary equipment. Nurse Jin and Hanfeng had underestimated her incompetence. Outside, they tried digging soil from the yard, but the ground was completely frozen, and ordinary shovels could not penetrate it. Using her superhuman strength, Nurse Jin tried, but the force launched the shovel head into the sky. They were wasting time in the cold, so Hanfeng suggested returning indoors to think further. As punishment for lacking the necessary items in her storage, the little demon king had to construct planting containers from plastic bottles. Surprisingly, she performed well and already had many finished containers ready to be filled. Recycling was valuable in the apocalypse, and the bottles could hold future crops. Since she had completed her work, Chu-Chu demanded the soil the others were supposed to collect. They were only beginning the garden and had already failed. The frozen ground was a major obstacle. Chu-Chu suggested using heating rods to melt the ice above the soil, though their effect might have limits. If they could instantly melt the ice, the project could continue steadily. That thought made the Demon King jump up and command the Apostle of Bathwater to use his true power. Hanfeng immediately understood her meaning. His red light had instantly warmed the bathwater. If he discovered the underlying principle, he might melt the frozen soil outside. He coated his hand in red light and held it in a bucket of water for 20 minutes. But nothing happened. Hanfeng carefully recalled every detail from the bath and searched for the trigger. Then he realized the answer was electricity. He asked the Demon King for something capable of shocking him. She immediately produced a high-powered power strip. If Hanfeng inserted a finger, he would die instantly. She had practically suggested suicide. After searching again, she found a low-voltage self-defense stun baton, which she called a basic electromagnetic staff. Although the label claimed it caused only mild numbness, Hanfeng still hesitated to use it on himself. Choosing to trust her, he activated the baton and placed his hand in the water. Do not attempt this at home. The shock was stronger than expected and made his eyes roll back, but it worked. The water became hot. Hanfeng rushed outside, excited to electrocute himself for soil. He did not fully understand the principle, but he knew the method worked. He pressed his red-lit palm against the ground and carefully touched the electric baton to his arm. This time, he endured the shock better. The thick ice fused with the soil cracked apart and melted. In his hand remained warm water and ordinary, usable soil. Hanfeng was thrilled. It had been a long time since he had seen normal earth. He gathered enough to fill their makeshift containers, completing the initial preparation. Fortunately, Chu Chu had many seed packets. Han Feng wanted to choose random ones, but Nurse Jin explained that the temperature prevented most plants from growing. Using her gardening experience, she selected several varieties that might survive the cold. They used the empty basement for better heat retention, filling it with powerful LED lamps and furnaces. Even after extensive preparation, the temperature remained below the ideal range. Without enough warmth, the seeds would not sprout. Since the setup was otherwise good, Han Feng tried supplementing their growth with green light. He synchronized carefully with each seed, controlling the timing like a rhythm game. To his surprise, it worked, causing leafy vegetables to sprout. He then applied green light to other seeds. Results varied and many attempts failed. Through continued experimentation, Han Feng and Nurse Jin produced dozens of sprouts. Unfortunately, several days later, the cold began killing them. Even with additional heaters, the basement barely reached 10 degrees. They needed to raise it to at least 20 degrees. More furnaces could help, but only to a point unless they improved heat retention. Logically, deeper underground meant better insulation. Perhaps they could excavate beneath the basement, Nurse Jin agreed. With her tremendous strength, creating another lower level should not be difficult. Before relying on manual labor, Han Feng wanted to test whether his light could speed up the work. Green and red were nearly useless on concrete, but perhaps purple could soften it. As expected, the purple light worked. Unfortunately, although the stones looked like mud, they retained their original weight and hardness. Desperate, Han Feng combined all three lights in different orders and changed the energy rhythm, but every attempt failed. Failed plants became coal, failed meat became fuel, while stone kept its basic properties. Perhaps that was the difference between organic and inorganic matter. After several days of failure, Han Feng reached his limit and slammed a red-lit fist into the floor. He discovered that red light above a certain intensity could shatter anything in its path. To apply the discovery, he moved the sprouts aside and began destroying the flooring. He released the red light fully, extended its range, and gradually increased its intensity. The result was excellent. He achieved a precise, controlled demolition of the floor. The rocks that had tormented him for days finally collapsed. The effect was tremendous, though the cost to his body was severe. Disintegrating even a small area left him collapsed in exhaustion. He would need daily practice to improve. After discovering the fastest method, Han Feng took responsibility for digging, while Nurse Jin used her strength to carry the broken stone away. The project took a full week. They excavated 10 meters below the basement and created a 20-square-meter room. After extensive remodeling, the underground greenhouse was finally complete. Han Feng and Nurse Jin felt proud seeing their hard work shelter the small garden of sprouts. Next came Han Feng's favorite part of the previous few days. Whenever they climbed the narrow stairs to the first basement, he always let Nurse Jin go first so he could enjoy the view. He truly was one of us. If everything went well, harvesting could begin in 2 months. The project had started 2 weeks earlier. Their last fresh vegetables ran out 4 days ago, and the three had eaten endless broccoli ever since. Han Feng could no longer tolerate the green vegetables, but had no choice because broccoli was one of the few crops he could reliably grow with green light. Perhaps they could plant bean sprouts, which grew quickly and were ready to eat. Or perhaps Han Feng would get another kind of meal from above. Nurse Jin slipped, and a soft cushion landed directly on his face. He was too surprised to enjoy the moment. Once they reached the basement, Han Feng repeatedly assured her he was fine. His nose was bleeding heavily, though probably not because of the impact. Nurse Jin tried examining him, but he was too embarrassed to allow it. Returning to the living room, they encountered a very strange scene. Chu Chu had drawn an occult symbol on the carpet and placed a laptop in the center while dancing and chanting as though summoning the fifth evil eye. That was her name for one of the CCTV cameras. She was trying to repair it with magic. The villa stood beside a steep cliff. Cameras along the hill path gave them complete visibility of the surrounding terrain. Nurse Jin and Han Feng slid down toward the damaged camera to perform maintenance. Because of increasingly severe storms, the cameras had malfunctioned more frequently. While Han Feng replaced the damaged unit, a faint explosion sounded close enough to alarm them. Visibility was too poor to identify the source. Han Feng dismissed it as nothing, immediately dangerous. People were probably on the opposite side of the hill, but they should remain safe if everyone minded their own business. The next afternoon, Han Feng woke and followed his routine. He first descended into the second basement to conduct experiments focused entirely on accelerating the garden. He began by sprouting new seeds, but mastering the rhythm was difficult. Patterns that worked for one plant often failed on another. Every vegetable required him to start over and discover a new sequence. He continued practicing through trial and error for half an hour. It was a terrible day to be a plant. In only 30 minutes, Han Feng turned most sprouts into coal. Fortunately, he had not touched the first batch nearing harvest. Perhaps he was applying too much energy. A faint dose might be enough to accelerate growth. Risking their progress, he exposed the first batch to minimal green light for another half hour. He carefully prevented overexposure by limiting the treatment. Each day, on the 5th day, their effort finally produced results. Vegetables in this case. Holding a giant Chinese cabbage, Han Feng could not stop smiling. Strangely, one radish resembled a foot and the tomatoes looked alien. The strangest was the enormous green cabbage standing alone in a corner. The vegetables grown with tiny doses of green light looked unusual but remained healthy. In their situation, appearance did not matter if the food was edible. That foot-shaped radish was suspicious, however. They cooked most of the harvest and held an entirely vegetable feast. 2 weeks of work disappeared in one meal, and everyone considered it worthwhile. Even the Demon King changed her opinion about gardening and wanted strawberries and honeydew. Next time, the only leftover dish was sautéed green cabbage made from the enormous head. No one could eat any more of it. There was simply too much. Moments like that reminded Han Feng of Brother Li, who could probably eat anything without complaint. 2 weeks had passed since he went downhill. The supplies they carried were probably nearly exhausted. Han Feng could only hope they remained safe. As the feast ended, another explosion echoed in the distance. It was the 6th consecutive day of those alarming sounds. Confident in their secure location, they did not worry much because the explosions occurred only once daily. 3 days later, however, the frequency increased dramatically. A barrage of detonations shook the hillside. The noise became so severe that it disrupted Han Feng's peaceful life. The constant blasts were irritating him. Finally, he took a ladder to the villa's roof and tried determining what was happening below. Even with binoculars, Han Feng could not identify activity on the other frozen hills. He wondered who was reckless enough to cause such violent destruction. The attackers clearly did not fear revealing their position. Although the explosions were still some distance away, continued movement toward the villa would become dangerous. Han Feng did not want to test whether his reinforcement could survive a direct blast. Their wall was also too low and thin. Additional remodeling seemed wise, even though the cause remained unknown. Chu Chu had no cement in her storage, making conventional construction impossible. Fortunately, they already possessed usable materials. Tons of rocks, excavated from the basement, were stacked nearby. First, they arranged the stones carefully, then poured water over them. The water froze and formed a strong ice wall that would never melt under the constant cold. An ice wall filled with stone could even outperform ordinary concrete. The three worked intensely on the project, building it taller and thicker while each handled a specific role. When they ran out of stone, Han Feng demolished nearby empty villas for more. After 3 days of nonstop labor, they finished an enormous wall tall enough to hide the entire house. At last, they could rest easily. But the explosions did not allow them to admire their work. The bombing began again, this time close enough to see clearly from the villa. Worse, each detonation struck nearer than the last. The bombing grew louder, and the next blast destroyed a nearby villa. In the neighborhood, debris flew across the hillside, with several pieces striking the newly built ice wall. A small flying stone grazed Han Feng's face. Despite its size, it moved fast enough to cut his cheek. They were fortunate to have finished the wall. Without it, the damage could have been severe. Han Feng hurried inside and ordered the women into the second basement. They remained in the underground greenhouse for half a day before emerging. On the second night, the bombardment resumed while Han Feng bathed, nearly making him drown from shock. He rushed downstairs wearing only a towel around his waist. On the third morning, the neighboring villa was destroyed, and a bomb struck the ice wall directly. On the fourth afternoon, Han Feng was using the toilet when another blast made him lose concentration. Worse, he nearly exposed himself to the Demon King. By the fifth day, Han Feng had endured enough. He took his sniper rifle, dressed in ski gear, and prepared to enter the war zone. Hiding in the basement every day had made it impossible to eat, drink, or sleep properly. It was unbearable. He was heavily armed, furious, and dressed perfectly. Han Feng intended to discover which lunatic had turned the frozen world into a private bombing range. He reminded the women to protect themselves and follow protocol until he returned. The ski trip down the hill went smoothly. For the first time, Han Feng saw the destruction caused by the bombardment up close. Fragments of military uniforms lay scattered around, suggesting the armed forces might be involved. Perhaps Captain Scar and the giant were connected to the chaos. The farther he traveled into the destruction, the more shattered bodies he encountered. For safety, he climbed to higher ground to observe the area. The altitude made the cold worse and breathing extremely painful. Through his binoculars, he spotted a huge cave resembling a hidden military facility. Cannons were concealed within the surrounding walls and were probably the source of the past few days' explosions. Soldiers moved stealthily outside the entrance as though their enemy was inside. Then they entered while firing wildly. It might have been some kind of internal conflict. Before they fully entered, an overwhelming invisible force blasted them outward. One soldier flew high enough to land near Han Feng's position. Looking closely, Han Feng saw only mangled remains. The entire unit had been destroyed within seconds. Returning his attention to the cave, he saw 3 people walking out calmly. One was a little girl carrying a bazooka, another a stylish little boy, and the third a white-haired woman with glasses and an elegant coat. For an instant, she seemed to sense something interesting. The woman looked directly toward Han Feng's concealed position and smiled with hypnotic purple eyes. Han Feng's blood turned cold. Despite being hundreds of meters away and above her, he felt like helpless prey. Under a predator's gaze, he remained completely still, overwhelmed by survival instinct. When he looked through the binoculars, again, the little girl was aiming the bazooka at him with a crazed smile. She fired and destroyed the hilltop where he had been hiding. Fortunately, he slid beyond the blast radius at the last second. Somehow, they had detected him from an enormous distance. The trio was extremely dangerous. Han Feng decided to retreat and reconsider his next move after the explosion. Gunfire filled the air. Surviving soldiers were still trying to resist, the 3 while retreating and emptying their magazines. Unfortunately, the little boy cut off their escape by manipulating the snow into a tidal wave while wearing a completely blank expression. When he pressed downward, the snow imploded and created a massive icy blast. Han Feng had to admit he was completely outmatched. The implosion triggered an avalanche, and he had no chance to avoid it. Tons of snow rushed down the slope until the landscape itself changed. After things calmed slightly, red light leaked from beneath the snowy surface. Using it, Han Feng dug free from the deadly pile while dragging another person with him. He had nearly suffocated but survived through quick thinking. Now he pulled an unconscious soldier down the slope. Fortunately, he had found a dam and used it for shelter. Otherwise, the avalanche would have crushed and carried him to death. The emotionless boy clearly controlled snow and ice, the most powerful ability imaginable in this frozen world. Hopefully, the rescued soldier could provide useful information about the three-person force. Han Feng searched until he found a building tall enough to remain above the snow. He dragged the soldier into an abandoned room and tied him securely. Once they were safe, Han Feng struck the man with his pistol as a wake-up call. The moment the soldier opened his eyes, he surrendered and begged for his life. Han Feng had not even asked a question, yet the man was already ready to betray everyone. Han Feng had prepared many interrogation methods, but sadly could not use them. He pulled up a chair and demanded information about the woman and children who had destroyed an entire military facility. The soldier trembled at the memory. According to him, the three were inhuman. One controlled ice, one released energy waves, and the last was a living bomb. Han Feng demanded a detailed explanation, beginning with the woman. The beautiful white-haired woman could release energy waves with a movement of her hand, sending entire battalions flying like kites. The unstable little girl had explosive powers and could turn anything into a deadly bomb. The boy was even worse, freely controlling ice and snow, making him nearly untouchable. While the soldier cursed them as monsters, Han Feng remained thoughtful. Given his own extraordinary powers, he could hardly blame them for using theirs freely. More superhumans were appearing everywhere. Han Feng had one final question. He wanted to know who had caused the bombing near the hillside villa. The soldier swore his faction had nothing to do with the attacks. Those three had already taken over their camp, and today's assault was the battalion's final attempt to reclaim it after receiving reinforcements from headquarters. Han Feng was still furious about the bombardment, but punishing those responsible might be far easier imagined than accomplished. The bodies he had passed on the hill were probably victims of the woman and her companions. How could anyone fight such an absurdly powerful group? Knowing lunatics threatened his peaceful life made Han Feng furious. Since he had obtained the information he needed, he released the soldier. Afraid Han Feng might reconsider, the man ran into the snow without waiting for his restraints to be removed. That was fine because he would never need his hands again. The moment he reached the open field, an explosion erased him. More explosions immediately struck the area where Han Feng was hiding. One blast nearly killed him, but he reinforced the wall in time to protect himself. The bombardment was not random at all. Someone was accurately targeting him. Han Feng had hidden several hills away, yet they still discovered him. The trio remained inside the military facility while the little girl casually demonstrated the destructive power she had been practicing the past couple of days. Dami Mami sensed that their target's ability signature had not vanished after the barrage. Instead, it had grown stronger. Whoever they were targeting had to be powerful enough to survive both an avalanche and multiple bombs. The woman ordered several more explosives just to be safe. If the target survived, they would pursue him. They could not let a potential enemy escape. The little boy seemed uninterested in the whole situation, but the explosive girl was thrilled. Back in his hiding place, Han Feng collapsed into a chair. The day had been filled with deadly, close calls. He briefly considered attacking the enemy, but fighting three superhumans alone was a one-way trip to hell. If he returned home now, the bombardment would probably continue. To protect his peaceful future, Han Feng had to eliminate the threat to his way of life. He picked up a stone and began drawing his attack plan nearby. A thick snowfield lay before the dam, with hills on both sides. 3 enemies were camped there, and each possessed a special ability. The crazy girl could turn anything she touched into a bomb. Han Feng had already confirmed that his reinforcement could withstand her bombardments. The other woman could release powerful energy waves over long distances. She posed a moderate threat. His greatest concern was the boy who could manipulate ice and create deadly avalanches. If the boy controlled the snow from far away, he could bury Han Feng and the dam together. Han Feng currently had a sniper rifle. At least it gave him a way to fight back from long range. Unfortunately, he was not a trained marksman. If the distance was too great, he would probably miss. If the enemies hid among the hills surrounding the dam, locating them through the scope would be impossible. Han Feng searched his mind for another method to eliminate the threats. He could try setting a snow trap, but that required knowing their route. Besides, the boy could simply control the snow and make the trap useless. Then an idea struck him. He could lure the trio beneath the dam, open the gates, and release the water to wash them away. The plan seemed promising, but how could he lure them below? If he went down himself, he would not be able to open the gate above. By his estimate, the gate was about 7 meters tall. Han Feng had once heard that ice at the North Pole could reach around 2 meters thick. Given the height of the gate, he should still be able to reach the water beneath. To verify his estimate, he decided to inspect it. Using red light, he easily tunneled through the thick snow. If he went through all this preparation and the gate released no water, he would be finished. Concealed behind a snowbank, he sent purple light crawling toward the bottom of the gate. Once it reached the right place, he intensified the glow and softened the frozen concrete. A small section of the gate softened, and water spurted through. To avoid releasing everything too early, he repaired the opening with green light. The test worked. He could release and stop the water whenever he wanted. If he lured the trio below, victory would be his. While Han Feng refined his plan, the trio raced through the frozen forest without being slowed by the snow. The woman leading them used a mental technique to pinpoint his location. Excited, the crazy girl raised her rocket launcher, eager to blow something up. Dami Mami stopped Zishi from acting recklessly. She ordered Yuan Yi to move first and force the vermin out of hiding. Yuan Yi obeyed and manipulated the snow into a wave. Starting uphill, it rapidly grew into a full avalanche that swallowed Han Feng's shelter. Inside, he desperately reinforced the walls against the approaching snowslide. His reinforcement kept the ruined outpost from collapsing beneath the impact. Grabbing his rifle, he used the scope to locate the enemy. By tracing the avalanche to its source, he quickly found his targets. With the crosshairs centered on the woman's head, Han Feng immediately pulled the trigger. The high-caliber bullet tore through the frozen air, crossing the distance in search of a headshot. Unfortunately, Dami Mami noticed the bullet and raised a barrier in time, causing it to ricochet away. Han Feng then fired repeatedly, emptying the magazine with increasingly inaccurate shots. Accuracy did not matter because every bullet was blocked by the barrier. Since the avalanche had failed, it was Zixi's turn to unleash destruction. With the protective barrier still raised, the trio rushed toward his position. Han Feng did not care that his shots missed. They were only part of the plan to lure them closer. He calmly packed his equipment and climbed onto a table he had turned into a ladder. It lifted him high enough to reach the ceiling, where he began opening a hole with red light. Once on the roof, he took a deep breath and prepared to unleash every insult he had invented to enrage his enemies. Han Feng shouted enough curses and vulgarities to make a veteran League of Legends player cry. The trio stopped in shock after hearing such offensive words. Their surprise quickly became fury. Zixi wanted nothing more than to bomb him to death. She raised her arm only to discover that her rocket launcher was missing. Dami Mami had already taken it, and the frigid air seemed even colder. She was deeply offended at being called a worn-out floozy. In retaliation, she fired wildly, launching explosives to express her rage. Even while furious, her accuracy remained deadly. Fortunately for Han Feng, he had already begun the next stage of his plan. He jumped from the roof and opened a parachute, slowly descending toward the dam. Seeing him flee toward the lower snowfield, the enraged trio pursued him. Dami Mami was so furious that even the usually unstable Zixi tried to calm her. The provocation had worked too well. They chased on foot and gradually caught up with the descending parachute. Unknown to them, it carried nothing but a decoy. Han Feng remained on top of the dam to perform the most important part of the operation. As purple light softened the gate, he quietly wished his enemies a freezing farewell. The water leaked slowly at first, but as the softened opening widened, the flood burst through and surged across the snow with unstoppable force. Han Feng was not satisfied with opening only one gate. He moved along the wall, opening a second, third, and fourth gate. The combined force of 4 release channels was overwhelming. Suddenly, the trio found themselves trapped. They had traveled far while pursuing the man who had insulted them relentlessly. Dami Mami used her sensing technique but detected no nearby ability fluctuations. Yuan Yi was the first to notice the growing roar behind them. By then, it was too late. The flood had reached their position. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, Dami Mami pulled the children close. Yuan Yi touched the snow below and raised it to gain elevation. But his control over ice could not outrun the raging torrent. Dami Mami raised another barrier to protect them. Yuan Yi tried to surf away on the snow, but the surrounding snow had melted, leaving too little to manipulate. The barrier eventually shattered, and they were nearly swallowed. Although caught off guard, Dami Mami's instincts took over, and she grabbed the children to prevent the worst possible outcome. She created another barrier at the last second. The transparent sphere was all that stood between them and death. Within moments, the frozen surface below the dam became a raging river. Han Feng watched from atop the wall through binoculars. The hills blocked his view downstream, so he could not see what happened. He assumed that even if they avoided drowning, the 3 villains would eventually freeze to death. That should be enough to let him relax and return to the cave base to destroy all the cannons. Han Feng could already imagine his peaceful life returning. He created makeshift footwear that let him cross the thick snow without sinking and headed toward the military base. Traveling across snow as easily as flat ground would have been ideal, but it was not possible. The rough terrain slowed him, but he eventually reached his destination. Along the way, he picked up an assault rifle and cautiously approached the cave entrance. Even after dealing with the immediate threat, it was better to remain cautious. It would be humiliating to survive 3 ability users and then die to ordinary bullets. Using purple light, he disabled the 2 cannons outside by changing their structure. The solid metal weapons melted apart. He considered doing the same to the shells, but worried they might explode. If they detonated, the blast could attract more people and create new trouble. Han Feng left the shells alone, because without cannons to fire them, they were practically useless. Anyway, once the exterior was secure, he slowly entered the cave. Inside, he discovered rows of massive weapons and enough shells to destroy a small city. Fortunately, only the smaller mortars had been used against his villa. If the heavy artillery had fired, their ice wall would have been worthless. The enormous shells sent a chill down Han Feng's spine. They were essentially weapons of mass destruction. No matter how thoroughly he reinforced the villa, a single large shell could destroy his peaceful life instantly. Melting the artillery was therefore an obvious decision. Han Feng worked through the base, disabling each weapon one by one. It took time, but he completed the job smoothly, reducing the long, thick barrels to warped metal. Deeper inside, he found extensive supplies, enough to equip a sizable military force. No wonder the soldiers had fought so hard to reclaim the site from the superhuman trio. Han Feng was only one person and could not carry everything. Still, he feared someone else might find the crates of firearms stored there. If the little delusional girl had accompanied him, collecting it all would have been effortless. Merely imagining Chu-Chu absorbing the entire stockpile into her storage excited him. Perhaps he could return to the villa and bring her back. Having all that firepower under their control would be safer. After completing a thorough sweep, Han Feng left the base. As he approached the exit, several loose rocks flew toward him. Looking closer, he noticed strange handprints on each surface. The stones suddenly glowed, crimson together. A tremendous explosion followed as dozens of charged projectiles detonated. The attackers stood above the cave entrance. Zixi felt satisfied after finally blowing up the elusive Han Feng. Dami Mami used her sensing technique to determine whether the target had died. Her calm expression vanished when she scanned the blast zone. As the smoke slowly cleared, Han Feng remained standing, surrounded by faint green and purple light. After noticing the explosive stones near his feet, he had covered himself with winter gear and reinforced the clothing. The attack was terrifying, but he survived. Without full body protection, he certainly would have died. The rocks appeared to have fallen from directly above the cave. Cursing his luck, Han Feng activated red light and targeted the cavern entrance. Since the enemy had ambushed him, he was willing to retaliate by any means necessary. Red light rapidly spread across the tunnel mouth. The concrete immediately collapsed and disintegrated beneath the power. Before the trio could react, the surface beneath them gave way. Zixi landed on her backside, Yuan Yi struck his head, and Dami Mami briefly lost consciousness. Forcing herself upright, she warned the children to move. When she saw Han Feng standing with an assault rifle aimed directly at them, she tried dragging the other two away. Han Feng opened fire mercilessly to prevent his tormentors from escaping. Because Dami Mami prioritized protecting the children, she fell behind. A bullet tore through her leg, ending her escape. The other two barely reached safety while their leader was immobilized. Realizing the advantage had completely changed, Dami Mami surrendered at gunpoint. Always hot-tempered, Zixi threatened Han Feng and demanded that he release her older sister. Internally, he feared the unstable girl. Her explosive rocks had nearly killed him only moments earlier. If he shot the woman first, he might not block another explosive stone in time. But if he killed the girl first, the woman would attack him with an energy wave while the boy could bury him in snow. After considering his options, Han Feng chose honest negotiation. He explained that they had never been enemies to begin with. If they stopped bombing his home, he was willing to make peace. Dami Mami looked confused while Zixi stared blankly. The girl asked whether Han Feng lived in one of the hillside villas. Han Feng complained passionately that he had been minding his own business while they bombarded his home every day. Otherwise, he would never have entered such a dangerous place. Confronted by both sides, Zixi sheepishly admitted that she could not stop blowing things up. She felt uncomfortable whenever she went a day without an explosion. Furthermore, thinking about wealthy people living in luxurious villas made her want to bomb them. Someone needed to lock her away. Han Feng finally understood that he had no connection to the soldiers who had attacked the trio earlier. He had merely appeared at the same time through unfortunate coincidence. Both sides realized they had tried to kill one another because of a misunderstanding. With tears in her eyes, Dami Mami sincerely apologized and even flattered Han Feng by calling him handsome. Despite the stunning woman before him, his anger remained. He accused her of producing fake tears, but she was actually crying from the pain of the gunshot and blood loss. Eventually, Han Feng relented and allowed the trio back into the military base. Fortunately, it contained enough medical supplies to remove the bullet and treat her injury. Han Feng kept them at gunpoint while watching. Dami Mami remained unnaturally calm during the procedure. In her place, he would have screamed and cried from the pain. He also noticed how skillfully Zixi handled the treatment. Whatever their history, it could not be ordinary. Once the wound was bandaged, Han Feng stated his conditions for peace. From that day forward, the hillside villas would be a no-explosion zone. Both groups would coexist without interfering with one another. Dami Mami agreed immediately and apologized again for Zixie's recklessness. To show her sincerity, she allowed Han Feng to take any resources he wanted from the base. Zixie protested but stopped under a deadly glare. If not for her obsession with bombing wealthy neighborhoods, the misunderstanding would never have happened, and her sister would not have been shot. Zixie had better kneel and apologize properly. Only moments earlier, they had been trying to kill each other. Now the woman's attitude had completely changed. Curious, Han Feng asked how she had identified his exact location. Before answering, she asked him to lower the gun because they had already reconciled. Han Feng was not foolish. Sweet words alone were not enough to create trust. Dami Mami explained that she had used a superhuman technique anyone could learn. Even before the abnormal climate began, some people already possessed supernatural abilities. Superhumans emitted fluctuations resembling magnetic fields. Anyone able to perceive these patterns could estimate another superhuman's location. Han Feng stayed and spoke with her for some time, gaining a rough understanding of how to sense the ability fluctuations of other people. After learning that powers could strengthen through practice, he asked whether one person could awaken multiple abilities. According to her, different abilities were usually incompatible, meaning one person could possess only one. That implied his red, green, and purple lights were three separate abilities that should not have been able to coexist. After hours of discussion, Han Feng finally lowered the gun and properly introduced himself as an ordinary office worker before the apocalypse. Dami Mami introduced herself as Zhang Ruqing, formerly a teacher. They sealed their new cooperative relationship with a handshake. Once the gun was no longer involved, Zhang Ruqing's expression cooled as she mentioned the insults he had shouted during their fight. She did not appreciate being called a worn-out floozy or an ugly woman. Nearby, Zixie laughed madly as the room glowed with explosive handprints. She awaited her older sister's command to detonate everything, while Han Feng stood frozen, still holding Zhang Ruqing's hand. He decided to bluff. Pretending confidence, he pointed out that the previous explosions had not scratched him, so he was not afraid. In reality, another blast inside the room would probably injure him severely, even if it did not kill him. In a cold voice, Zhang Ruqing assured him that their agreement remained valid. She merely wanted an explanation for the cruel insults he had shouted. Unable to endure the pressure, Han Feng tried withdrawing his hand while pretending ignorance. Her grip was too strong, so he changed strategies and began flattering her. He called Miss Zhang graceful, intelligent, gentle, beautiful, radiant, and brilliant. The dream of every man. She blushed and ordered Zixie to stop threatening such a good ally. Miss Zhang finally released him, leaving his hand sore. Zixie still refused to accept a disgusting man as an ally, so Han Feng used the same method and praised her extravagantly. He described the young woman as lively, adorable, innocent, and charming. The compliments worked perfectly. Although visibly embarrassed, Zixie was won over. Miss Zhang and Han Feng both worried that the girl might be too easy to manipulate. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi slept peacefully, acting as though he paid rent. With everything settled, Han Feng prepared to leave. He would return with someone in several days to collect resources because his generator fuel was running low. Before his departure, Miss Zhang stretched confidently and assured Han Feng he could take whatever he wanted from her. Since darkness had already fallen, she invited him to stay overnight and leave after sunrise. Han Feng was tempted not to let a minor conflict prevent him from experiencing another kind of powerful grip. Unfortunately, with the unstable Zixie nearby, he would never feel safe. Against his wishes, he hurried out of the room and into the frozen wilderness to return home. After he left, Zixie asked whether it was wise to conceal important details about abilities. Miss Zhang admitted withholding some information as a future bargaining tool. She then turned to Yuan Yi and ordered him to stop pretending to sleep now that the guest was gone. The boy was shy and hated speaking with strangers. Since he had used his ability repeatedly that day, Miss Zhang asked whether his body had changed. Zixi conducted a thorough examination from head to toe. She even inspected his backside. Laughing loudly, Zixi found what she sought on: Yuan Yi's buttocks. With complete seriousness, Miss Zhang felt relieved that only that area had been affected. For his safety, they would limit his future ability use. Outside, temperatures had fallen to their lowest point while a lone figure crossed the snowy hills. Enduring the cold, the strain of the day's events, and the long journey back to the villas had completely drained Han Feng. Suddenly, his heartbeat felt abnormal. He dropped to one knee in discomfort and struggled to breathe. Han Feng realized he might not survive much longer in the brutal cold. Fortunately, he had reached the wooded perimeter where he had installed hidden cameras. He found one of them, but unfortunately, no one at the villa was watching the connected feed. Nurse Jin slept soundly beneath a weighted blanket, surrounded by heaters. In her clean, comfortable room, she rested peacefully, while Chu Chu was unconscious in her anime-themed bedroom, surrounded by clutter. Han Feng realized he had made a serious mistake. Both housemates were probably asleep, and he was essentially at one health point. His heartbeat became erratic as a strange pattern appeared across its surface. A stabbing sensation pierced his chest with pain unlike anything he had felt before. Combined with exhaustion, it caused him to collapse into the snow, unconscious and freezing. His body temperature plummeted. By some miracle, Han Feng eventually opened his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, through blurred vision, he recognized Nurse Jin beneath his bedroom light. Still in survival mode, he leaped from the warm bed in fear and crashed to the floor. With his bare body exposed beneath the blankets, he finally realized he was back inside the safety of the villa. He also noticed that his housemates were present. Han Feng had been fortunate. The previous night, Nurse Jin became hungry, and on her way to the kitchen, she happened to glance at the CCTV monitor. She immediately dressed warmly and went down the hill to carry him back. With her extraordinary strength, restoring his body temperature was not difficult. She brought him into a heated room and removed his snow-covered clothing. Nurse Jin performed basic tests but found no visible injuries. He had simply collapsed below the hill for unknown reasons. The last thing he remembered was the sudden stabbing pain in his chest. Once stable, Han Feng explained to Nurse Jin and Chu Chu what had happened the previous day. Nurse Jin was still trying to identify the cause of his near-death episode. She suspected cold and exhaustion had triggered angina. Chu Chu, however, cared more about Han Feng's 1 versus 3 battle. Remembering that Miss Zhang expected him to return for resources, Han Feng excitedly invited Chu Chu to accompany him. Nurse Jin firmly refused and ordered him to rest so his heart would not be strained. She also forbade Chu Chu from disturbing Han Feng for several days. For the next 5 days, Nurse Jin carefully cared for him until he recovered completely. During that time, Han Feng repeatedly practiced the superhuman sensing method learned from Miss Zhang. After concentrating intensely, he finally detected Nurse Jin's location and sensed her sitting in an unusual position. She was using the bathroom on the other side of the villa and suddenly felt as though someone was watching her. Han Feng realized he had discovered a divine technique. Back at the military base, Miss Zhang sat in her wheelchair and became increasingly worried about Han Feng. She expected him to return quickly, but 8 days had already passed since his departure. Her concern faded when she sensed him approaching the base. To her surprise, 2 other superhumans accompanied him. At last, the 2 groups of superhumans were about to meet. Smiling, Han Feng greeted Miss Zhang enthusiastically while he and Nurse Jin entered. He turned to his companions and formally introduced Zhang Ruqing, Zixi, and Yuan Yi as their new allies. Nurse Jin bowed politely and introduced herself sweetly while Chu Chu offered a flat greeting. The little demon king and the elegant woman noticed each other and both froze in place. Chu Chu immediately turned away and boarded the sled. muttering that coming there had been a mistake. Miss Zhang rose from her wheelchair in shock and called Chu-Chu her older sister. Everyone else stared in disbelief at the unexpected revelation. Chu-Chu insisted she was only a cute 12-year-old girl, so the woman must have mistaken her for someone else. Miss Zhang ignored the excuse and leaped from her wheelchair as though she had not been shot in the leg the previous week. A struggle began as she confronted Chu-Chu for vanishing from the research institute and making everyone worry. Chu-Chu insisted she had merely pursued her dream of staying home, eating, and doing nothing until death. While the sisters argued physically, the other four watched in confusion. Eventually, everyone calmed down and moved deeper into the base. Chu-Chu and Miss Zhang explained that they truly were sisters. Zhang Ruqing clarified that Chu-Chu was her biological sister from different parents, which was confusing to say the least. Miss Zhang had grown up in an orphanage and was adopted at 11 years old, making Chu-Chu her older sister. They had once been inseparable, with a bond stronger than blood. Han Feng and Zishi protested simultaneously. No matter how they examined the timeline, Miss Zhang appeared to be the older sister. She understood their confusion because Chu-Chu had always looked small and adorable. To prove the truth, Miss Zhang displayed a childhood photograph. She was 1 year younger, which had been obvious then, but Chu-Chu looked almost identical in the past and present. If the little demon king was 21, Miss Zhang was only 20. She had matured quickly. Zixi remarked that they looked more like mother and daughter than sisters now. Realizing she had offended someone, Zixi immediately apologized. The sisters had been apart for years, so Miss Zhang wanted to explain what happened at the Research Institute. Before beginning, she looked at Han Feng to indicate that she preferred sharing the story only with her sister. Han Feng understood and asked Nurse Jin to accompany him on a walk through the cave to search for useful supplies. Chu-Chu stopped them and insisted they remain. As companions selected by her evil eye, they had an equal right to understand these matters. Han Feng and Nurse Jin happily accepted and stayed to listen. Since it was her sister's decision, Miss Zhang agreed and spoke openly. After Chu-Chu disappeared, the research succeeded, but the lead professor was murdered and the institute was destroyed. The opening statement contained too much information while omitting important context. Han Feng could not understand her meaning. Chu-Chu calmly claimed that she already knew everything. Miss Zhang continued, explaining that hostile organizations had emerged across the city and were capturing superhumans. If their identities became known, those factions would pursue them relentlessly. Chu-Chu already knew that too. Desperate to share something new, Miss Zhang lowered her dress and revealed that excessive ability use caused crystals to grow on a superhuman's body. She had also discovered a method to remove the crystals. Chu-Chu responded that crystals had formed on Han Feng's heart days earlier and that she had removed them. Han Feng had no idea this had happened. Nurse Jin also appeared aware of the crucial information he should have received earlier. Discouraged because Chu-Chu knew almost everything, Miss Zhang revealed that she had developed a technique for sensing superhuman fluctuations. Chu-Chu did not know that. Zhang Ruqing asked her sister not to pretend ignorance merely to comfort her. Chu-Chu had always been a peerless genius in every subject. Han Feng interrupted the emotional scene and demanded a complete explanation from the beginning. With grim expressions, the unusual sisters asked whether he truly wanted to hear about the terrible origins. Though slightly frightened, Han Feng insisted on hearing the entire story. About 2 years earlier, 18-year-old Zhang Ruqing graduated with a bachelor's degree, while 19-year-old Chu-Chu received a master's degree. Both sisters were celebrated as brilliant researchers. They immediately joined an obscure department after the institute discovered a superhuman frozen in ice by her own power. After a year of studying the strange subject, Chu-Chu and Miss Zhang unexpectedly awakened abilities themselves. That same day, Chu-Chu vanished and was never seen again. Miss Zhang remained at the institute with the professor, Zixi, and Yuan Yi. Their work eventually produced a successful artificial superhuman project. Several months into testing, the professor was murdered inside a women's bathroom. Other researchers involved in the project began disappearing or dying one after another. Eventually, the institute was destroyed. Only Miss Zhang, Zixi, and Yuan Yi escaped using their abilities. Han Feng theorized that someone wanted the newly developed superhuman technology and intended to monopolize it. The theory fit the evidence. The murders and destruction could easily be explained by greed. According to Zhang Ruqing, a hostile organization called Base operated within the city. It had gathered several superhumans and sat near the top of their suspect list. Mentioning superhumans made Han Feng remember the militarized group that had hunted them. The soldiers Miss Zhang and her companions fought a week earlier were also connected to Base. She had captured a minor captain, but he insisted he was not a Base member and instead belonged to the uprising volunteer group. According to the captive, he had once helped an entire neighborhood survive the disaster. Later, the uprising volunteer group captured him and forced him to serve as cannon fodder. He described himself as refined, educated, and sophisticated. Han Feng refused to believe that the uprising joined by Brother Li would commit such cruelty. Besides, the uprising consisted of frightening gangsters with kind hearts, hardly people who appeared cultured or refined. Curious about the captive, Han Feng asked the children to take him to the cell for a face-to-face meeting. Because the military base was hidden underground, it contained rows of detention cells for prisoners. Zixi approached the only occupied cell where the captive groaned that he had already told them everything. He continued claiming to be a victim of the uprising volunteer group's tyranny, who had merely followed orders to survive. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Feng stepped forward and gloated at the man who had driven him from his home, Zhang Shuyu. The calculating neighborhood dictator had become an emaciated prisoner. Han Feng asked what happened to the great philanthropist who had promised to lead everyone toward a better life. Mr. Zhang maintained his false smile and said he had not expected to meet the man he once tried to rob. Attempting to reverse the narrative, he claimed that taking as many resources as possible had been necessary to save more people. He hoped Han Feng would understand, effectively blaming him for refusing to cooperate. Naturally, the manipulator pretended to understand Han Feng's decision to prioritize personal safety in such an extreme situation. Han Feng had heard enough. It was an act that only brainwashed fools would believe. In his view, Mr. Zhang had allied with Base, failed, and was now pretending to be a captive of the uprising volunteer group. Zixi hated those Base members and became furious after realizing she had been deceived. As usual, Mr. Zhang insisted he had never lied. He admitted initially joining Base and becoming a minor captain. During his first mission, his team tried to surround the uprising, but was ambushed, surrendered, and changed sides. Later, he joined a battalion impersonating soldiers to seize the underground storage within the military base. As everyone knew, they were defeated quickly, leading to his imprisonment. Mr. Zhang was an excellent storyteller, but Han Feng heard only endless nonsense. He sighed and accepted that words would not work. Han Feng grabbed him by the hair and slammed his face into the metal bars. The pathetic performance had fooled the residents of the high-rise, but not him. Even with his face injured, Mr. Zhang continued insisting his story was true. Unsatisfied with only bruising him, Han Feng treated his deceptive face like a punching bag. The prison bars could not protect him. Dizzy from the impact and punches, Mr. Zhang attempted to sit upright. His commitment to maintaining the lie despite torture was impressive. He admitted he had no remaining leverage and was merely a helpless prisoner with a terrible past. To survive, he promised never to lie again. Han Feng's patience was nearly gone. He clicked his tongue, drew a pistol, and chambered a round beside the prisoner's face. Mr. Zhang received one final chance to reveal everything he knew about the organization called Base. With fear entering his voice, Zhang Shuyu repeated that he had been captured by the uprising soon after joining, so he knew little about the organization. Since the man remained determined to mock him, Han Feng fired and deliberately struck the ear to prove his seriousness. The first bullet served as a warning. Han Feng would not kill him yet because he intended to extract as much value as possible. But if Zhang Shuyu continued pretending to be virtuous, he would become completely worthless. Han Feng and Zixi then left the important prisoner to consider his options. On the way back, Zixi praised Han Feng for looking impressive while beating their prisoner. When they returned, the others were relaxing and playing cards. Han Feng told Nurse Jin and Chu Chu who the captive in the basement was. Hearing Zhang Shuyu's name, they stared with open mouths. Confused by the situation, Zhang Ruqing received a brief explanation of everything that happened in the frozen neighborhood from her sister. She could not believe she had been manipulated by a sociopath. Yuan Yi had expected it, believing that most attractive people were evil. Since Zhang Shuyu had ties to base, the underground storage likely belonged to them as well. Base patrols were apparently being harassed by the uprising volunteer group, forcing the organization to gather more strength to crush the rebellion. There was a good chance Uncle Lee was the one causing Base so much trouble. During his interrogation, Han Feng learned that the uprising was currently led by Li Ziyi. That was right. Brother Li himself was in charge. Han Feng initially assumed Zhang Shuyu was lying and beat him again. Still, missing parts of the story, Zhang Ruqing listened as her sister explained how they were connected to the uprising. They currently knew that Bates occupied the international airport and controlled nearly 1,000 soldiers. The organization constantly searched the city for resources and workers. Young men were drafted into the military and fed ordinary meals. Women considered unattractive, elderly people, and corpses were secretly processed into food for ordinary citizens. Base was deeply inhumane. Zixi would gladly blow the entire organization apart. Han Feng had revealed many horrifying details, yet his companions remained calm. Apparently, Uncle Li Zhenghao had already explained the gruesome operation. Han Feng could tell the annoying old man had deliberately excluded him. Once Base defeated the uprising volunteer group, it would concentrate all available forces on capturing the underground storage. Their villa was not far away either. Exposure was inevitable. To prevent the situation from worsening, Han Feng decided to take weapons and equipment to support the uprising. Chu Chu immediately agreed with the plan. Everyone entered the corridor containing the military stockpile, and Chu Chu activated her ability. Chanting about the true power of the evil eye, she opened her spatial storage and absorbed everything. Zixi was amazed by the dramatic power, as expected from her older sister. Once the firearms and ammunition were secured, Han Feng made Chu Chu collect the fuel and rations from the other rooms while checking the remaining requirements. Chu Chu looked close to vomiting from everything she had absorbed. To keep the teams connected, Zhang Ruqing supplied military radios with a 30-kilometer range. They would be essential for communication. Later, Han Feng continued loading military supplies into the small woman, filling her capacity. Meanwhile, the battle for the city continued. Base had surrounded the remaining uprising members. Uncle Li Zhenghao was missing, and Brother Li was beginning to believe he was not suited to be a leader. Making matters worse, Base soldiers had tied captured uprising volunteers to armored vehicles as human shields while advancing. Once close enough, they offered the rebels one chance to surrender, or they would open fire. The soldiers warned that they possessed thermal imaging capable of seeing through buildings. They fired into random structures, hoping to locate the elusive rebels. Despite patrolling for a long time, their scanners detected no trace of Brother Li or his men. The tank crews blindly followed orders even though they had no idea where the targets were. The fourth squad searched one sector completely and wasted ammunition. But the operation continued. They were ordered to search the next street and keep moving. Captain Scar led the hunting teams. Like the 4th squad, the 1st and 2nd found nothing. Riding alongside Captain Zhao was a young man in flawless military attire who expressed doubts about the captain. Zhao already had a poor record. A superhuman had escaped him recently, leading to punishment from the commander. Now he could not defeat ordinary humans within a reasonable period. Irritated, Zhao explained that the old district's buildings were densely packed. Finding the uprising volunteers would take time. Gradually shrinking the search zone and sealing the perimeter was the proper strategy. After provoking Captain Zhao, the young officer stepped out of the vehicle from boredom. He placed a cigarette in his mouth and ignited it with blue flame from his fingertip. The young officer was a superhuman. Once he left, the driver asked who the arrogant man was. Captain Zhao described him as something inhuman. Refocusing, Zhao ordered every squad to keep narrowing the perimeter and leave no area unchecked. Not far from the city, 3 figures sped across the land, unaffected by the deep snow. They were Han Feng, Chu Chu, and Yuan Yi, with the boy acting like a human snowmobile by controlling the ice beneath them. Sitting comfortably, Han Feng praised Yuan Yi's useful power for getting them to the city so quickly. The boy felt as though he were merely a transportation device. Without the promise of fresh meat and vegetables, he would never have left bed for the mission. Han Feng estimated they would arrive after turning left and crossing 2 more snowy streets. Eventually, they reached the sewer entrance he and Brother Li had used to travel between the city and their former home. Snow had blocked the opening, but Yuan Yi quickly cleared it. Once inside the sewer, Han Feng warned the children to remain together. The network was complicated and easy to become lost in. They were heading toward the district ahead, where guards might be waiting, so they had to remain alert for ambushes. Trio crossed the sewer without trouble until encountering a massive obstruction near the end. Han Feng removed the boulders with red light. Once the passage was clear, they emerged through Xingfu District's 2nd basement. Seeing the familiar car park, Han Feng never expected to return willingly. The terrible events had happened recently, yet they felt like a lifetime ago. Now they needed to find Brother Li and the others. According to Zhang Shuyu, the uprising camped throughout the western Old District without a fixed position. After an hour, the trio secured elevated ground in the western area. From above, they watched soldiers patrol and tighten the encirclement while searching for the remaining rebels. They assumed following the soldiers would lead them to Brother Li, but the troops were incompetent. Another hour passed, and they continued wandering in circles. Fortunately, something explosive happened several blocks away. Through binoculars, Han Feng saw a base tank explode and become mangled. Looking toward a nearby building, he spotted Brother Li directing the attack with a rocket launcher. It seemed like a victory, but the explosion immediately attracted every nearby squad. The uprising was surrounded. Brother Li requested a megaphone, and one of his men delivered it. With his rough voice amplified, he cursed base and challenged the pathetic soldiers to capture him. Their numbers had fallen, but their determination remained strong. Even if they died, the uprising would take the enemy down too. Brother Li's followers would accompany him through hell. Captain Zhao arrived and ordered his soldiers to shoot to kill. He wanted every uprising member dead, despite instructions from above to recover the mithril held by the volunteer group. Zhao was furious that so many troops had been sacrificed merely to locate the rebels. He wanted revenge. Ignoring strategic concerns, the base soldiers followed his order. They positioned artillery below and aimed at the rooftop where the uprising had taken shelter. At the signal to fire, several explosions erupted, but the base tanks were the ones destroyed. Confused, Captain Zhao leaned out of his vehicle. Above them, a man and 2 children surfed across neighboring rooftops by manipulating the snow, while Chu Chu released a stream of military hand grenades. She supplied them continuously while Han Feng threw them from above like an aerial bomber. Chaos erupted as tanks, vehicles, and soldiers were destroyed. Captain Zhao recognized Han Feng and remembered his previous failure. Thinking objectively, he concluded that Han Feng was drawing him away to save the uprising. Still, capturing a superhuman would earn immense favor from the commander and restore Zhao to his superiors' good graces. He ordered the remaining troops to abandon the uprising and chase the brat conducting a grenade drive-by. Using his own megaphone, Captain Zhao tried negotiating with Han Feng and promised him the position of second in command if he joined base. Unknown to Zhao, he was actually chasing Yuan Yi, whose job was to lure the soldiers away. Once base had left, Han Feng and Chu Chu emerged from a nearby rooftop snowdrift. After signaling the uprising to descend, they met in the frozen street. Brother Li finally reunited with Han Feng. The moment was emotional, with tears, mucus, and other fluids freezing in the air. Still crying, Brother Li introduced Han Feng as his sworn brother, someone with whom he had faced life and death. Han Feng invited the volunteers to follow him because he had prepared useful supplies for their struggle. To support them, he restored several large cannons he had melted and gave them to the uprising. He privately warned Brother Li to keep Chu Chu's ability secret for safety. Standing before the cannons, Han Feng rallied the uprising volunteers for a counterattack. It was time to turn the base soldiers into dust. Stealing the moment, Chu Chu proclaimed the uprising members apostles, chosen by the tyrant's eye of truth to unleash cleansing flames of karma. Brother Li loved the speech, while the older volunteers looked completely confused. Excited, Brother Li grabbed Han Feng and demanded to learn how to operate the cannons immediately. There was one problem. Han Feng had supplied the weapons, but did not know how to use them. Brother Li asked his followers whether anyone could operate artillery. The smallest member shyly raised his hand, explaining that he had once served as an artilleryman in the military. Everyone immediately depended on the small man to teach them how to fire. He launched into a long explanation about manufacturing dates, caliber, muzzle velocity, range, recoil systems, and other technical details. Cutting him off, Han Feng pointed toward the building base used as a camp. They did not need a lecture. They only needed to make the enemy explode. To ensure the soldiers gathered there, Han Feng had left something impossible for them to resist. Once the greedy pigs discovered it, they would never leave without taking some. As expected, the squads lost their target nearby, but became excited by an enormous discovery. They found a large cache of fuel and food. No one knew why such valuable supplies were hidden there. Captain Zhao guessed the building might have been a rebel hideout. To remain cautious, he ordered a sweep of the surrounding area for traps. Once the location was secure, they could remove everything. Food and fuel were too scarce for them to ignore regardless of origin. Looking at the clustered fuel barrels, Captain Zhao felt a deadly warning. He froze as a chill moved along his spine. Several streets away, Han Feng gave the command to fire. After a quick lesson, the uprising members operated the howitzers and launched a destructive barrage. The unaware base troops happily collected the fuel, completely ignorant of approaching death. Roaring explosions suddenly filled the area as shells struck around them. The fuel barrels they were moving ignited and became deadly accelerants. The oil burned rapidly and literally cooked everyone nearby. Inside the building, Captain Zhao was thrown away by the impact. He watched his soldiers burn alive, screaming helplessly in agony. No one had ever been so thoroughly cooked. The flames might not have killed Zhao, but the collapsing building certainly would. The uprising volunteers continued firing, loading shell after shell until the structure collapsed completely. Brother Li enjoyed every second, despite the pain in everyone's ears. The barrage exposed their position, so once the ammunition ran out, they needed to leave immediately. The attack continued for 10 minutes. The high-rise collapsed into infernal flames. Once the operation ended, everyone gathered around Han Feng to celebrate their savior. They could not have imagined better reinforcements. Before the celebration went too far, he reminded them to stop wasting time and use the brief period of safety to escape. The volunteers agreed and rushed toward the cannons, hoping to take the heavy weapons. Han Feng stopped them and ordered them to leave the artillery behind. Instead, they would surround it with landmines so any base soldiers searching for it would be destroyed. Rather than struggling to move the howitzers, the rebels concentrated on planting mines throughout the area. While they worked, Han Feng asked what had happened during Chief Lu's rescue attempt. Brother Li admitted they still did not know where the chief was held. They had been attacking patrols and capturing base officers for information. As for Uncle Li Zhenghao, the old man had separated from them earlier and disappeared. Han Feng believed Zhenghao would eventually return. For now, everyone should go back to Xingfu district to recover. Before leaving, Han Feng stored weapons and supplies inside a building's underground garage. There was enough equipment to arm the uprising completely. He had lost track of how many times Brother Li thanked him. Several hours after Han Feng, Chu Chu, and the uprising left the area, surviving base troops found the cannons. They reported the discovery to a badly injured and barely conscious Captain Zhao, who sat in a wheelchair. His wounds hurt, but anger at his incompetent soldiers mattered more. His order was simple: find the people who tried to kill him, not the weapons they used. Frustrated, he rolled forward and felt something click beneath the chair. Looking down, he accepted his fate as his cigar slipped from his mouth. His final word was an expletive. 10 minutes of artillery had failed to kill him, but one careless movement ended Captain Zhao and the remaining base troops. Far from the explosion, Han Feng watched the celebratory blast from a rooftop in Xingfu district. He wondered which unfortunate person had triggered the mines. Brother Li approached from behind, his breath heavy with alcohol. A proper older brother always dragged his younger brother into a celebratory drinking session. Inside a large apartment, the uprising members drank until intoxicated and ate warm food until full. Yuan Yi returned and became everyone's designated cook. After 2 unusually loud explosions, base dispatched another force to investigate. A superhuman officer led the group. Seeing the destruction, he ordered the soldiers to recover bodies and collect the burned corpses. Food was scarce at their camp, and cooked human flesh should not be wasted. In the center of the destruction, he found Captain Zhao's remains and reported that Zhao had been ambushed and died heroically. The commander did not care and simply transferred the mission of finding the key to the superhuman officer. The flame-wielding officer eagerly accepted the task from his superior. Before beginning the new mission, he visited the 3rd Brigade's temporary headquarters. It occupied what had once been a high-rise scenic cafe. Base's valued superhuman Zhang Dongshu had become the 3rd Brigade's new captain. He claimed that only a fool would work outside during a blizzard and preferred drinking hot coffee. His subordinates could handle all the difficult work. Outdoors, he divided the depleted squads into 3-man teams to enlarge the search area and refused to tolerate laziness. Captain Zhao's former deputy had survived, and the leadership change was terrible for him and the rest of the brigade. At least Zhao had shared his soldiers' hardships in the field. The new captain was merely a lazy brat opening a box of rice balls. Zhang Dongshu expected the uprising volunteers to exhaust their food and eventually emerge to search for supplies. When that happened, patrol teams would easily identify them. Captain Zhang bit into a plain rice ball and praised its exceptional flavor. Only someone of his rank could enjoy such a delicacy in the New World. He imagined the rebels were probably eating snow from hunger. In reality, while he ate like royalty, the uprising feasted like gods on meat, hot stew, fresh vegetables, and most importantly, alcohol. By the end of the night, everyone had eaten themselves into exhaustion. Some cried while forcing more delicious meat into their mouths. It was their first luxurious meal since the freeze. The former artilleryman preferred the fresh vegetables Overwhelmed with gratitude, they pledged loyalty to Han Feng and declared him the uprising's older brother. Brother Li explained that he had recruited the rowdy group only 10 days earlier, so they had not experienced much yet. Still, as their new leader, he encouraged Han Feng to display more generosity. Han Feng then revealed the secret weapon, a pack of Huazi cigarettes, offering everyone premium tobacco. The smell of the freshly opened pack awakened even those who had been asleep. Everyone stood and finished the celebration by smoking Huazi. Soon the room filled with thick smoke. These men had not smoked in months, assuming they had survived that long, so it felt wonderful. Fortunately, Chu Chu had gas masks for herself and Yuan Yi as they silently judged the adults for smoking around a child. With their mission complete, Yuan Yi asked Han Feng whether they could return home. They had come only to deliver supplies, and now there was no reason to remain. Han Feng had also been fighting base recently, so he needed to hurry back in case of trouble. Brother Li worried that the villa might have been discovered. Han Feng silenced him quickly because he preferred to keep the location secret. He then summarized how he had followed a soldier, discovered an underground warehouse, taken weapons and equipment, and strengthened the uprising before leaving again. Brother Li asked whether he could spare several more cartons of cigarettes because some uprising members had been pawned and they needed tobacco to buy them back. The statement was so disturbing that Han Feng became confused. Brother Li explained that a market in the city exchanged living people for supplies. During a desperate period, the uprising had no alternative and pawned several comrades. Now the traders demanded 4 times the original price to release them. If the human merchants killed the pawned hostages, Brother Li could not forgive himself. An adult man currently sold for 10 jin, or roughly 6 kilograms of grain, while 1 carton of cigarettes was worth 30 kilograms of grain. Human life had become cheap, while cigarettes were treated like gold. Grain was also the least valuable food. Fruit and vegetable prices had become absurd. Brother Li heard that someone exchanged 3 tomatoes for 3 beautiful women. Han Feng immediately thought of his garden full of valuable crops. He could exchange vegetables for some premium company. He forced himself out of the fantasy, visibly embarrassed. What mattered was that base did not fully control the city. Information taken from captured officers revealed that base used subway tunnels for troop transport and firmly controlled areas along the rail lines. Areas without subway access were too inconvenient, so base surrendered control of them. That explained why the uprising occupied the old district, far from the train routes. With a few cartons of cigarettes, they could recover their comrades and gain more manpower for the future rescue of Director Liu. Brother Li was excited to strengthen the uprising, but exhaustion from constant travel and fighting finally overwhelmed him. An old frontline injury reopened and dropped him to the floor. They placed the unconscious leader in a room filled with electric heaters. The inflamed wound suggested he had been injured days earlier. To avoid slowing the others, he had hidden it and endured the cold and repeated danger until now. Brother Li was truly loyal. Worried about his survival, the uprising members asked Han Feng for help. No one among them understood medicine, so Han Feng stepped forward and told everyone to leave the room temporarily. The uprising members resisted, but a sensible elderly man forced the crowd outside. Only Han Feng, Chu Chu, Yuan Yi, and the unconscious Brother Li remained. Seeing no danger, Han Feng applied green light to the open wound. After 10 minutes of continuous effort, he became frustrated because the regenerative effect did nothing, even though he had healed himself before. Chu Chu searched her storage but found no medicine capable of helping. Yuan Yi said the military warehouse also contained no medicine. Zhang Ruqing had been treated there after being shot, but only because her wound was not infected. Han Feng estimated Brother Li would die without immediate treatment. He contacted Nurse Jin through the radio and asked her to guide him through treating the gunshot wound. She carefully explained basic steps that might improve Brother Lee's survival. First, they had to remove the bullet. Next, they needed to clean the wound with saline and disinfect it with povidone iodine. Brother Lee also required fever medication and antibiotics. To obtain the necessary medicine, Han Feng prepared to leave with Brother Chang as a guide. They headed toward the city's underground black market, using Yuan Yi's snow surfing power to travel faster. Brother Chang was stunned by the experience. Although the boy increasingly felt like a taxi, they quickly approached the dangerous location. The black market lay beneath a river, near the outskirts. As they traveled farther from the city, the wind became stronger. Yuan Yi remained unaffected while the other two struggled. Brother Chang explained that the market occupied a cross-river tunnel several kilometers away. Scavengers often ambushed travelers on the main road, so they needed maximum caution. The many ruined vehicles showed how many had died trying to reach it. Anyone traveling to the black market likely carried supplies, making the route a center of criminal activity. Most scavengers lacked firearms, so their weapons should protect them. Unfortunately, a desperate thief carrying a rifle watched the main road that day. He complained that 5 days had passed since their last valuable theft and that they would run out of food tomorrow. His partner argued they should wait and attack people after they visited the black market, not before. Their previous victim had carried only cigarettes. Those could not be eaten. They had already resorted to human flesh, but the corpse saved for later had spoiled. At that moment, the thief noticed approaching figures that looked easy to shoot. As they drew closer, he saw 3 people racing across the snow without a vehicle. Astonished, he lowered the rifle and watched. They were unmistakably surfing on a wave of snow. His partner dismissed the claim as exhaustion. Eventually, the group reached the point where vehicles were prohibited. According to black market rules, they had to continue on foot. Anyone violating the rules would end up like the corpses surrounding the entrance. Countless frozen bodies covered the area, their skin blue from the cold. Disturbed by the horrific scene, Yuan Yi and Han Feng vomited. Brother Chang calmly guided them toward a checkpoint decorated with automatic guns and hanging corpses. Han Feng wiped his mouth, and the group continued. After several more minutes of brutal walking, they reached the hidden entrance and entered a ruined building. Brother Chang warned the others to strengthen their resolve for what awaited. Suddenly, a rectangular machine approached Han Feng, politely welcomed them, and requested a membership card. Looking closer, Han Feng realized it was a hotel service robot. It was remarkable that someone still kept it powered. Brother Chang produced a black card and presented it. The machine identified him as member number 250 and welcomed him as an honored guest. It explained that the market was peaceful and that violence would be punished by automatic gunfire until offenders became paste. The place was serious. The blood of previous rule breakers permanently stained the walls. Even more surprisingly, the facility still had a working elevator. The robot elevator and lighting all functioned perfectly. Han Feng could not imagine how much power the system consumed. The organization controlling the market had to be incredibly strong. At the final basement door, the robot cheerfully invited them inside. Han Feng gripped the handle and prepared for whatever waited. Beyond, perhaps the room held vicious criminals, killers, and thieves. It might also be an auction hall for illegal goods. Either way, he kept his gun ready for safety. Upon entering, they found a disturbing corridor lined with dismembered bodies frozen together along both sides. At the far end stood a laptop on a podium, protected by 4 automated turrets. The cheerful robot repeated that anyone endangering the market would suffer severe consequences. The evidence of their enforcement was clearly visible. Han Feng began questioning whether they should have entered. Yuan Yi was traumatized, forcing Brother Chang to carry him onward. The computer handled every purchase and transaction. It activated automatically and displayed the black market's homepage. Nothing about the place seemed logical. Brother Chang had visited before and was accustomed to its strangeness. Using the web page, he searched carefully for his companions, Old Gan, Old Wen, and Old Kui. The site contained an extensive catalog of people for sale, with freedom purchased using cigarette cartons. After selecting the 3 hostages, the robot demanded 4.5 cartons. Before completing the transaction, Han Feng added the medical supplies they needed. Treating Brother Li required saline, iodine, mupirocin ointment, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, and other medicine. The final total reached 17 cartons of cigarettes. They had brought many but still lacked enough. Fortunately, Han Feng had other valuables. He placed 6 cartons of cigarettes, 3 tomatoes valued at 7 cartons, and 1 banana worth 4. The robot accepted the payment and asked them to wait while the order was prepared. As it disappeared through the rear door, Han Feng worried they might be cheated. Brother Chang trusted the market's reputation. Several minutes later, the robot returned with every medical supply requested. The 3 living captives were also brought out. Brother Chang could not restrain himself and embraced his friends tightly. Then came Han Feng's additional order, 10 game discs and 30 special photo books. Since they were intended for mature men, Han Feng quietly and quickly placed them in his bag. After collecting everything, the group left the disturbing market and promised never to return. During the journey back, Brother Chang asked for several of the photo books. With difficulty, Han Feng offered only 2. Brother Chang negotiated for 3, and Yuan Yi requested 2 as payment for transportation. The adults immediately scolded the boy, insisting that such material was unhealthy for someone his age. While they argued about adult magazines, the waiting sniper finally fired. The bullet struck Han Feng directly in the chest. Delighted, the criminal licked his lips. He believed he had captured valuable prey. The group rushed behind cover as the sniper continued shooting. Brother Chang returned fire and shouted at the top of his lungs, determined to avenge Han Feng. The situation rapidly became a chaotic exchange of blind gunfire. The thief began feeling pressure because the shots would attract other criminals in the area. He struggled to kill the remaining targets. Even his elevated position provided little help. Brother Chang fired continuously while mourning Han Feng's supposed death. In reality, Han Feng was alive. He had asked Brother Chang to distract the sniper and perform dramatic grief. While bullets flew overhead, Han Feng secretly moved through a blind angle. Using abandoned vehicles as cover, he approached the building where the sniper hid. Once close enough, he activated red light in retaliation. No one could shoot Han Feng without suffering consequences. Still engaged in the gunfight, the criminal noticed the eerie glow. Too late. Once the power spread fully, Han Feng destroyed one side of the building, destabilizing the structure. The collapse began beneath the sniper and sent him falling with the debris toward the snow-covered ground. The deep snow softened the impact and prevented immediate death. Unfortunately for him, Han Feng was already waiting below. The criminal could not believe his accurate shot had failed. Han Feng revealed the bulletproof vest beneath his winter clothing and said, wearing protection outside should be common sense. Ordinary people rarely possessed such armor, so the thief assumed Han Feng belonged to base. Acting on that belief, he claimed membership in the White Tiger Gang, a small faction loyal to base. He bragged about knowing Captain Zhao personally and participating in the assault on the Uprising's Zui Hall. Instead of earning mercy, the desperate speech brought a bullet through his head. Han Feng fired without hesitation. Anyone connected to base deserved death. Then he heard a woman's voice beneath the debris and ordered her to emerge. The sniper's partner trembled, afraid of following him into death. Looking around, she noticed something inside their stolen bag that inspired a plan. Carrying it, she slowly stepped out while begging Han Feng not to fire. Acting convincingly, she claimed she had been the dead criminal's prisoner for days. She offered him a bag filled with cigarettes. As thanks and promised to do anything Han Feng requested. He appeared close to falling for her beauty. Stepping nearer, he assured her that he and his companions were not evil. She repeatedly thanked him while secretly gripping a knife inside the bag. Once he came close enough, she attacked with the intention of stabbing him. Han Feng calmly raised his pistol and fired. Several times, she froze as bullets tore through her organs. She never imagined a man would shoot someone beautiful like her. Han Feng had never believed the story. She claimed to have been imprisoned for days, yet her clothing was clean. She had no injuries, and she even wore makeup. Only a desperate fool would fall for such an obvious lie. Brother Chang and the others reached Han Feng and praised his decisiveness. Brother Chang admitted that if he had held the weapon, he would have hesitated. Han Feng had developed resistance to such tricks. The woman reminded him of another manipulative woman he once knew. Searching the criminal's bag, he wondered why they had not exchanged the cigarettes for food at the market. Brother Chang explained that trading required membership, which cost 5 cartons. The unlucky criminals had gathered only 4. After that, the journey back to Jingfu district continued. Without trouble, upon returning, Han Feng immediately treated Brother Li. The following day, he regained consciousness, and everyone celebrated. The 3 rescued men also recovered after receiving a proper meal. Later, Brother Chang offered Han Feng leadership of the uprising, but he firmly refused. He had helped only because he respected Brother Li and did not want involvement in a rebellion that endangered his life. That would be foolish. 2 days later, Brother Li's condition had stabilized and recovery was progressing. Han Feng truly needed to return home. With tears in his eyes, Brother Li begged him to remain several more days so he could repay the favor, but Han Feng had decided. He promised to send supplies every month and left behind a radio so they could communicate. With such support, the uprising should be able to rescue Chief Lu soon. Brother Li became so emotional that he nearly reopened his wound. With supplies continuing to arrive, he would eventually become the official leader of Jiwi Hall's uprising. But that was a story for another day. After the long diversion, Han Feng, Chu Chu, and Yuan Yi finally headed home. Han Feng acknowledged the boy's hard work transporting them and promised him a reward upon returning. He boasted that the villa could maintain a comfortable temperature of 10 degrees. It also had a television and game consoles Yuan Yi could use freely. Chu Chu added that the bathroom and sauna were excellent. Yuan Yi imagined playing video games after a hot bath and became excited. When they arrived, however, the boy mocked the villa and claimed it was worse than the cave. After being abandoned so long, the once beloved home had become a miserable place, consumed by ice. The charcoal stove was ruined, the generator was frozen, inside and out, and worst of all, every crop in the underground garden had withered. The disaster resulted from the burned-out electric heaters throughout the villa. Han Feng remembered that the heaters were technically manufactured in China. They had originally expected to return the same day after collecting supplies, so they had not turned them off. After many unexpected events, they forgot to check the villa for days. To recover, they needed to restore electricity and restart the generator. The fuel gauge showed a low level, even though Han Feng remembered filling it recently. He tried starting the machine but discovered that the fuel had frozen. To thaw it, he needed to increase the indoor temperature, but doing that required electricity and heaters, while electricity required the generator. He was trapped in a vicious cycle. He considered directly igniting the fuel to melt it, but that seemed unreliable. His second option was using his ability to create heat. Han Feng activated red light and grabbed a stun device. He shocked himself to increase the output while carefully maintaining control. He could not allow the fuel to ignite while melting. For several seconds, the process seemed successful. The temperature rose steadily, and the frost began dissolving. Unfortunately, electricity from the stun device reached the liquefied fuel and caused a small explosion. The generator was not damaged. In fact, The blast helped restart it. Standing too close, Han Feng was engulfed by dark smoke. Even so, the method worked. The lights returned, and Chu Chu and Yuan Yi rushed toward the generator room to investigate. The noise. They found Han Feng covered in soot and could barely contain their laughter. Power had been restored, but they could not rely on unreliable electric heaters again. Such devices easily overheated and failed. Han Feng needed a dependable, permanent heating method. While thinking deeply, his back accidentally touched the pipes connected to the generator. His stylish tracksuit and skin were burned. He noticed that the generator's cooling tank was unusually hot, which gave him an idea. Yuan Yi, bored and disappointed that the promised reward was unavailable, asked whether he could return to the cave. Before he escaped the depressing villa, Han Feng requested help with one final, small task. He wanted to construct a complete heating system using the cooling tank, a refill reservoir, radiators, and many steel pipes. The military cave might contain those materials. Yuan Yi had become resistant to Han Feng's requests regardless of persuasion. Fortunately, Chu Chu had contacted her younger sister and learned that the base had an entire warehouse of steel pipes. Since Yuan Yi intended to return anyway, they could accompany him. Traveling repeatedly between the cave and villa would be exhausting, so Chu Chu decided it was the correct moment to reveal a new power. She opened a spatial portal in her palm and called it Spatial. Evil Eye No 2. Unlike the first, this entrance could detach from her. Someone could place objects into it, and Chu Chu could remove them from the other side. Han Feng had not known she could share her storage ability with others. Chu Chu had upgraded her power to create 2 entrances leading to the same space. Soon after absorbing the military equipment earlier, she had automatically gained access to Spatial. Evil Eye No 2. Han Feng found it logical because his own abilities had strengthened with time. It was reasonable to assume powers could be trained and improved. Now they could send Yuan Yi alone to gather the necessary materials. Once he reached the cave, the boy was forced into labor. Fortunately, Nurse Jin helped with her enormous strength. Chu Chu Chu's new power was incredibly useful for making their lives easier and more efficient. After obtaining many steel pipes of equal length, it was Han Feng's turn to work. For safety and easier modification, he shut down the generator. Because it used water cooling, the tank produced extremely hot water. Han Feng used purple light to shape the pipes to fit the outlet. The heated water would circulate through them and spread warmth throughout the villa. Concentrating, he softened and bent the pipes into simple radiators. They would function as veins carrying the generator's hot water. After installing them, he added a pump to move the water. The closed loop would pull cooled water from below, return it for reheating, and circulate it again. Once everything was ready, Han Feng restarted the generator. With a loud mechanical rumble, the machine resumed powering the villa. Chu Chu touched the homemade radiators but felt no warmth. Sitting on the sofa with a drink, Han Feng told the impatient girl to wait. Half an hour later, the project succeeded. The villa became comfortably warm because of the new system. They could wear summer clothing indoors while the outside world remained frozen. Even Chu Chu gave Han Feng an approving thumbs up. While eating his bowl of slop, he felt that he had forgotten something important. He had concentrated so much on the villa that he forgot to restore the underground garden. After returning power to it, Han Feng installed radiators along the walls, solving the temperature problem. Refusing to waste the remaining plants, he tried stimulating them with green light. He nourished the dead crops continuously for half an hour, but received poor results. The radishes were far too small, while the tomatoes had grown larger, but remained unripe. Believing it wasteful to discard them, he took a bite. He immediately spat it out and gagged at the awful sour and bitter flavor. Han Feng felt disappointed but could simply restart and plant another crop. Lowering his head, he asked Chu Chu for fresh seeds while she played PS5 in the living room. Along with ordinary vegetables, She produced strawberry seeds for the evil eye because she craved them. She also demanded steak for dinner. Her greed was endless. Mentioning steak reminded Han Feng of the experiments conducted when he first awakened his abilities. Combining soybeans and meat with red and green light produced a larger slab. Eager to experiment on the dead crops, he took a cabbage core and tried synthesizing a healthy cabbage. After extensive training, his sensitivity to energy had greatly improved. With patience, he could recognize the correct rhythm of fluctuations. Unfortunately, the process was not as simple as expected. His first attempt created coal. Perhaps soybeans and cabbage were incompatible, so he tried combining two pieces from the same plant. He pressed a cabbage leaf against the cabbage core, but that also became dried coal. Having failed with leafy vegetables, he turned to the unpleasant tomatoes. He held several soybeans and focused completely on sensing and matching the plant's rhythm. When he opened his eyes, the rotten-looking tomato had become enormous. The size was promising, but the result looked unappetizing. Hoping the flavor had improved, he took a large bite. The moment the slimy flesh touched his tongue, he grimaced at the bitter sourness. After that disgusting partial success, Han Feng enlarged a radish with an unusual shape. He bit into it and discovered it tasted normal. The original tomato had been unripe, bitter, and sour, while the small radish had simply not grown fully and still tasted ordinary. In other words, just like meat, fruits, and vegetables increased in size, while retaining their original flavor. Choo Choo suddenly entered the garden and suggested growing ripe strawberries before enlarging them into giant treats. She had actually come to report that Nurse Jin had returned, so they no longer needed to collect her from the cave. Nurse Jin also claimed to have found a pet, raising an obvious question. In such terrible weather, what kind of animal could she possibly discover? The answer appeared immediately. A visibly traumatized bear stood in the doorway. Nurse Jin's new companion looked exactly like a badly beaten polar bear. She named it Dabai and believed the gentle animal had escaped from a zoo. It had become thin from starvation, and she could not ignore a creature in need. Han Feng knew polar bears were anything but gentle. After leaving Miss Zhang's base, Nurse Jin had decided to jog home. During the journey, the animal attacked her, acting instinctively. She punched it and accidentally knocked Dabai unconscious. Feeling guilty, she carried the animal the entire distance to treat it. Han Feng finally understood why the powerful predator appeared terrified and miserable. Regardless, they adopted Dabai. The polar bear cried happily when Han Feng gave it meat. Since food was abundant, the polar bear gradually became familiar with everyone in the villa. Dabai also became a reliable mount capable of pulling a sled through thick snow. Han Feng fed it synthesized meat so the group would not waste fresh produce. Keeping a polar bear in the frozen wasteland was surprisingly efficient. Han Feng frequently patrolled with the animal, and Dabai always returned exhausted. Nurse Jin welcomed them and approached the poor creature. Even after all this time, Dabai remained afraid of Nurse Jin's strength. Several more days of experimentation passed, and they finally grew ripe strawberries, ready for harvesting. Only the final step remained, increasing their size. By then, Han Feng performed the technique almost automatically. Everyone grabbed forks and shared a single giant strawberry. Choo Choo also stored several enhanced berries to give her sister and the children. They were amazed by the enormous fruit. After 3 giant strawberries, their stomachs bulged. While everyone remained immobilized by the heavy meal, the entire cave outpost shook. The lowest floor had been breached. Zhang Ruqing spread her senses through the base and detected an invading ability user. If Han Feng had been there, he would have recognized the giant who had once dug a tunnel through the neighborhood. As soon as the wall collapsed, base soldiers entered in formation. They lined the tunnel to make room for Captain Zhang and a woman wearing identical clothing. The captain ordered the reserve force forward. The so-called reserve consisted of criminals given firearms. Their mission was to search every room and capture anyone they found. Captain Jiang promised that survivors would become official members and receive a woman as a reward. Blinded by ambition and lust, the criminals rushed ahead without thinking. The underground warehouse had a complicated layout, and they faced 3 dangerous superhumans. To reduce risk, the captains used disposable criminals as scouts. The female captain criticized Jiang for promising rewards beyond his authority, but he expected most of the cannon fodder to die. Only survivors would require rewards. Captain Zhang suggested splitting their main forces to cover more ground, and she reluctantly agreed. Moving toward the left corridor, Zhang claimed the giant for herself. Captain Zhang's hostility toward Zhang Dongshu was obvious, but cooperation remained necessary. The female captain chose a more cautious method, holding their position in case the enemy launched a surprise attack and blocked their escape. The reserve team moved like unleashed animals. Captain Zhang instructed his strike force to advance slowly and allow the disposable scouts to discover any danger. There was no reason to take unnecessary risks. In the central warehouse, Miss Zhang sensed the 2 superhumans approaching. The true threats were still deeper inside. She did not understand how they had emerged from below. She had never expected an underground invasion. Zixi had placed explosive traps only near the surface entrance. Yuan Yi's powerful ability was also useless. Inside a snowless cave, with her injured leg, Miss Zhang could not fight 2 superhumans alone, especially with armed soldiers supporting them. Han Feng heard the disturbance through the radio and requested an update. Miss Zhang bluntly reported that superhumans had breached the warehouse and that they were preparing to retreat. Han Feng demanded more information. Certain base was responsible. Miss Zhang described one attacker as an enormous bald man, far larger than normal. Han Feng immediately thought of the giant they had faced in Jingfu district. Miss Zhang assured her older sister that they would be fine and would make contact after reaching safety. She then disabled the radio and focused on escaping. If base regained the warehouse, it would seize the remaining weapons and ammunition in the cave. That could cause disaster for Brother Li and the uprising in the city. Furthermore, the villa was located near the base. If base occupied the outpost, the soldiers would probably find his home. Once exposed, they would certainly spare no effort to destroy him and his peace. Han Feng could prevent that by reaching the supplies first. If he could not claim them, destroying them remained possible. He declared that he would not abandon Miss Zhang, their ally, to face the invasion alone. Chu Chu, however, showed no concern for her sister. She believed Zhang Ruqing, Zixi, and Yuan Yi could escape easily. In fact, she found Han Feng's determination to interfere suspicious. Chu Chu concluded that Han Feng had become attracted to her younger sister. The evil eye approved of his feelings and demanded that he address her as older sister. Nurse Jin did not understand, so Chu Chu quietly explained. She insisted that Han Feng had fallen for Zhang Ruqing and intended to become the hero who rescued the damsel in danger. Several minutes later, he wore full winter gear while Dabai pulled the sled. The poor polar bear had to drag Nurse Jin, who carried a massive rotary gun. Even then, Han Feng insisted he could complete the rescue alone, but Nurse Jin refused to stay behind. At the center of the battle, Miss Zhang equipped an assault rifle while being pushed in her wheelchair during the retreat. They moved as quickly as possible, but the reserve team spotted them in a twisting corridor. The moment the criminals saw a woman, they became savage and avoided firing because they feared damaging the prize. That was a serious mistake. Zixi and Yuan Yi rapidly turned the wheelchair. Miss Zhang raised her rifle and pulled the trigger repeatedly. She quickly eliminated the men who tried to capture them. Join that idiotic charge. Captain Zhang heard the gunfire and redirected his troops toward the sound. Nearby reserve units also noticed the encounter and quickly located the targets. Miss Zhang warned the children to hold onto the wheelchair handles while she charged an energy blast. Yuan Yi and Zishi obeyed as she gathered power. Between her hands, Miss Zhang released the energy wave. She was moving like a wheelchair-bound Goku. The powerful recoil sent her wheelchair rolling backward. Away from the pursuers, the reserve team never stood a chance and was violently thrown back by the blast. Some of the criminals flew directly into Old Jin's path. They were the unlucky ones. Even if they survived the blast, they could not survive Old Jin's brutal strength crushing them against the narrow walls. The giant wanted all the credit for the operation. Flying like a bullet in her wheelchair, Miss Zhang Ruqing, Zixi, and Yuan Yi raced out of the underground tunnel. Several meters behind them, Old Jin charged forward like a giant baby searching for Dami Mommy's milk. They had focused so heavily on escaping that they overlooked the pile of debris blocking the exit. Thinking quickly, Miss Zhang formed a sturdy barrier to protect herself and the children from impact. Using their momentum and the upward slope, she launched the wheelchair into the open air. As they rapidly gained height, Zixi blew up the exit to discourage pursuit. Her small explosions were enough to scorch the giant's skin, but not powerful enough to stop him. Fortunately, the weakened debris around the entrance collapsed into a landslide, sealing the passage. Not far from the explosion, Han Feng and Nurse Jin noticed the commotion. He immediately used the sensing technique learned from Miss Zhang and confirmed that they had escaped the base. The barrier surrounding the wheelchair-bound trio nearly burst. When they landed in the snow, the escape and landing would have been perfect, but one wheel caught on a rock and sent them badly off course. Making matters worse, the giant tunneled through the blockade with his bare hands. He was visibly injured, but the wounds did not stop him. In an instant, he caught the helpless trio and prepared to crush them. Flat, the children naturally trembled at their seemingly unavoidable deaths. Old Jin descended like an angrier, balder version of the Hulk, but was stopped halfway. Continuous gunfire echoed across the frozen landscape. Bullets struck the giant repeatedly but barely scratched him. Nurse Jin might have been the most caring medical professional alive, but she could also become a Gatling gun-wielding, polar bear-riding warrior when necessary. With unmatched accuracy, she forced Old Jin away from Miss Zhang and the children. Han Feng guided the sled beside Miss Zhang and offered the desperately needed help to escape. When Old Jin saw who had arrived like Santa Claus, his anger exploded. The same man had outsmarted him repeatedly. Unfortunately for him, Nurse Jin was there to handle his childish rage. Once her ammunition ran out, she smashed the machine gun into his face with enough force to break it apart. The children had known Nurse Jin only as a gentle caregiver. They had no idea she was truly that powerful. After removing the giant from the immediate fight, she grabbed the children while Han Feng rescued Dami Mommy. Even after the gunfire and beating, Old Jin's durability remained astonishing. He stood again and resumed the pursuit. Han Feng told Yuan Yi to use the nearby snowdrift to create an avalanche. It would stop or at least delay Old Jin. Yuan Yi immediately touched the snow and controlled its movement. Now that he was back in his natural environment, he once again displayed how powerful his ability was. Within seconds, he created a massive avalanche at will and looked extremely proud. Old Jin faced the incoming snowslide directly, believing one punch could destroy it. Fortunately, he did not get the chance to make that foolish mistake because a streak of blue flame shot past him. The brilliant fire formed a line before Old Jin and melted the incoming avalanche with unbearable heat. Once the snow disappeared, the giant prepared to continue pursuing them, but a calm voice ordered him to stop. The invading captain casually told him to let the fugitives go because more urgent matters required attention. Driving away the superhumans was enough for now. Without the giant chasing them, Han Feng's group left the danger zone. They found an abandoned building nearby and rested. The exhausted polar bear had run hard the entire way. The poor animal needed a break. Han Feng asked Nurse Jin to take everyone back to the villa. He would not join them yet. He planned to remain behind and guard their retreat. If those enemies followed their tracks, he would happily unleash hell. Miss Zhang and the children were grateful they had reconciled with him earlier. After resting several more minutes, the group finally departed by sled for home. Now it was Han Feng's turn to act. He secretly returned to the underground headquarters and inspected the damage Zixi had caused to the sole entrance and exit. Because it had been completely compromised, the soldiers had not stationed guards there. Ordinary guns and guards would not have mattered anyway. Han Feng had discovered that reinforcing his clothing was enough to make it bulletproof. The only serious threats were the giant and the other superhuman, who were probably deep inside the facility. There was little chance of encountering them immediately. With that in mind, Han Feng began softening the rock blockade with purple light. Once it became flexible enough, he carefully squeezed through a narrow opening. He concentrated fully because it would be humiliating to become stuck there. After loosening the rocks sufficiently, he confirmed that no one guarded the opposite side. He slipped back into the reclaimed enemy territory and prepared his weapon. Han Feng moved through the headquarters from the entrance toward the supply room. Something felt wrong. He had not encountered a single soldier. They had fought so hard to capture the cave, yet no one was removing the valuable supplies. Since they were making sabotage so easy, Han Feng did not complain. He removed explosives from his bag and placed them at critical points. As long as he destroyed the fuel, weapons, and ammunition, his objective would be complete. After rigging the fuel barrels, he headed toward the armory. Along the way, he heard violent fighting. Inside a twisting tunnel, the soldiers appeared to have turned against one another. Captain Zhang Dongshu, the Blue Flame user, had abandoned the plan and betrayed his comrades. The female captain had always known he was dangerous, but this was extreme. He had killed his fellow soldiers. Han Feng finally understood why no one was moving the supplies. These fools were actually fighting among themselves.